So there it is. Ayendeba. So I couldn't really wait for that to play to the fullest because so excited I am our guest today. Adamu Garba, of course. It needs no introduction to anybody, but if you've been living under a rock and you don't know exactly who our guest is, let me just give you a little flavor of him. As we prepare to bring him on. So this is Adamu Garba in a previous incarnation.
So you also don't agree with the manner in which Tinubu government is handling the devaluation?
I think the devaluation of the currency was not was rash.
It was improperly done.
It was rash actually. There's supposed to be an economic cooperation.
All right, so that's Adamu Garba giving us a flavor of some of his politics right there. But we don't have to second guess him anymore. He's now here to give us the full flavor of his politics. So let's bring him on. Good day to you. Good to have you, and thank you for doing this. I know you've had quite a full day. So I know really, and it's late in the night where you are as well. So we really appreciate your company today. A few words, yeah. So yes. So you're Adamu Garba, of course. You need no introduction to the Nigerian space, but let's kick off the conversation by catching up with you regarding where your politics is. So you're a senior chieftain. APC, and a lot of people wonder why you don't have a portfolio. So is that coming? Talk us through exactly what you are anticipating as your role within the APC.
Thank you very much for having me. Good evening, everyone. Yes, as you know, I came into political scene, even though my history has been political since 1999, but I came openly into political scene in 2017 when I, declared to aspire for the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria during run-up to 2019 election that produced eventually President Muhammadu Buhari under the same platform of the APC. And that then some people thought it was a joke, but we pushed on, and we did not too young to run bill, give us a lot of age. We were able to at least do some very good thing to the political scene, showing that young people can actually do it. So because I was deliberate in my attempt, it is basically the reason why, if you notice, I try as much as possible to stay very consistent in line. Again, in 2022, during the run-up to 2023 election, I still came out and aspired for the office of the president, and a lot of issues happened, and of course, the details were all to see. So as a strong party man of the APC, also, although I have some challenges with the party at some point when the price of the form become very expensive, and in my principle, I don't believe political parties should be commercialized and commoditized. I believe public offices should be based on competency. So I have to pull out of the party for some time. And again, when eventually one of the most competent Nigerian got the ticket for the office of the president in the 2019 election, in the 2023 election, I had to keep my ambition aside, saying that the reality, based on real politics, what is really going to happen is clear that APC is going to take it. And at the same time, even if APC is not going to take it, but I believe in Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and that is why I supported the president, and by the special grace of God, we have him as the president, commander-in-chief of the armed forces. And of course, most of my activities are online for all to see. There are a lot of records of so many contributions I did. And yeah, I was supposed to have portfolio, like so many people are saying. It is true, but people like us that have ambition, usually there's a price for your ambition. Even if the president says he wants this, but maybe there are some politics that might want to be considered for ambitious people like us. I said on many fora that I'm not going to kill my ambition for whatever reason, because I know that my ambition cannot stop other people's ambition. And at the same time, my ambition is not something that will die. So I believe in one Nigeria. I believe in new Nigeria. I believe in more democratic Nigeria. I believe in more prosperous and organized Nigeria. So that doesn't mean I should keep up my ambition. So perhaps, maybe, because of my ambition, it is the reason why there is a little bit of delays in so many of the activities. Me, I am principally a businessman. As you can see, I'm still living in my office this night. After coming from different political meetings, I came back to the office. So that's what I do, and I love doing it. And I really think it is still not a very good deal, considering the fact that we have the president that is doing the right thing for the country. And I think it is important that we all give him all the necessary supports he needs, whether we have portfolio or not. Sorry, I can't hear you. You are not audible.
I beg your pardon. Yes, I said you said you're a businessman. One of your businesses, of course, is to launch a digital platform to rival the Twitter space, which is called Cri Tic. So let me put it on the screen as you talk us through exactly what this is all about.
You see,
yeah, no, carry on. It's coming up.
Okay, I can go ahead, right?
Yeah, no, carry on, yes.
Yes, as so many people will want to think about, Cri Tic is never a competition to Twitter. It is its own technology innovation. We have this vision of organizing African information for value, because we discovered that one of the major problems we have is that we are heavily colonized. All our primary commodities are being exported inside out, get processed, create value outside, and then bring it back. And now we are moving to 21st century, fourth industrial era, where we are supposed to use our information as a function of value creation. Yet we import this information similar to the way we import so many things. Similar to the way we import energy, we import food, we import education, we import culture, we import tradition. We are now even trying to inform information organization platform. And that is why we say, no, as a Pan-African, why don't we create our own? Something that is fit for purpose of African operations. In the West, their technology is basically driven, when it comes to Africa, is basically used for surveillance capitalism. They want to survey people and know how to make money from them, or also how to protect themselves. While in Africa, the technology we need is something that will create job for our people. So it is important for us to have a social platform that gives people opportunity to have fun, make fame, and also build their fortune. And that is why we decided to build Cri Tic. It is just It's just like a kind of coincidence that we launched Crowy in store in July 2020 when NSAS came about in October 2020, the same year. So, and I, as Pan-African, as 100% Pan-Nigerian, actually I can sacrifice anything, including my life for Nigeria. I decided to say, in this case, let me make sure that this answer does not continue because it has been hijacked by arsonists to destroy this country, overthrow our government, and cause chaos, as it happened in Libya, in Syria, in Egypt, then, and even Tunisia. I said, no, we can't agree. So because I attacked answers, people went to my profile and they saw that I was advertising a social platform. And people decided to say the reason why I was attacking Twitter and fighting people of answers is because I want to promote my own competitive platform. Twitter is a microblogging platform, while Crowy is a content platform. It's more of even Facebook, Instagram-like than even Twitter. So we are not competition with Twitter, but unfortunately, people thought we're actually trying to compete with Twitter. We are not. And that is why I think this year in May, we came back again. We reorganized it, tested it in November last year. Sorry, last year in May. So in November last year, we were able to put it in store. And as I'm talking to you now, we are having about 15,000, I think 15,400 followers without any promotion. People are organically coming on board. And that is what we are trying to do. And hopefully, we are going to create a lot of value from it. So that's everything about Crowy.
In the comment section for people that want to go sign up. So an organic African-led social media space is something that is very much needed. But let me take you now, fast forward now to politics and the politics that is happening now. So now in your party that we've seen Malam Nasir El-Rufai, we've seen him in meetings with Obasanjo, we've seen him with meetings with Fani Kayode, but now the meeting now that seems to be agitating a lot of people is his meeting with Alhaji Shehu Gaban, who has also been a guest on this platform, by the way, is meeting with Alhaji Shehu Gaban, the chairman of the SDP, which he made public, by the way. So a lot of people speculating to what Malam Nasir El-Rufai's intentions really are. Because, of course, a lot of people anticipated that he will get a high-profile portfolio within the Tinubu administration for all of the roles that he played to bring about that administration, but he couldn't clear the Senate clearing, which a lot of people was not convinced that that was the real reason. They feel that there was politics underpinning that. So this movement now by El-Rufai, romanticizing with SDP, and the speculation that because of the crisis in the Labour Party, Peter Obi on an exit door as well. So the speculation then fast forward to the possibility of El-Rufai Obi ticket to try and wrestle power from Tinubu 2027. Have you heard that speculation, and what are your thoughts on that?
Yes, I saw a lot of speculations online talking about even a possible partnership between Peter Obi and Malam Nasir El-Rufai to join SDP and challenge the candidacy of our candidate in 2027, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. There are a lot of speculation, but one thing that we should be clear about, we are politicians, right? And a politician, the only thing he hates is when you go into a meeting and you shut down a door, leaving him outside. Politicians hate a situation whereby they are not relevant, they are not on the table. They are not part of the people where decision is being made, because that completely destroys your entire political profile when you get there. And when you look at Malam Nasir El-Rufai, he has been consistent since 1999 in Nigerian political circle, you know, especially when he came to limelight after becoming the FCT minister, from BPE to FCT minister, from FCT minister to political activism to governor for 8 years and campaigning for Asiwaju and then feeling left out. So you should experience experience some grievances, you know, between this kind of person, especially when there is the high anticipation of a massive portfolio for his office. So my conclusion about this is as he rightly mentioned, that he needs to seek relevance. in the system. Because without relevance, especially with his kind of profile, he might not be patient like us. You know, people like us, I'm just 41, I can be patient. But someone like him, he will not be patient. If he is not part of the cycle now, that means he's completely out of the cycle. So that is why I believe he is working hard to see how, you know, when you put extra pressure of opposition, and maybe some discussions can happen around the table with him, and some conciliation may come, some incentive may be applied, and maybe we get by. But I'm not sure the speculations are there. We just have to treat the speculations completely as still a matter of speculation until there is categorical statement from his side that he's actually trying to do what he was believed to be doing. But what I believe is he's just pressing button for more negotiation. And I believe our president is very much capable of handling such kind of issues.
All right. If we could stay with those speculations for a moment, we know it's just in the realms of speculation, but just to theorize to that space for a moment, if there were to be, because a lot of people feel that the only space that can threaten Tinubu, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2027 will be a strong northern candidate. That's the only thing that can unseat him in 2027. So now Malam El-Rufai is a strong northern candidate, and a combination of El-Rufai and Peter Obi will certainly give Aso Rock sleepless nights. But the permutation of that, if that was to be a ticket, who do you if he was to have a realistic chance, who would you speculate will be the top and the bottom in that sort of on that ticket? Who will be the top or bottom?
Yes, you know, it's going to be very tough. Malam Nasir El-Rufai is a very strong candidate, but not necessarily the strong northern candidate, right? We need to be making clear about that. And also, Peter Obi is one of the most popular politicians in the South, you know, but not as popular as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But again, one of the thing is, I don't see possibility of Malam Nasiru dropping to be a deputy to Peter Obi. And I don't believe the obedience will believe in subordination of their principal to any of the candidates. So from the beginning, is a kind of marriage of convenience that is not headed beyond 1 kilometer. He may crash, right? So I don't see any possibility of convergence here, because who is driving this? Who is the major actor behind this speculative joint venture? If it may happen, it's a speculation. Is there any major stakeholder within the country that are behind that? Was there a proper structure that all of them will have to listen to a kind of permutation that will give one edge over the other? Now, even if they go inside, this is purely speculative. Even if they go into merger, Malam Nasir will justify the fact that he is coming from the north and the current president is from the south. So because of that, the only way to win more, to get more vote, is to present a northern presidency that will checkmate a southern presidency with a southern vice presidency. That might be his calculation, you know. Meanwhile, Peter Obi will say, look, I show a very strong following, 6 million voters in the last election, and I believe I can be able to galvanize southern vote. If you come with even some patches of northern votes, we can be able to outsmart the presidency. So maybe that's the speculative activity that might likely happen. I'm still living in speculation. But the truth of the matter is, if Peter Obi and Nasiru El-Rufai came together in any possible combination, there is no way they will defeat the current sitting president. I'm telling you this. You can write this down and quote me later in 2027. Except there is grand coalition, like the whole country, went one way against the sitting president. I don't see the possibility of defeating this political genius that is sitting in Asoro. I don't see the possibility. So the best solution for us is to let him have his 8 years in peace. So we can also have a new generation of Nigerians that will build from where he stops. I think Nigeria is yearning for a Gandhi, a Dinesh Gandhi that we have in India, right? So in Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, if we truly give him the support he needs, you know, because based on my assessment of the man, he's those kind of people that he needs absolute control to perform excellently. So all this unnecessary distraction is heavy upon a common man that is yearning for effective governance. So the best solution is give him the absolute control he needs so that he can dedicate himself to giving the absolute outcome we need. And that will bring about the transformation that Nigeria requires, which in the future, we younger generation will not have to regret. But a situation whereby we are still creating distraction when the president is less than 1 year in office because of our personal interests, this is not good for our polity.
All right. There are speculations of your name being in the ring for 2031 as well. But I will come to that in a moment. But let's stay with 2027. So ever since the elections happened, we've seen Peter Obi campaign even more aggressively than a campaign for the election. So he has not stopped campaigning all the way through. He was even in Agege yesterday, in some mosque, doing whatever it is that he was doing. So he's campaigning quite aggressively. But a lot of people feel that the window of opportunity for Peter Obi has come and gone. Because the speculation is 2023 rather, was a one-shot deal for Peter Obi. So is it that you win or you lose forever? Because come 2027, the North can either decide they want to get rid of Tinubu and take the power, but if they surrender to Tinubu, then they'll give him his additional 4 years to complete the 8, and then take the power in 2031. But they are not likely to vote for a Southerner in 2027 because that Southerner then has another complement of 8 years, which will leave the North out of power for 12 years. And I'm not sure that the North can abide that. But we continue to see Peter Obi campaign so aggressively. So what do you think is in play there? What do you think has emboldened him to be acting in the manner that he is?
He has a thinking that Nigerians are dissatisfied with the current president. That's his belief, number one. So he thinks he can cash out on this opportunity. It's just pure political opportunism, right? And the second thing again is that what he is doing and people like him, I think they are in direct violation of the constitutional provisions of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The time for campaign is over. This is time for governance. You have campaigned for 1 to 2 years, you lost. Allow the president to service Nigerians. But the situation whereby you took it upon yourself to start joining from one mosque to one eatery, to one joint, to one place, to the other, trying to position yourself when the president is less than 1 year in office is in direct violation of the constitution. And this is even, if in a very sane society, it's supposed to be sanctioned. Because this is what you have been sanctioned. Why will you be campaigning when you have campaigned and lost? Let the president deliver the public good and wait for 2027. That is what it is. And the second thing again is, based on your last question, is that he might likely be seeing his relevance going out of the window, as you rightly said. Noting that South has their own chance and they may do for 8 years based on what you just said. So if this is the case, Peter Obi might not be supported by anybody from the North because the North will feel like this is our chance, since Nigeria is actually a kind of turn-by-turn presidency, which is what we have institutionalized. So because of that, Peter Obi is struggling to still remain relevant by finding a way to hang on to the vice presidential seat. He thinks he will outplay the South and make them lose their chance of being 8 years so that he can have relevance for being a vice president. Noting very well that I'm not sure that any of these northern candidates he's working with that will want to vice him. So in any case, you look at Peter Obi is trying to destroy the political fortune of the South. And that is very, very wrong. And my advice is anybody that is behind Peter Obi should know that he has completely miscalculated the political environment. He should allow himself and wait for 2027 before he now begin to look at the permutation he will do. But what he's doing right now is unethical, it's in violation of the Constitution, and there should be no campaign. There should be no any public show of this government is not doing the right thing and we are doing the right thing. He should allow this government to deliver first and foremost the public good and wait for when the government will say things are not good. But the situation whereby the government did not even implement its own 1 calendar year budget. you automatically concluded, with a very negative spirit that the government has failed. So that means the whole Nigerians that voted for the government has failed. It is you that will go and fix it. This is actually very, very wrong. And I think Peter Obi need to really stay away from the scene and wait for 2027.
All right. Let me ask you this. You came out recently to speak to, it's a play on words on the Peter Obi catchphrase. So you said what Nigeria actually needs was consumption, not production. So can you expand on what you mean by that what we actually need is consumption, not production?
You see, the mistake we usually do is that we try to copy an export-led economy. The IMF, the World Bank, and the multilateral institution try to balance their books when you export something to get their dollars. They sell dollars. When you look at World Bank, IMF, they just sell dollars. That's their job. They are marketers of the United States dollar. And until you offtake dollar from the United States Treasury, the US cannot be the strongest power it is. So now we try to force export by picking our raw primary commodity and take it out to create value outside in exchange for the dollar we are looking for. So everybody's mindset with the colonial thinking that export is what brings about economic prosperity. Meanwhile, all economic indicators from 1976, after the broken down of the Bretton Woods Institute, I think Bretton Woods institutions broke down in 1972. By 1976, the entire equation is shifting toward consumption, not production. And that is why when Deng Xiaoping of China decided to open up its economy and ratify some international trade relationship, because of their last consumption power, they allow capital to flow into their economy. Why is the capital flowing into the economy? Because they are consuming the produced value that is coming from the West. Until they reach a point whereby they acclimatize themselves with this consumed value, the Western factories decided to say, since these guys are consuming our product, why not side factories in their countries? And that is how they started moving factories to China, to the point whereby China used what is called the power of monopsony. That's what they call it. China used the power of monopsony to drag all Western factories into their own country and become factory of the world. The same template, India started adopting in 2001. India decided to look at all their economic model has been failing, a lot of issues, all this non-aligned movement. They decided to look at their consuming power. Because of their share size, they said, in this case, let us start consuming this Western product. And before you realize it, the Westerners find out that since they can train talent in India and site these factories in India, why don't us take these factories in India and site them in India and create jobs in India, because my consumption market is in India. That saves me a lot of logistic costs, a lot of risks, and so many other things. So our mistake in Nigeria over time is that we constantly think, because export give you quick dollars, that is what we need. Meanwhile, because of our share size, the share size of our market, we can simply be able to negotiate with Brazil that sends sugar into Nigeria by telling them that the people of Brazil, or the president of Brazil, or the government of Brazil, that we will import our sugar only from your country in exchange for you to come and site your sugar factory in Nigeria and give us 30% or 50% or 70% local content. They will do that because we have the size that will consume tons and tons of sugar. Now, in Nigeria, we import a lot of Toyota. Most of our government offices, they use Toyota. Now, and we are short of talent in assembling motor parts. Or why don't we say that the entire Nigerian government and the Nigerian people will pay attention to importing Toyota in exchange for Toyota siting their factory in Nigeria so that Nigerians can learn? This is trade in exchange for skills. And you do by your power of monopsony. You can do that by your power of consumption. Now we look at so many things that we import. We import shoes, we import bags. Why don't we streamline the importation and say that we can only import our shoes from Indonesia? Now, but again, if we're importing our shoes from Indonesia, we will need these factories in Nigeria. That is how you grow, because your consumption is where the power is. And if you look at even most of the economic trend of Adam Smith, is dead. Because now value is created outside the factory. It is precisely the reason why most of the major companies in the world today makes their value outside the country because the demand side is what is deriving the supply side. It's not the supply side that is driving the demand side. Nobody produce something and keep in store and wait for a buyer again. People produce on demand when there is demand. So since the demand side comes from the side of consumption, why don't we use this, our 220 million consumption power, in exchange for the value we need? Why are we struggling to export in exchange for import of dollars? So that is why I said our mistake was that we pay attention to the economic principles of the 20th century. Meanwhile, the 21st century now shifted from the demands from the supply side economic of scale to demand side economic of consumption. So it is important for us to shift our policy into the demand side economics of consumption, because that is what is driving the global order today. And that is why I said we need to move from so-called production to consumption, because it is the consumption that will attract production, not production attracting consumption.
All right, brilliant. Let me hold you still within that international space. You've been making some commentaries recently about the goings on in Niger Republic. So there was a military coup, of course. We have a military junta president there. We tried to force them back. They resisted us somewhat, and it looks as though we've now just accepted that that's the situation. But they're not stopping there. They are expelling all Western influences from their country, and they are inviting the Russians in. And you have been speaking to that space, Mr. Garba. So you have been speaking to that space in recent times, and you were warning that with Niger Republic forcing the American base out of Niger Republic, you were sort of apprehensive that they would try to cite that American military base in Nigeria. So I'm not sure what your concerns are, and how do you think the goings on in Niger Republic especially impacts us, because of course they are our immediate neighbors.
So you see, two things are involved in this question. Number one, the American military bases in Africa. You know America, right? Generally the West is all about interest. The primary interest is the raw material, is the kind of primary commodities that will be exchanged to enable their industries and also create their markets. That's what it is. So once there is a military base here, it's not to protect you, but it's actually to provide a corridor for exploitation. And most of these military bases came about without proper government negotiation. They were imposed using some decrees or UN somehow protocols to come into the country of residence and force themselves on the throat of the people. So Niger Republic asking them to go is actually something like a good thing, simply because if they are coming back, they should come back on Niger leadership terms, not on the terms that was imposed on Niger. No responsible African will say that we cannot trade our natural resources in exchange for our development. We must do that, because if we don't trade the natural resources, what are we going to do with it anyway? So, but it is important that we trade these natural resources on our terms, not on their terms. But a situation whereby you have American military base, you have French military base, you have Italian military base, and you have Islamic State in the West Africa province, you have Islamic State in the Greater Sahara, you have Islamic State in East Africa province, you have Boko Haram, you have bandits, you have terrorists, you have this, operating within the same area. Then what are they doing? It means they are not there to provide any help. They are not there to go against terrorism. They are just there to exploit. So they have to get out and come back in Nigerian terms. My fear is, if they move out of Niger and come into Nigeria, what happened in Niger, where they are there and the terror increase monumentally. If you look at from the time they set up the military bases in 2003, and you look at the global map in how terror keep increasing, you find out that there is more terror as they set up their bases there than when they were not there. So this is a problem for us, and it is very important for us to renegotiate the terms of their involvement in Africa. And that is why I believe it is good, and I'm afraid that they may come into Nigeria. Now, the issue of Niger, I don't think a politics of fighting with Niger as Nigeria is going to be a good thing for Nigeria, particularly northern side of Nigeria. Just to make it very clear, The northern side of Nigeria, especially the Sahel areas of northern part of Nigeria, is not an Atlantic civilization. It's a Mediterranean civilization. The civilization of these areas have been for a long time within the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. That is why if you go to places like Sudan today, you will have over 20 million Hausa-speaking people. If you go to Niger, more than 70% are Hausa-speaking people. If you go to Burkina Faso and Mali, these are heavily Guinea-Conakry. There are a lot of Hausa-speaking people, up to Egypt, up to southern part of Libya, up to southern part of Algeria, Mauritania, is all part of in fact, at some point, Fezzan, in the part to Libya within the Trans-Saharan were the headquarters of Kanem-Borno Empire. That's the capital of Kanem-Borno Empire. So the north is Mediterranean civilization, and that connection did not stop. We are still there. So a situation whereby we are following colonial borders by fighting our brothers simply because they are on the other side of a line that was drawn by colonial masters is not the right strategy. And that is why I believe the president in his wisdom, after reviewing everything, after giving all the ultimatum, because I believe that those ultimatums were given actually to frighten them to stabilize, and they did stabilize for some time. That is why there was no military action, and that is why there was even complete removal of the sanctions. But the truth of the matter is, if we fight Niger, we are fighting ourselves. And if we let American military bases vacate Niger and come to our country, we are in trouble. It is precisely what President Goodluck Jonathan refused. It is precisely what President Yar'Adua refused. It was what President Obasanjo fought and refused. So I don't know whether there was a request of trust under President Muhammadu Buhari, and I'm not sure President Asuwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu will also agree. So if they come here, it's going to cause more trouble to us than peace. We've seen it in Afghanistan. We've seen it in Iraq. We've seen it in Syria. We've seen it in Libya. So we don't welcome them here until they come on our terms. If it is on their terms, we don't welcome. And that is why I said we don't want trouble in our country. The trouble we have is enough. Let them go back to their country.
All right. Let me take you to the insecurity space. The bill for state police is fast tracking through parliament now. And a lot of the states, a lot of the federating states, they endorse it. But is state police the panacea to insecurity? That's one. And then this idea of state police, how does it work? That's two. Who budgets for it? Because a lot of, if you remove 3-4 states from Nigeria, none of them can really if you remove Rivers State, Lagos State, which other state can really self-sustain? Maybe Kano a little bit, Kaduna somewhat. So do they have the capacity for state police? How does state police address this insecurity? And what more importantly, do you think actually underpins this insecurity that we've been battling with for nearly 30 years?
State police is a fantastic idea on paper. But in reality, as you rightly pointed, do we have the financial capacity to shoulder state police? In fact, if you go to states, maybe you go to Kano, maybe you go to my state, Adamawa State, maybe you go to Kaduna, maybe you go to Akwa Ibom, maybe you go to Bayelsa, maybe you go to Delta State, maybe you go to Imo, maybe you go to Enugu, you will find out that there are so many primary schools that still don't have desk. There are so many people that are still reading under the tree. There are so many people that cannot afford Panadol in their village, or there is no any availability of any conventional medicine for them to treat their ailments in so many of those villages. Our governors did not finish these things, and we are jumping towards another liability. Meanwhile, if you look at the debt, the rate of borrowing by state governors is becoming unhealthy to the system. It is the rate of borrowing of the state governors that is even affecting the federation books that people are blaming the president. Meanwhile, the governors are the ones that are consuming most of this debt. Why? Because they want to shoulder some of the responsibility. Now we have some governors that their interest is to feed people, not to create value for a short term of maybe 2-3 hours, because every food you eat after 2-3 hours is digested. So you don't prepare for the next time that this person is going to demand for food. So this is a problem. So it may sound fantastic. it is good, but I don't think there is any difference. Then when I came out to aspire for president in 2017 and 2018, I was a strong proponent of state police. I was even saying it makes sense, it is good, it is this. But after grinding myself into the system and building more experience, I discovered that there are much more priorities than state police. Meanwhile, the same state governors have opportunity to set up their own state level militia or state level paramilitary officers that are still fighting the terrorists or the bandits that are operating in their villages. Most recently, Zamfara State have set up their own paramilitary organization. You have the same thing in Katsina. So many states are setting up their own. In the southwest, we have Amoteku, you know, and even in the southeast, we have Ebubeagu. So when you look at this, what state police again do you need? The institution of police is okay as it is. If you must need a state police, then why not rally this state police through your state by working still with the existing police system? Most of them will say that the reason why they want state police is because sometimes there is a chain of command. If you call somebody here, you say you will have to call the IG. You call the IG before the IG give command, then you release the commissioner to the DPO, to the officer in charge before action can be taken. Yes, there is this bureaucracy. If that is the contention, why not address the bureaucracy? Number one. Number two, why not reform the police system and plug it under the judicial system of government, since police is a criminal justice system? Even in the US, where we copy our democratic practices from, the police is under the justice system. It's not under the executive government. It is the law that mandates the police to do its action, not a certain governor or president. That is not how it works. That is why you see so many of those FBI, Sofenas, and co. are coming from Department of Justice. They are not coming from one president or one governor. So why not carry out this judicial reform and allow them to be empowered through the judicial system? It is the best, because currently, as I'm talking to you, why we are always complaining that the judges are not giving fair judgment is because they have to depend on the president, they have to depend on the executive branch of government to get their money. So how do you expect them to fight somebody that is feeding them? But if you put some of the institution of police under them, some of this institution of policing, including some other paramilitary organization like civil defense, like even road safety, under them, that will give them opportunity to generate revenue as a judicial office and be more independent and deliver effective justice to the country. That is how it's supposed to be done. But the situation where we're saying we're going to fight the police, centralize it, break the local police, and then put another state police, we're adding additional burden in the system that is not likely addressing the problem. And don't forget, my conclusion on this is that in Borno State, prior to Boko Haram, there was an organization that was set up by the then Borno State Governor, Ali Modu Sharif. He called it ECOMOG. These are like paramilitary organizations that he is using to secure Borno State, and to some degree, he started using them as political asset to quench or fight against his enemies. It is majority of the people in ECOMOG eventually transformed into Boko Haram. And you know the havoc that they wreaked to the entire Northeast and to the entire country. So these are the consequences of some of these activities. Until you allow it to be handled by professionals, police is an institution. No matter how nasty or bad or rotten or corrupt you say they are, at least they have some order, some structure, some training that is certain. There is some certain standard. You can't just reinvent the wheel. We just have to find a way around what we have to improve it, to expand it, to extend it, to make it better. Not just to discard it simply because we feel like it is not serving our political purpose or is not serving some of the interests that we are trying to protect. So we have to be really very careful about this argument on state police.
All right, brilliant. I'll ask you one more question, and I'll start to bring the panel in. And life is good. Can you mute and unmute unmute yourself? Your device is not connecting properly. So if you click on mute and unmute, then that should connect it properly. So I still have many questions, by the way, but I'll make this the final one for now. A lot of speculations that you should really be in the State House in Adamawa State. So how are you progressing on that? Do you have ambitions towards the State House in Adamawa State, and how is that ambition progressing?
Actually, the state house ambition, Adamu State, we have a very complex politics, it's a stakeholder political environment. And if the stakeholders of Adamu State find me worthy of becoming the governor of Adamu State, fine. I would love that. I would love that opportunity.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So let me start to bring on people. And as I bring on people, as many of you that can have your cameras on, please. Sorry, as many of you that can have your cameras on, please have your cameras on so that Mr. Garba can see who is speaking with. So Johnny, we'll do it. We'll do it in this sequence. You will introduce yourself to Mr. Garba. Tell him where you're joining us from, and then put a position to him, just as we do with every other guest. So joining us, Life is Good. Good to have you. Ekene in the house. Good to have Ekene. Ajanle Koko is here. Good to have Ajanle Koko. Bishop is here. Good to have you, Bishop. Joel of Nashville is here. So good to have you, Joel of Nashville. Kulata is here. Good to have you, Kulata. Folibi makes up the list. Good to have you, gentlemen. So we kick it off with Life is Good. Unmute. Introduce yourself to Mr. Garba. Tell him where you are joining us from. Put a position to him. Life is Good.
Okay. Thank you. Malam, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Ramadan Kareem.
Ramadan Kareem. Life is good.
Yeah, life is good. Always. Yes. So let me start with this. I know you are very conversant with the Nigeria's political landscape. I'll start from the north. One, there's I know there's the northern landscape, political landscape, so to say, right? The way I see it, and people, especially from the behind the scene, will be saying it's going to be a looming 2031 presidential, presidential, let me say, campaign in the north, between the northwest and the northeast. So we are looking forward to a potential contest between the candidates of the northeast and the northwest region, which will poise to shape the electoral landscape significantly, especially in the north. So if I want to ask you now, if you are to choose or probably predict two very strong, solid candidates from each of those regions, northeast and northwest. I know currently we have the vice president from the northeast, and then there's a possibility of no Ribadu, but I believe strongly that they are preparing no Ribadu to take over from the incumbent governor of Adamawa State, your state, and I believe you know about that too. But from the northwest and the northeast, who would be those people we should be looking forward to in 2031, taking out Shetima out of the picture, because I think he will have a chance of first refusal. That'll be my first question. And after you are done with that, I have one more question for you, and then that will be
put them all together, because I want to get through everyone quickly, and then we'll go around again. So, and if you want to add to Life is Good's question, Mr. Garba, the Vice President Kashim Shettima is a Kanuri man, and well, we know that there's somewhat of a friction between the Kanuris and the Fulanis. So, how would the Fulanis respond to the possibility of a Kanuri president? So all of that.
Okay. My second question will be it's about Nasir El-Rufai's politics and the situation that actually culminated into his ministerial fiasco, right? So when you look at the stuff from the grapevine, the major opposition came from the north. Because of certain things, I don't know what, we cannot really say it here, but the major opposition come from the north. And even the Senate, their hands were tied, they couldn't help. The presidency, they couldn't help because of the angle, the corner that the opposition came from. And now we see El-Rufai basically posturing now, nationally for maybe attention, as we can see. And then you just actually enumerated or probably talked about Peter Obi's and ambition and El-Rufai's ambition. If you want to let's take it to the realm of a speculation again, right? Between the northeast, between the southeast and the south, who do you think is playing the better politics, right? Post 2027, getting ready for 2031, if there's a political shift to the south, right? Hold on, if there's a political shift to the north, and then they are seeking for a vice presidential candidate, who do you think is playing the better vice presidential candidature slot in the southwest and south, between the south and the southeast? And who do you think will be the candidate? That will be the questions. Thank you.
All right,
Thank
brilliant.
you very much. Life's good. Yes, the first question is who is the best candidate for 2021, 2031 in between if between the northeast and the northwest, and if it is in the northeast. And the second part of addition to that question is about Kanuri and Fulani drama. So the whole thing is in the northeast. Actually, I will prefer the presidency to come from the northeast. Why? Because the last time we had president in this country was during not even a president, it was a prime minister, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. Even all the military coup and the counter coup that we had in this country, none of them came from the northeast. So I would prefer the presidency to come from the northeast, and principally I am biased on that because I'm also from the northeast. So I would prefer the northeast to be the president. The issue of who is actually a very tough question because in 2031, so many political permutations might change. We're talking about the next 8 years or 7.5 years. So many things will change. There will be emerging leaders. There could be better stakeholders. I could even emerge as the possible contender, very strong one, So anything can happen. So to predict that it's going to be either Malanu or Kashim Shatima or any of them for now is actually a very, very difficult question to answer. But much need to be seen, and I have to leave it at that. On the issue of Kanuri and Fulani, yes, there was a drama historically during, of course, the conquest, during the jihad between the Fulanis and the Kanuris. But I can guarantee you that there is a lot of attempt to conciliate that drama because there is practically hardly a Fulani family in the northeast that have no Kanuri wife, or there is hardly a Kanuri person that has no Fulani wife. This intermingling has happened so much between our emirs, our local traditional title holders, our scholars, and so many of them. Like my father, his second wife is Kanuri. And if you go to the next house, you find out that I'm Fulani. So there's even a play between us. So the politics is not that tough. And I believe that the choice of whether it's Kanuri or Fulani is not the case. If you look at what happened in Yobe State, for instance, in 2023 election, Yobe State is predominantly Kanuri-dominated state. But Yobe State voted for PDP, even though they have a fellow Kanuri man as the vice president under Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu's presidency, Kashim Shatima. So I don't think that really may play very significantly there. On the issue of playing politics between the South and the Southeast for a possible vice presidential slot, I believe South currently have an edge. Why? Because they are following the real politics as it comes. They are more compliant with the system. They follow through in both the parties. If you look at Wike, for instance, he's a PDP man, but he's together with the government. If you look at, they have the FCT minister and they have the Senate president, the number 3 man in the country, president of the Senate, who is doing a very excellent job, by the way, His Excellency Godswill Akpabio. And when you look at what, for instance, their ministers, they are all efficiently performing and they are very much visible. And when they go to their localities, they are welcome, But if you look at the Southeast, I think the only person that is truly playing real politics in the Southeast is somebody that some people will want not to hear, but it's actually Governor Hope Uzodinma. Hope Uzodinma understood Nigeria. If I happen to be an Igbo man from the Southeast, my political godfather will be Hope Uzodinma, because he understood the core politics of the country. It's not a politics of identity at the top. is politics of stakeholder and interest. Provided your stakeholder level, your level as a stakeholder or interest is not on the table, no matter how you agitate with ethnicity, with region, you can't get anything. It is precisely why Peter Obi lost woefully, because the center does not agree with the arrangement he's trying to bring on the table. And this country, don't forget, is a merger of different countries in one. So politics of ethnicity doesn't play at the center, at the interest level. So the guy that is truly playing effective politics in the Southeast is Governor Hope Uzodinma. If the Southeast will match and work alongside Governor Hope Uzodinma, I'm telling you, we're going to have a very good person. Another person that is following him a little bit is a governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Soludo. He's also doing a very good job. But when you look at a populist approach to, of course, Governor Alex Ortiz is doing a very good job, but he's doing populism for now. And if you look at like Enugu, so you find out that there are a lot of disalignment. So the Southeast need to really get this politics together. But the South is actually playing a good politics. And if the Southeast did not do something very good, the vice presidency may end up going back to the South as it did during Jonathan Yaradua era.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Thank you. Life is good. So we go on from you. We go on to Kulata. Kulata, on mute. Introduce yourself to Mr. Garba. Tell him where you're joining us from. Put a position to him. But gentlemen, as we go forward, try and reduce the preambles. I think Mr. Garba, he knows the Nigerian political landscape as much as the rest of us. So reduce the preamble. Introduce. Put a position. Kulata.
Yeah, Kulata calling from the United States. I think I'm a bit familiar with you, one of our young politicians. So let me go straight to my questions. When you were going to talk to one man, you were talking about a consumption-based economy, which when you think about it from face value, that kind of makes sense. If we can, influence the producers to bring their factories into Nigeria, maybe populate them along Ogun State and different areas and all whatnot. But how do you reconcile the low purchasing power of a Nigerian? The percentage, our GDP per capita is $2,000. And that was maybe back in 2021. Who knows what it is now based on the prevailing rate. So basically, we have what some TV presenter called a sachet economy. Meaning you have to make maybe something like drinks. You have to put them in sachet for Nigerians to be able to afford it. So in your mind, based on the premise that you put in place, how does that work? Because you have people that basically cannot afford stuff. And then you said they should consume more import. So you're going to encourage dumping. And then why will I, as an investor, want to invest in an economy where people cannot buy too much stuff, but I can afford to dump on you? So that's my first question, if you can address that.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, we have a very low purchasing power, as you say, but the economy looks at scale of consumption. GDP almost $400 billion. That's not small GDP. The whole of Africa, we are number one. Number two, again, is you need to look at the total import that we have in this country. If you look at trading economics, we're hitting nearly $120, $130 billion of what we import in this country. But how do we import? Motopark. Everybody go and import everything without order. Some people want to import toothpicks, some will want to import shoes. Even the shoes, you have multiple varieties. Some people who want to import milk with multiple varieties. Some people bags, some people this, some people this. So what I'm saying is this. Since we have up to $120 to $130 billion value of import, let's streamline these items. It may sound a little bit protectionist, but it is the most appropriate thing to be done for a third world economy like Nigeria, because it is practical, it worked for others, as we have seen. Even currently, Indonesia is doing the same, and the economy is growing 6-7%. So what we should do is we streamline. We look at what is it that we import more. Now, currently, of course, our import bill mostly is energy. So if we import more of energy, then how are we going to do it? If we import more of food, then how are we going to do it? Even the food, what do we import more? So we import baby formulas more. So why don't we streamline our baby formulas around Cerelac and say that The only baby formula we're going to import is Cerelac, but we need cellular production in Nigeria. So at least we start a little bit and then ascend the ladder gradually. It is the best economic policy to be implemented into this trade in exchange, for skills and industrialization. That's the only way we can escape. But the situation whereby we're saying we want to produce, what do we produce? We don't even have the skills. We have the lowest human development index in the world. And our school system is never organized to train any skill. All of them. None of them is organized to train skills. All of them are trained to be academicians. It's still colonially organized education system where people are trained to go and teach, not to go and practice. So the only way we can learn the practice is when we have the factories on the ground teaching people how to do these things on the ground. So if we say that the whole country, we are just going to follow maybe our designer is Burberry. No, we cannot import TM Lewy, we cannot import LV, we cannot import everything. The only thing we do is Burberry. But Burberry, you must have to set up all this, your bag, your shoe, your tray, your this in Nigeria. We are incentivizing them to come because they have ready-made market. So that's exactly how I'm looking at it. And it is not just, this is exactly the better economic practice. If you look at almost all the recommendations that is done even by, of course, Council on Foreign Relations, Woodrow Wilson Institute, most of them, they have released documentation about this consumption economy. And that is exactly what we need to look at. And this is completely in tune with the 21st century model. That's my belief. You have $2,000 consumption value, you have 220 million people. And then you flow in a good that is worth $100. So that means if you have 220 million people consuming $100 worth of goods, you have $20 billion. That's no small amount of money.
Yeah, but your numbers don't add up in a country that is bleeding middle class people. We've essentially lost the middle class that was built during Obasanjo. These guys can essentially not afford to buy all these things that we're talking about.
Yeah, that's why I said, now we look at the import bill. If you look at where we spend most of our monies in Nigeria, you find out that we spend on energy, on food, and transportation. These are the three things where we spend most of our monies, an average Nigerian. Energy, food, and transportation. And energy is responsible for food production and also the transportation. So energy is the principal factor.
Yeah, but the energy is kind of solved, right? We have Dangote, we have PMS, it's one of our biggest import. There's Dangote refinery, NNPC hopefully will start producing. So that's kind of like import substitution. But that still doesn't make us watch our natural advantages lying fallow. Are you telling me we will not be doing anything about the cassava that we are the number one producer? Are we going to wait for a Chinese company to bring some? We can, that's not bad. What are we going to do to the cassava value chain? What are we going to do? Rubber value chain? What are we going to do to the palm oil value chain?
Now, for all those kind of value chains, especially cassava, how it is done is, the value chain of cassava, and that there is a country that can be able to process this value chain. Currently, they are just wasting away. We are not doing anything about them. Then maybe you identify China as a country you want to work with. Then you exchange something to them in exchange for this cassava production. They will do it. It's as simple as saying now you have Chinese people bringing money to build our transportation system, the railway system. What do we exchange with them? Dollars. How does that make sense? But the same China needs some byproducts of cassava. So why don't we relate in these kind of terms? All we need is to ratify our arrangement with WTO. Now that we have Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala as the Director General of WTO, very important opportunity, we ratify our trade treaty and begin to exchange. We need substitution, import substitution. We just have to aggregate this our values and domicile them for what we need based on what we give. But the situation whereby we import what we want, just anyhow, we are not going to get there. We are only importing dollars. That's what we are doing, essentially. We are only importing dollars, and dollars is actually a paper that is printed by the US Treasury, by the Federal Reserve. So what value does it have intrinsically, other than to consume more? So you import dollars, you export the dollars, you consume more that are in disorganized and disarray structure. So that's why I believe if we look at this, it might rally. It might work. I'm not saying it's a cast in stone. I'm just giving my own suggestion.
All right. All right, brilliant. I know you want to push him a bit more, Kulata, but let's move the conversation on to...
Let the panel, let other people ask questions.
Yes, let's move the conversation on to Joel. So, Joel, unmute, introduce yourself to Mr. Garba, tell him where you're joining us from, put a position to him. Joel.
Thank you, Mr. Woman, and thank you, Mr. Garba. Not my favorite face. Just joking, but
why is that? Why is that? What has it done to you? What has it done?
His face during the Buhari time, he reminds me of Buhari. So, Buhari wasn't a good Buhari wasn't a good man at all. Or I won't say not a good man, but wasn't a good president. Sir, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
My thing is this: we have talked much about power rotation between the North and the South, but I would like to ask you a question. Why is it that with the amount of time the North has been in power, we still have people from the North at one of the poorest regions in the world? Do you think that there should be a rejig on the leaders? Because for me, I just think that they should be banned from contesting political power. But that seems to be impossible. But do you think that the present crop of leaders that we have in the North can actually take the North to where they ought to be, or giving them the rightful place? I say this because the difference between me and Anamajiri were my parents. I was born in Kano State, right? And looking at some of my friends we had then, some of them, their parents died after the 88 riots, right? Some of them taught Amachiri today. They are whiling away. So what is the problem? Why is it that the elite of the North refuses to develop her people? I think I'll just leave. I think this will be like a big one. But my second question would be, Peter Obi, in 2027, do you think that because I'm not talking about the political elite now, do you think that Nigerians are not fed up with this formula sharing? Do you think that Nigeria are going for who comes from where, or the better person to do the job? Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And by the way, my name is Joel of Nashville. I'm calling from the United States. Thank you.
Yeah, Joel of Nashville. I believe you are shining Nigeria over there. So
I'm trying.
I believe that. Thank you for your question. Why the North is poor? In fact, it's one of the theses I'm working on, on this particular, because it's actually very, very large. The problem we have is the problem of colonization. In fact, it was clearly stated, if you look at the book of Flora Shaw, Tropical Dependency, she mentioned about the civilization of the North. And she outlined most of the major economic contributions of North as in the context of Nigeria, then when they met it. And after we now have the colonialization, did not just begin on a downward trend till now. I started earlier by mentioning that the North is actually a Mediterranean Red Sea civilization. We are not Atlantic civilization. It's unfortunate that when the Britons and the Spanish decided to come to Africa, especially to the Bight of Biafra and Bight of Benin, they came through the Atlantic shores. And by then, we have high level of trans-Saharan trade that made the North the richest zone in the whole of Africa. In fact, the richest man in Africa then is Makari. His head office is in Kano, although he's from Morocco. Again, we have one of the richest men in history, Mansa Musa, is all within the belt of that Sahel northern area. Our trade used to be with the Mediterranean civilization and the Red Sea civilization. Shifting towards the Atlantic put us in a cage. The Mediterranean is blocked. We can't exchange civilization, share goods, share histories, and other things that we have built over a period of 7 centuries. And towards the Atlantic, we are not compatible. Our people know how to speak only Arabic and Hausa. They don't know how to speak English. They don't want to speak English. They don't want to learn English till today. This is just telling you something that is fact. And that is why you see the education level, when you measure it as a factor of English, we are losing. But when you measure it as a factor of Arabic language or Hausa language, we are great. It is simply because of this incompatibility. So there is a high level of incompatibility because the North is completely still not aligned with that Atlantic side of civilization. And when the white man comes, the first job of the white man is to destroy that Al-Majri you mentioned. That Al-Majri used to be an institution that is governed and controlled by the state under the custodianship of the emir and funded by the state. As at that time, prior to colonial masters, no Al-Majri go to bed, because the Al-Majri is the institution of learning in the North. And inside the Al-Majri system, we learn geometry, we learn art, we learn sciences, we learn mathematics, we learn physics, we learn chemistry, we learn how to go to market, we learn trading, we learn everything. And the white man said for them to bring their own kind of education system, they have to dismantle our traditional education system. And that was the crux of the colonization in northern Nigeria, destruction of the Al-Majri education system. It is precisely the reason why they are pushed to begging, because they are no longer supported by the state. And it is precisely the reason why now, if you look at UBEC budget, that's Universal Basic Education Commission, their budget, there is no line for Al-Majri, even though they are still going to school. But because it's completely informalized, nobody wants to recognize them with any budget. That's why they run to the street and start begging. I'm not justifying that, but I'm just trying to give inference. So for the North to actually develop, we used to blame the leaders, but it's looking like somebody that is put in a cage. From the right, you are blocked. From the left, you are blocked. So how do you develop? What kind of magic are you going to do to develop? And any society, if you look at factors of development, there is destiny in it. 4 things define why countries develop. Number 1 is geography. Number 2 is demography. Number 3 is energy. And number 4 is demography, geography, energy, and vicinity. You know, so we have all these factors are blocked. Yeah, our geography is locked. Number 1. We have massive demography that has no means of production because we cannot share, we can't transport with the seas, we can't cross-trade. Now, we also have no access to energy because of the nature of the place. To access energy, you have to go all the way to the shores before you can transport it upland. Therefore, this disincentivizes factory from setting up and feed that demography. And another factor is, again, food security. All of them are also dependent on energy. Those are the 4 things: demography, geography, energy, and food. We have food, we have demography, but we don't have energy. We also don't have good geography. And worst case scenario, the energy and the geography determines the success of demography and enough food production. And that's why we're poor. This is the problem. No matter how you have a leader, no matter how determined the leader is, provided you have to pick money from somewhere that is coming not your region, you are always going to be poor, no matter how innovative you are. And that is why some of these leaders, they are very good, but they end up going into building bridges, doing phantom projects, simply because these monies cannot go into production value. If you say you're going to set up factories and create jobs, how are you going to get energy? How are you going to get raw material? How are you going to transport it? You can't do that. But that's not compared to Ogun State that is facing the Atlantic shores, or Port Harcourt, or Ilaje in Ondo State. So this is basically the major problem. So the best solution here, which is the last thing I want to say, is that we have to have a somewhat kind of a decentralized arrangement where we are now having this regionalization argument that is coming in the system, where we go back to the regional system as opposed to the centrist approach to governance that we have, which we inherited from the military era style. We decentralize so that there can be cross-trade between our previous civilization partners in the Sahel via the Red Sea and the Mediterranean. That is the only way we can create a corridor of transaction. And linking these two lines together, it is precisely the reason why Buhari started to build rail lines to the Niger Republic, pipeline of energy transfer to the Niger Republic, all to reach Mediterranean. It is only when we create this cross transaction between the Atlantic and the Mediterranean that the North can find itself in a better position.
All right. There's actually a counter argument. There's the argument that the northern elites are actually deliberately keeping that armagery system for reasons of the historical patriarchal system that has always been the case in that space, and then to keep them as foot soldiers too. Because there was a period that Emir Lamido Sanusi was pushing against that narrative, and that was one of the reasons a lot of people speculate that they got him out of his emirship. So is there not that argument that system? We take everything that you said, but it doesn't really justify it. Nigeria is a wealthy country. The North is an integral part of that country. The structures are easily reached to move those children out of where they are into a better space, but that system still obtains. So there's almost a field that is deliberately kept that way. What would you say to that? Just a brief comment on that, and then we go on to the next contributor.
Yes, thank you. That is still the colonial argument, right? The colonial argument is that there is this deliberate conspiracy to keep these people poor. I interacted with most of these northern leaders on a very deeply, highly personal level. And I can tell you that majority of them that we condemn are actually very patriotic and they want to do something. But no matter who you are shaped by the system that designed you. You can never go beyond the system that shaped you. All of us are product of design by nature. And the design of where the North is strategically positioned now is at a massive disadvantage. You can't incentivize industrialization in the North. You cannot. And this is the region that you have birth rate of almost close to 6.4% per woman of marriage age. So the demography is expanding massively, while the production value is completely at a disadvantage. No matter how you want to create it, you have a lot of limitations. You jump to Niger, they tell you that they are not there, you are in another country. You go to Burkina Faso or Cotonou or this place, Cameroon, all the neighbors, you are locked. When you turn towards the Atlantic, you don't have roads. How do you deliver food? In fact, to deliver, you find out that you produce massive amount of onion in Katsina. But by the time you transport this onion to Lagos market, you find out that the average transportation cost per onion, per piece of onion, the transportation costs almost triple the cost of the onion itself as you put it from the origin, from the source. Why? Because the transportation and energy consumes everything, because you're at a disadvantage. So, and the roads are bad. A lot of criminality, there are a lot of issues. So when you don't connect the supply line between the buyers and the sellers, or between the source of goods to the destination of the demand, you are always going to be a problem. And that is why principally the North is caged. The former Emir Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, yes, he protested this colonial argument, but he was the Emir of Kano. He was the CBN governor. What has he done about it? You are sitting in Kano, in Badala. That's the center of, I think, the Joel of Nashville is born in Kano. He knows Badala. He knows areas of the Emir's palace. That's the cause of poverty in that area. So what has he done about it? So it's not about talking fancy, languages and trying to convince other people that your people are bad. It is just looking at it from the root cause, and the root cause is our design. So that design we have to find a way around this design before we can enable production. We have to go back to the way we used to be when the production was solid.
All right, brilliant. Ekene, you're up next. Unmute, introduce yourself to Mr. Garba. Tell him where you're joining us from. Put a position to him. Ekene?
Yeah, one man. Thank you. Ekene from Lagos. Thank you, Mr. Garba. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
I don't have much to say, but from what you just said in the major component of development, I disagree completely with that, and I still want to push you back on that. when you mention some major component of development, which I disagree, because I believe that what develops a nation is when leaders educate his people, because education give people room to think on how to develop themselves, develop the society. So the major component of development that I know is education, which is lacking mostly in the north. Because if you check statistic and what we have in the nation today, we have the major out of school children from the north, and the statistics are there. So why are the northern leaders not doing enough to educate their children or their own? Because education, just give people education, they will develop the society. That's how I see it. So why are they not doing enough to educate the northern children? So
All right.
another thing is
Yeah.
another thing is why do politicians move focus from who can develop or who can make the nation work, but always concentrate on politics, south, north, east, this and that, not looking into who will bring that major development we need, or that education that we need in the nation to spur up development in our society? Why is it always politics and not performance? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The argument about education has been aired many times. I still want to conclude it as, once again, a colonial argument, because the concept of education in Nigeria is English. Somebody who knows how to speak English, knows how to send a mail, knows how to write a report, and knows how to, all those kind of things. Meanwhile, education or literacy is your ability to read and write. And you hardly find all those street children you see moving on the street. They can write in Arabic, they can write in Ajami, some of them can write in Hausa, and they can also read. Why is that not an education? Why won't that be formalized? Why do we throw our children on the street simply because they don't speak colonial language? Why? So this is the question. Does Chinese develop using English? What about India? Why is India doing their language? What about even Indonesia most recently? Why are they also following their language? What about even the Arab countries, the Gulf and Co. that are growing big? Even Israel now is doing Hebrew. So we need to just forget about that so-called until we speak English, that's when we are educated, and come back to the people that can read and write and formalize that structure. And that is why I believe the current government of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu will make effort towards that by creating or organizing the entire Almajiri Commission, an out-of-school children commission, so that the system of that education can come into the formal window, get its own budget, get its own boarding classes, get its own teachers, train them, put them. We have Nigerian National Board for Technical Education, where you can give them training in welding, in carpentry, in POP and co. This is hands-on, and they can be productive to the society. Why do we have to think that until they speak English and go to one class and fight rote cramming and pass exams, that's the only way they are educated? So it's a structural mistake, and it's been corrected. So the education, the North is educated. The only problem is that the education is not English education. That's where the problem is. And on the issue of politics, whether it should be just about performance, yes, that is the ideal scenario. But our reality negates that. In our reality, we are completely at the center of politics of interest. So nobody cares about who can perform. What they care about is who fits into the balance of power so that the country cannot get inflamed. That is the main thinking of the country's stakeholders. And all the time, the decision is taken based on this, first and foremost. Performance can happen at the state level. Performance can happen at the local government level. Performance can happen in the National Assembly. But the center have to be somebody that will balance all the interests. So that's why politics always reigns supreme over performance. But we will get there. We will get to the point whereby performance will always go above politics, but our level of education or maybe enlightenment at this stage, if we want to be real to ourselves, we are not up to that point. Is the ideal scenario? Yeah.
All right.
Sorry,
Brilliant.
one man.
Yeah.
Sorry, if you permit me 5 seconds interjection. Permit me to say that your explanation that education is about English language is being reductive. Because when we talk about like countries like Iran, they speak Farsi, they get educated in Farsi, but you see them creating technology with Farsi, similar to Turkey and all. The Almajiri is strictly on religious basis. Nobody's going to have a problem, or the North will not have, they will not be poor. I mean, the entire country is poor, so I don't want to just like I'm picking on the North. But the problem will not be that massive if you're seeing people going to the Almajiri schools and then you see them win awards, create stuff, be productive. Is the lack of productivity coming out from those institutions that people have a problem with, not necessarily the language? Thank you.
Yes, you are completely right.
Malam,
and
sorry, Malam, before you continue, you are a product of Almajiri and you are speaking very fluent English to the national audience. How do you want to reconcile that with your Arabic narrative at the time?
Okay, thank you very much. Number one, that's why I brought a historical context earlier about colonialism, where the colonial arrangement in the first place was to dismantle the original structure of the Almajiri system. The original structure of Almajiri system does not teach. In fact, the religious education is not more than 15-20%. We have geometry, we have physics, we have chemistry, we have trading, we have different things. And that is why major families that you celebrate today in the North, take for instance, Aliko Dangote, or take for instance, Samadi Sheikh Karabiu, their parents are co-Almajiris. In fact, Aliko Dangote's family today maintains the largest sangaya for Almajiris in Africa. More than 10,000 Almajiris are there. And the family did not start now, they inherited it from their roots. If you go to Kano market, all the so-called land of the center of commerce of Nigeria, go to all the markets in Kano, majority of the rich men in these markets are from Almajiri. Somebody from Sahar stores has never known how to speak English. He's an Almajiri. Somebody for Rano, he never know how to speak English. He's an Almajiri. These are all Almajiris, co-Almajiris, but they learn this trade from Almajiranchi. The problem is that the colonials destroyed it, the colonials demarcated that system, and the colonials funded anybody to send them away as if they are part of rack into the society, which is what is supposed to be corrected. As you ask, I'm a product of Almajiri system. It is precisely the reason why I'm defending it. If I had not passed through the background of Almajiri system, I don't think I would be this resilient and strong. I started my Almajiri when I was 4 years, and by 8 years, I'm able to finish. But the way we do it in Adamawa State is completely different from the way it is done in the Northwest. You hardly go to Adamawa State and see any Almajiri beggar, because the state and the traditional emirs were able to create a situation whereby before you can even send your child to Almajiri in Adamawa, you must provide the necessary undertakings to take care of that child. If you don't provide this wherewithal, you don't even take him there. And that's how we went through. We didn't beg, we only learn, we get trained, and then we were put into formal school and we became one of the best students. So that is exactly the situation. It's not a bad deal. It is just this fact that it's been demarketed and people took that demarketing due to some information stuff, and then they throw it away as part of problem. It's not in itself a problem. It's just that it's a structural issue, which I believe is being addressed.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So brilliant, excellent. They want to push you a bit more on that space, but we'll leave that space for a micro moment. I want us to get back to politics. If Bishop has a question on politics, Bishop, you're up next. Unmute. Introduce yourself to Mr. Garba. Put a position to him. Tell him where you're joining us from, Bishop.
No, go to the next person. I can come to him later, please. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Folly B, you're up next. Folly.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Garba. Welcome to our platform. We really appreciate your coming. My question goes straight because I want to have it in record today. It's very happy for me to see you here. My question is, please, can you actually tell us the kind of politics we are playing in Nigeria now? Do you think we can get the kind of leadership we want in this space? People who have the progressive mind, not where you come from, not the tribe you belong to, the quality people who actually merit the kind of leadership that we want for this country to move forward. Do you think these politics we are practicing in this country can actually give us the kind of progressive leader that we want? If your answer is yes, if this system can actually produce it for us, who are the people and what do you think these people are doing to lead us to that promised land that we all want? And if your answer is no, how do you think we can get this country on a track that can actually give us a kind of leadership we want? Thank you.
Sorry, Foley, do you want to tell Mr. Garba your political leanings so he knows where you're coming from?
Okay. AAC member. I belong to Showore campaign ideology.
All right, thank you very much. At least you see our government is very, very open government. So what I got is freedom completely.
Please, can we not go to that route? Can we not go to that route? We have never hold him any right to hold him at all.
Yes. All right. So the politics we play now, you see, democracy is evolutionary, especially the kind of one we are playing. If you look at the crop of leaders we have then, although we celebrated them because of first-time advantage, but what they have done is not as best as what we are seeing now. And the level of the engagement in the space is so much so that even the leaders are afraid of underperformance. It means we are growing. What is lacking now that may not likely take us to the promised line in time is important progressive mind to join the political space and get into the mud, similar to the way those guys that are not progressive, that are now playing the cards, are getting into the mud. We have to get in, fight it, and work it. This is similar to the way they are doing. Like some people like us, sometimes you see something that it's not the way it should be done, but it is what it is now. So you just have to allow it to flow so that by the time you have your chance, you can tell them the truth and they go ahead and do it. When somebody is having political power, it's usually a challenge. So we, people like us, progressive, have to mainstream ourselves into the political space, number one. Number two, we don't mainstream from the sidelines. We must mainstream from the centers. We don't mainstream by going through like a political parties that we think we have convenience there. We mainstream ourselves within the major political parties. Try to get in and do what we can to play the politics as they play. That's the only way progressive mind can get to drive the development agenda that we need in this country, especially our generation. But a situation whereby we critique and stay on the sidelines, where we are convenient, we don't want to go and do the fight the way we are supposed to do. Usually, that's the reason why we are still getting the recyclical system, because we don't want to play. People like us that are playing at the center, we are just being thought of as maybe we are just doing the impossible. So this is what I believe we should do. We should play at the center. That's the only way we can get the kind of progressive mind we're doing. Yes.
All right, brilliant. Sorry, did you want to go on?
Yeah. Okay, sir. With the way the politics is playing, do you think the progressive can actually have their way in this present political space? With the way they have already monetized everything.
It's actually, to be very candid with you, it's tough because that monetization affected my ambition too, right? It's very, very tough. But again, it is kind of surrendering to stay away. Come in and tell them it's wrong, then work with them to convince that it is wrong and get the right things be done. That's how politics is. Politics is about wrestling your own ideas and getting it implemented. That's what politics is all about. So, but the situation whereby you condemn them all and jump to another place, It's like you are not ready to play politics. You just want to be convenient, and that is not a convenient space. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the current president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, only God knows the kind of challenges he passed through in his life. Most of us have this historical documentation from 1988 to now. How he wrestled, fight, disagree, agree, go on exile, this before he became president. It's not something that you can just pick on the ground simply because, you have to play the politics as it should be played if you want things to be done. And you and I know that even during the Buhari administration, several policy recommendations he put forward in his position as a party leader, it was discarded. But that doesn't mean he ran away from the party. He stayed put forward and then became the president. Now he has right to implement his policies. So that's basically how these things are usually done. So we have to fight it to get the right thing. We don't have to get out of the center.
All right, brilliant. Ajanle Koko is up next, but on our way to Ajanle Koko, let me ask you this question. Now, let me take you to the Nnamdi Kanu space. So he recently had a court appearance where his bail was rejected. And a lot of people feel that it's been held somewhat politically. But a lot of people also feel that given all of the atrocities that this guy committed, we were playing tapes of his broadcast during the NSAS space, kill them, burn it down, savage ravage. So what are you making of Nnamdi Kanu one? Do you think the courts are justified to still hold him in situation, or do you or not? And do you think ultimately the solution to Nnamdi Kanu has to be political? And do you think it's been held politically?
Number one, I believe the court must have a very, very strong reasons why they are holding Nnamdi Kanu down. And Nnamdi Kanu's record is not hidden to everybody. He was anti-state and violently so. And to some degree, you can pair him with Shekau, who was killed by the Nigerian state, because of terrorist activities. Because Nnamdi Kanu is sponsoring people to go and kill and maim and destroy anybody that disagrees with him. And he clearly is fighting against the Nigerian state. This is a treasonable felony. And you don't release a felon simply because there are some political backing behind his call for release without giving something in return, right? And so in this case, he's been incarcerated. I think it's more secure for Nigeria now because we do not know what will happen if he eventually got released. Don't forget, he was released some times back. He jumped bail, went on air, and still encouraged the people to keep killing and destroying. So it's not that there was no reference from releasing him before. It was that he was released before, and he still continued to, encourage chaos to be committed. We knew how many things he said during the SARS, destroy this, kill this. And he was the videos and everything is all over online. So we know this thing. So how do you release this guy, hand him over to his people, his criminal gang, to continue to torment the country? That's wrong. That means if you release a treasonable felon, you are encouraging more of him to emerge. It means somebody from the north will also emerge and say he's creating a republic and start destroying people. So you call him and negotiate and release him. And then somebody will come up from the south, somebody will come up from the southwest. We are creating vertical criminals as an enterprise. We can't do that. So that is why I believe holding him for now is a good thing until so many assurances have been extracted that he may not go out again and commit these things. Or if the court decided to say they are committing him to life, this is judgment of the court. There's nothing we can do about it.
Do you think denouncing Biafra should be one of the preconditions should he ever be released? Should he has to formally, publicly denounce Biafra as a first step towards release? Do you think that is necessarily a precondition that must be in place?
I'm not sure, based on what I know, I'm not sure that the state is even worried about his agitation for Biafra. That's not something wrong. That's something that has been happening even prior to Nnamdi Kanu. We have Rap, Wazuruke. We even went to civil war. There are so many people prior to him. There are so many. Agitation for Biafra is not It's not more than saying that you need to create maybe a Niger Delta Republic that we saw so many agitations, or maybe to create a Yoruba nation or Arewa Republic. But the violence is where the problem is. The destruction of the institution of state, burning police stations, killing the policemen, destroying INEC, destroying courts, destroying state assets, killing people, maiming them, raping women, causing havoc, encouraging havoc. That's where the problem is. So how are we disconnect somebody who has committed crime from his past? How can we disconnect that? So even if he come and say that maybe he denounced Biafra, what does that solve? Nobody's saying that Biafra should not say we need Biafra. This is democracy. They can request for Biafra, but do so responsibly. You have senators, you have members of House of Reps, you have state governors. Why don't you ask them to stand up in the National Assembly and pass a bill that there should be recognition for the state of Biafra? Why are they silent? So this is where the agitation should be followed through the order and the law. Nobody is saying don't do it, but do it through the right channel. But the situation whereby you chose violence, then you should be held accountable for your violence. And the fact that he is in court facing the consequences of his violence, I believe he should know the consequences of this before he go into this kind of agitation. And now he's facing the consequences. And I don't believe it's good to sympathize with somebody who asks people to kill and destroy our fellow citizens for his political agenda.
All right, brilliant. Thank you.
One man, can I ask the question in that direction, please?
All right, go on.
And one thing I want to say is that, it's 1 a.m. I'm still in the office, so maybe we can.
Yes, we'll try and get around the people on the screen, and then you can give us your final words. So you heard Mr. Garba. He's had a long day, so condense the questions, put it to him. So we try and exhaust the people on the screen. So I think there are just about 3 more people after Thomas here.
Yes. Good morning from Australia, Melbourne, Victoria State. I'm close to one man. Yes. So, quick question on that aspect. What do you think about this rendition back to Nigeria? Thank you. Is it legal or illegal? Thank you.
You mean rendition of Nnamdi Kanu?
Yes, please.
It's very legal. Very, very legal. Absolutely. If somebody is committing crime outside my country, from within my country, I should deploy all my security assets to bring him to justice. There is no law. There is no, there is no morality by breaking the law. So if we are able to get a criminal who is tormenting us from somewhere, it's good. It's like saying that now we have somebody called the leader of Islamic State in the Greater Sahara. His name is Ilyas Ajibo. He operates within the Sahel. Most of the people that are doing banditry and kidnapping are people that from his camp. So if we can deploy assets and bring this guy to justice, very good news. Very, very good news. So I believe the concept of legality should give weight for security. There should be order and stability before we think of justice and whatever it is that is called equality. We must have order and stability. This clearly shows my kind of political leaning, which is right wing. I need order and stability before I think about justice and equality. And the fact that he's arrested, that is the right thing to be done. Wherever, I think it's okay.
All right, brilliant. So for the people left, just cut the preamble completely. Put a position directly to Mr. Garba because he's had a long day. So, Ajanle Koko, you're up next. Unmute, introduce, put a position.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Garba. I'm Ajanle Koko from United States. Let me ask you this question first. Are you an APC member?
100%.
Okay, good. All right. A couple of questions for you. Are you proud to have Ganduje as the chairman of your party, a man that we seen the video taking bribe, stashing dollar into his babariga or agbada, how do we call it? That's number one. Are you proud of him? Then number two, I want to commend you for your economic theory that you are suggesting for from consumption to productivity in Nigeria. So your suggestion that we can use the power of consumption to lure investment, encourage investors to come and invest in Nigeria. So I think I really agree with you. It's a good economic theory, and I hope you can suggest that to the president, and I hope they will listen. You can write them a paper on how this can be achieved. That's a good one. You are right. Obi as well is right for consumption to production. So, but you see, the insecurity in the north during the time of Buhari, 400 names of people that are financially backing the insecurity in the world. I mean, sponsoring rather insecurity in North were given to Buhari. Buhari did not do anything. He didn't release the name. Told us they had the name, but they didn't release it. We didn't know them. But recently, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu released some names, 10 names, I guess. All of them are northerners. What does that tell us? When we have people sponsoring terrorism that ravages that part of the north, responsible for killing of millions of
all right. Ajale Koko, let Mr. Garba address that. So I think you get the broad thrust of it, Mr. Garba.
Thank you very much. On the issue of Ganduje, Ganduje is a very nice man. In fact, one of the best politicians we have in Nigeria. There was a video that was leaked out, and it was alleged that he was packing dollars in his pocket. But I get there is a court judgment that came out and said that that video was fake. I think Supreme Court also, that rest the case. So as a Nigerian citizen, I think I would want to go with that Supreme Court judgment, because this is something behind the screen, and that if the court said it based on the analysis is wrong, then I don't know what to say further. But when that thing came out, I was out condemning and feeling betrayed, because I admire Ganduje a lot. And I see him as a model of Nigerian democratic success, because he did very excellently in every position, and he is able to break a lot of barriers beyond what people can imagine, in his political career. Anytime that people feel he's down, then you find him up. He's a very strategic political player. So, but with the release of the court from the court judgment against that a video that shows his packing dollars in his pocket, I think we should somehow respect the rulings of the court and accept what our law says. The second thing again is thank you very much for the comment regarding from consumption to production. That's other side of Peter Obi. And the third thing is about northern insecurity. Yes, the thing is just unfortunate. You find out that many areas where there are insecurities, you see that the people in those areas are somewhat responsible, because it's a kind of violent or conflict entrepreneurship. And these people make money by sponsoring criminal franchises and high-level criminal operations for them to profiteer. It's disappointing to me too, as it is disappointing to you. And I believe this government is bold enough to release these criminals, their details. Very bold enough. And I think if there's something we should commend Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu for, it is showing that he is not a leader that will want to stay and listen to some interest group that will deny him from doing what is right. The fact that he went bold enough to release this detail means that he meant business, and we should commend the president for a job well done. And we should see more of this.
All right, brilliant. Baba, you're up next. On mute, put a position to Mr. Garba. Tell him where you're joining us from. Baba. Baba.
think Baba is online. It's just
Yeah, it is online. It's unmuted. So speak now. You're muted now. So Baba, so speak.
Okay, can you hear me?
You can carry on.
Yes, yes,
great, because it's not showing here. Assalamu alaikum, Malam Garba.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Yeah. Straight question. My name is Baba, and I'm calling from USA. The spate of kidnapping in the north, I refer particularly to the one in Kaduna, 287 school children. Happily, now they are released. And the women, 127 IDP camp in Plateau State, has finally convinced me there is an economy behind the right spate of kidnappings in the north. There is an economy there. And why are you guys allowing this?
Thank you very much. You see, the problem is very complex, very, very complex. Some people take to this violence or criminal enterprise, sometimes to even blackmail the government into doing something that they don't like. The spate of kidnapping increased when the government decided to remove fuel subsidy, which is something that we need, like that has drained Nigeria for so long. And the government also decided to kind of remove any incentive on Naira dollar transaction by floating the Naira. So it affected everybody. Some of the people, if you look at the names of those people that are published as terrorists, you find out that most of them are British. These are the people that are mostly affected by the government policy. This is what it's pointing at. So if this is the case, then you will see that Nigeria, to some people, are trying to convert that operation as a vertically integrated criminal enterprise, where they do everything possible to torment the state in making sure that something doesn't work. Immediately the president removed fuel subsidy, you need to see a lot of agitation that came out of the country. There is no blackmail that was not done to the president. You know what happened when the food prices are going up. You know what happened when the Naira just decided to start going down as something that is falling from the sky. But the president said, you can't intimidate me. I will want to do what is right for the country. And that is why they went a hayway to expand their scope of kidnap at the scale of Chibok girls, because they knew that when Chibok girls case happened, there was international attention, and they were trying to attract this international attention. But the president said, no, I have a team that will deal with this situation. And that is why you see that they have lost. The Naira is regaining its value. The food stock prices is coming down. They are losing it. The only option they have is to run away. And that is why they are releasing these victims. So I believe that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government is a government that will reveal a whole lot for this country, because this country has been held to jugular for so long time, and this man is trying to do everything possible to put things in the right perspective. And that is why we are seeing this thing. If it was, some government that tried to care about the so-called stakeholder interest, by now, you will find out that there are a lot of negotiation and counter negotiations that doesn't make sense, doesn't add any value, and things will slow down. The violent entrepreneurs win. But as you say, he can't be blackmailed. So that is the situation. I believe we will see changes now. We will see a very strong changes, Baba. I assure you this, with this president is actually here to work, not to play.
All right, Binan. The final question goes to Baba T. BT, unmute, introduce yourself to Mr. Garba, tell him where you're joining us from, put a position to him. BT.
Yes, thank you so much, one man. Great show, by the way, and good question by all the panelists. Thank you for coming on the show, Mr. Garba. This is BT from Boston. I took some notes down, actually, in regards to your take on production in the North, and also the use of the language, the Arabic language in the North. And you did give historical context to why they've refused to adopt the English language up North. But everything seems to gear towards the need to change the system. I mean, using the word to restructure Nigeria. Now, when you ask the average Nigerian about the word restructuring, it means different things to different people.
So the first question is, do you agree that Nigeria needs to be restructured? And number two, what does it mean to you? What does that word mean, restructuring? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Baba T. Restructuring is over-politicized because there are a lot of political interest. There is an industry that is created around discussion about restructuring. Several fora, several conversations. So I believe that word has been heavily politicized. That's why some of us are advocating for it to change to reconfiguration. As opposed to restructuring, we now say we have to reconfigure the country so that it can fit into its own purposes based on the regions of interest. And I believe the country is going towards that. You now see Northeast Development Commission, Niger Delta Development Commission, Southeast Development Commission, South-South Development Commission, Southwest Development Commission, Northwest Development Commission. There are so many decentralization activities that is taking place. Constitutional amendment procedure has kick-started from the National Assembly. So a lot of actions are going to be taken based on the right things to be done as opposed to based on over-politicization. I will want to support, if it is called restructuring, I believe that is what Nigeria requires. Nigeria have to operate from the region of its strength to contribute to the center of unity, not operating from the center to, the regions. And I believe this is one of the major agenda of the current government, because this is what the president himself, before he became the president since 1990s, has been advocated for. He has been advocating for this. And if you remember, there was even a restructuring report that was submitted to the previous president, Muhammadu Buhari, through the party under the leadership of Nasir El-Rufai, the former governor, His Excellency. But again, you know how the previous government went and nothing happened. So I believe this government is going to look into this restructuring. And I strongly, strongly believe that this restructuring or reconfiguration is what Nigeria requires for the North and all other regions to unblock their productivity and transit into this 21st century in a much more better standing.
Yes. So Umar, you'll be open to because like countries like Canada, Finland, Switzerland, they have multiple official languages. And based on what you've told us about the North not refusing the, so will you be open to Nigeria having multiple official languages if that will help the North?
Absolutely. In fact, even the last National Assembly, the 9th National Assembly, passed a bill, and I believe Buhari even signed it into law, the former president, that we can begin to teach in local languages in our schools. So the process has started. We have the law now for you to teach in Hausa, in Yoruba, in Igbo languages in classes, to translate books in physics, in chemistry, and mathematics in local languages. So the process has started, so I believe this is what should help Nigeria. We have technology that will transliterate and translate. So why do we have to hustle to learn some person's language from another country simply because we are not in that era now? We are now in the new era. So we should be able to communicate in a language that is most effective to us so that we can explore our potential much more.
All right, brilliant. So I want to thank you for joining us. Let me put this final question to you. It's a controversial one. It's the incident of Deborah Samuel that happened in Sokoto, which you took a very hard line on. Have you had time to reflect on the stance you took on that particular incident, and where are your thoughts on that now? The Deborah Samuel incident in Sokoto.
You see, that incident, when it happened, I was attacked more by the North than by the South, or I can say I was attacked more by the Christians than even the Muslims. The Muslims by even the Christians. It was just that maybe it was loud on Twitter, but if you go to my TikTok page, when I did a video condemning the attackers, you need to see the kind of insult I receive from my northern contemporaries. What I said there was, that attack was barbaric, was criminal, it should never happen. I condemn it strongly that time. In fact, my political supporters called me several places and asked me to remove that video from my page. I say, I am not going to remove it, and it's still there on my profile because I stand by what I say. But I now came to Twitter and published that also the non-Muslims need to be very careful, because trying to attack the Prophet is actually a red line. whatever you will do, do not attack the Prophet in a Muslim majority area. This does not only happen in Nigeria, but everywhere in the world where the Muslims are. And then people interpreted it as though I said that I supported what they did to Deborah and that I was even like that. I just decided to keep quiet. Because most of the times when I do something, I just do it with my conscience and I am fine. No matter how people interpret it, I don't care. That's why sometimes, no matter how I've been attacked online, you find out that I don't care because I try to, as much as possible, to be free with myself and to accept, even if it is a mistake, to accept my mistake and publish it the way it is. When I discover it's wrong, then I say it's wrong. But that was clear that I say that is a red line. As a non-Muslim or even a Muslim, do not insult the Prophet of Islam because it's a red line to Muslims and the Muslims usually react violently. Then, to the Muslim that did the attack, I condemn them. I say it's criminal. What they should have done, even according to Islamic provision, is that they should report her to the authorities for action, not to take action on their own. Because Islam prohibits anybody to take action when an authority is in place. Most profoundly, Sokoto State is the seat of Islamic Caliphate in Nigeria, where you have Sultan of Sokoto. The appropriate thing they should do is to report the case to the Sultanate, not to take action on their own. So I condemn them strongly, but of course, you know the media now, they carry the other side and say that Adamu too supported the killing of Deborah. I've never supported that, never. I just say that we just need to be more careful not to provoke what is unnecessary.
Oh, thank you, my professor. I'll call you Professor Garba. Thank you for coming, my brother. Thank you so much. We, on behalf of One Man Platform, on behalf of everyone on the screen, our listener, we say thank you. May God bless you. May Allah bless you, inshallah. I'm even inviting you to come again and again. I will not deceive you. I have more questions for you. I know people have more questions for you, but I know it's late night there in Nigeria, so we leave you for night, just for tonight. So we believe you will come back. May God bless you, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
And give us your closing. Give us your closing remark.
No, I think you've done the closing remark. I really appreciate this wonderful team. It's very intellectually engaging. And the questions were very hard, but sincere and frank. And the house is very mature and calm. I really appreciate that. I saw obedience. I was thinking they would begin to punch my face, but the obedience were actually asking questions. You understand? So I think it's a very good house. I am happy to be here all the time. Anytime you need me, let me know. And I thank you very much for having me tonight.
Thank you so much. God bless you. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the evening. So thank you. So that was Adamu Garba, former intellectual, political stalwart. Let's say that. So
and one man.
Yes.
I will tell you that I was impressed though.
Yeah, no. Let me play a bit of 2-minute music, and then we come back and then we gather thoughts.
Make it 1 minute music now. 2 minutes to plug you now.
Okay.
Running to bed.
In the spirit of our guest, let me play this.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingarti. Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodo min moni do min darti. Yo go to phone it bunny bucket as your party. And when I'm better, Mingarti. Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodo min moni do min darti. Yo go to phone it bunny bucket as your party. Hey, Chua gamne welly focus souvenir the film. Hanky wana hande hanky jamon bale sim. Minyala fije nange jamon lengin bada tin. On sa kurang ala wura men ko jaro find. Sifty namo ala chifty ala ind. Idi now will the iwi.
So there it is. Shifty, Nama. So shifty, Nama, all that. You were saying, Joel of Nashville.
Yeah, one man. One thing is this, right? For me, the hallmark for people I like mingling with or people I like listening to are people that have a mind of their own. And you might not really like what they are offering you, but they have a mind of their own. I also see that in people like, even the last two presidential aspirants. I'm talking about Obi and even Tinubu. You see, they have a mind of their own. They always do things differently, not the way you might necessarily like them to do it. But at the end of the day, you see them, coming out good because it's original. So I saw that in him. He may not have. I think the argument he had. I won't say the argument. His take on the economy, I think was I didn't really like the idea of bringing in companies because of skills. I don't think that if we need skills, we can really prop that up. We can really do the skills in Nigeria. What is there, right? If it is, but is the machine. You bring people. We've been doing this thing. That's why I'm saying, like, sometimes, people in government really think that these things are rocket science. They're not rocket science. If you bring down a world-class hospital in Nigeria today, and you want people to run it, come on now. It's not rocket science. What we do here is not rocket science. So that's the thing. And apart from that area, I think he did good on the average.
All right, brilliant. We have to really work on our timing. If we had him earlier, we'd have had him longer. But it was doing. Actually, there was something he was doing that I can't tell you, but I know. But maybe when next it comes, he'll tell you about
one
it.
man, you say we. Well, why is it the collective decision? It's on you.
Are we not together in this anymore? Look at that. Throw me under the bus. Look at that. Look at that. But no. But you didn't push him hard enough. Now I wanted him. I wanted a bit of flogging.
Woman, what we are trying to do is just to make this place to be a place where they can actually feel comfortable.
Oh, all right. Exactly. Not he was even saying they came expecting the wildlings from the obedient.
We just want him to be that free, so that we don't want to give him that basketballs, so that we can be able to have more.
I wish
let's leave the basketballs to ourselves, But if people come around, because no matter how you want to look at it, if you give him basketballs, next time he won't come.
In fact, I have a lot of things here. I just calm down to what I think should be better for him.
Yeah, but
he said there's quite a lot of interesting things. He wasn't holding back at all on the Nnamdi Kanu space. Essentially saying that he should rot in prison, and a lot of outside of the East, that's what most people think, that this guy, he did too much for him to be set free.
Even in the East,
they will do their investigation and check the history. What that bring Nnamdi Kanu to level of war where he is now. When the guy started, he has never been violent. It's the Nigerian government that make him to be violent.
Are you blaming Nigeria? You are blaming Nigeria government on the recklessness of Nnamdi Kanu. You can't do that.
It was aftermath. You are talking about aftermath of his action. When it started, there is nothing like that. Let's talk about what happened in the beginning.
Ignorance of a law is not an excuse. So for him to actually acted in such a reckless manner, I have like almost 35 or 36 videos of that guy.
Kanu happened to you, will be more brutal than him. Let's put it that way. If what happened to him happened to you, will be more brutal than him.
Well, alhamdulillah, it's not happening to me, and I'm not advocating for anything.
I thought it was quite telling that he wasn't especially keen for Nnamdi Kanu to denounce Biafra. They don't really care because it's the voice of the North, by the way, that guy, because he's young enough to be in touch with the next generation and he's elite enough to know what the seniors are thinking. So is it down in the North? They don't even care about Biafra. They just don't want you to be blowing up stuff. You can shout Biafra all you like. That's what he's saying.
But one man, can we say it's being truthful? Can we say it's being truthful?
I believe him. He had no reason not to, because I was fully expecting him to say that yes, he has to denounce Biafra, but he said, "Look, everybody is agitating for whatever. Nobody cares. Just don't
Thomas, agitating for Biafra is not the bone of contention here. The crux of the matter is when Nnamdi Kanu, right, flipped and then became so virulent and very, trying to
brutal.
Go and look at his videos now. Even at a point, he was calling out even the Southeast leader that were actually trying to help him out. He was basically calling all of them out. And this is the inconsistency that we actually speak about almost every time. At the point, they never wanted him out, but now they are trying to victimize a Nigerian nation.
And one man also, on this platform, we talked about the preparing for post Tinubu 2031, and he talked about the South preparing to provide. I think the APC with the VP peak, and they've kind of overtaken the South.
Yeah,
East.
I've been saying,
I think that was okay. Go ahead.
I've been saying that. I spoke about it. Maybe was it 2 days ago when I don't care, man of prestige, when it came to basically was I was speaking about this, and when you look at the politics that is going on in Nigeria now, especially, I think he's basically said almost everything that a conversant political watcher in Nigeria will understand how it will play out. The South, they are getting coordinated, they are consolidating, they are getting prepared.
They're getting stronger by the day, by the way. They're getting
stronger by the day. In the next,
they are aligned with the system.
They are aligning with because they know what Peter Obi is doing now, right? He's like he's doing it afterwards. What he should have done earlier is going to Morikas in Agege, going to Muslim communities, to Iftar, to Tafsir, to everything. Now, would you tell the Muslim now to take back their country? Because there's a way the Islam works. They will be courteous with you, right? They will associate with you, but they will never forgive and forget what you did. Because basically you challenge them, you call a jihad on them. So this thing now is that, look at Oshomole. Oshomole in the next 4 years, there's a possibility that they will re-elect him to the Senate. Imagine when Oshomole is re-elected to the Senate, right? And then you have Akpabio, you have Wike getting stronger in the South, and then you see what I've been saying all this while. He actually mentioned Soludo as one of the leaders that they should be looking forward to in the South.
Did it surprise you that he mentioned Hope Uzodinma as a powerhouse in the Southeast?
I'm not, and I
so
said it earlier that
who do you want him to mention?
Yeah, I'm not.
I was expecting him to mention Soludo. I didn't expect Hope or Alex Oti, but not.
Uzodinma is the chairman of the Southeast.
Yeah, you mentioned.
One voice. Yeah.
Yeah, he mentioned.
Hope Uzodinma is the chairman of the Southeast Governor Forum now, so he coordinates the Southeast political space at this moment.
And if you could recollect with the one man in my last submission right here, was it 2 days ago too? I said if there's an opportunity for the two national parties now, the two legacy parties, PDP or APC, right, to work with a candidate, a nationally accepted candidate from the Southeast, the person they will be trying to work with wouldn't be the person that the Southeast people want. I said it, right? So, for instance, if APC want to use Hope Uzodinma as a Southeast presidential candidate, they will probably not like him because they call him Uzodinma, they hate him, Supreme Court president. They will be looking for somebody like Obi who will not even carry the water to even mid-center of the nation. So this is where they need to understand the politics. Because
enigmatic, but he is not performing. He is not performing.
We are not
guys.
Performance. Leave performance on now. We can talk about performance later. That's a precept.
Okay.
Guys, let's not focus on. I think the most important thing the guy talked about that nobody has brought up is there seem to be an expectation for Tinubu to restructure the country. And there seems to be some openness to some form of restructuring of the country. And you can hear that is betrayed in the way he's talking about decentralization of things, and also the fact that one of the things they expect Tinubu to do, is alluding that is to restructure. So that's good news in my opinion.
Kulata,
I didn't know. So sorry. By the way,
hold on, enigmatic. Yeah, BT.
I did ask the question about restructuring, and I pushed him a little bit about having multiple official language. I wish we could have asked him more questions about what that means to him, because he's from the north, so they will have a different interpretation or meaning to that word. But we didn't have enough time. Hopefully, if he comes back next time, we can actually ask him what the North wants in restructuring in details, so he can tell us. But I'm glad he said some few words, and but hopefully he comes back. Yeah.
Yes, on that language space, I think we've had conversations around this before. What we have essentially in Nigeria is two countries in one. We don't speak the same language, and he's telling us that their culture looks to the Sahels. And he also told us that they don't feel a sense of affinity towards the people that are leaning towards the Atlantic, which is essentially us in the South. So it describes that narrative that their kinship, their lineage, it goes through Mali, Burkina Faso, all of this, all the way to the shores of Egypt, etc., etc. And he said they look more to the Red Sea than to the Atlantic. And they speak more the language of that space as opposed to the European language that you're speaking. So essentially, I'm not quite sure. That's the narrative of two countries in one, isn't it?
One man, that aspect really shocked me though, because I wanted to throw a second, but I didn't want to interject him a lot, right? That aspect shocked me a lot. I wanted to ask him, so if you see Nigeria as a country, why don't you learn from the South, what the South is doing? I know we are not at our best in the South, right? But why don't you just learn from the South? One man, it is purely the elite. It's just an elitist thing. I do not want to believe it because of affiliation.
Somebody actually asked the question the last time, but he failed to answer. Is it not the same North that he actually got his own education? How did he arrive be an exceptional person from the North? And those guys mentioning calling and Marjories remain in their position, remain poor, remain as beggar on the streets.
He answered it, funny man. I was the one that actually put back on him that he was actually an Amajiri product, because I knew he went through the Amajiri system, right? But that was what you said in Adamawa State. There's a way they run the Amajiri system as against how they run it in the Northwest, especially in Kano State, right? That for you to have your kid being enrolled in an Amajiri system in Adamawa State, for instance, where he grew up, he said you must make provision for the upkeep, right? Or that kid, you're not just going to drop the kid and just move on, as against the way it's done probably in other parts of the North. He actually he expanded on that a little bit, but I think you should probably give everybody maybe 5 minutes, one man, to have a recap, what they think and everything, so that we can expand the conversation.
But you see, enigmatic on that. I was gonna ask a question from him, but one man shut me down. He didn't want me to move further on the question, and I totally I know why he did that. He wanted.
I didn't shut you down, no, Ajale Koko. You heard him tell us that he wanted to leave, that he's still in the office at nearly 2 a.m. But and there were still about 3 people, so I wanted to make sure we get everybody in. That's why I pushed you along a bit. Yeah.
I know why you did that, but it's okay, no problem. But
are we going down the points or what? Are we doing like a recap or how?
Yeah, we're doing a recap. So we kick it off with Ajale Koko, and then we do
one man before we do recap. Can you? I understand your own time over there. Can we work something much better for if you're having a guest from Nigeria? Maybe we work the time so that it won't be like midnight, so that we can have much time with them. You understand what I mean?
Yeah,
I understand you too.
we can work that only if somebody else will host it, because the logistics of how I live, it doesn't.
I
That's
know.
why I start
That's what
solo.
I said. I
Yeah.
understand your
Yeah.
own how you live your time. But we work on that in the future. Thank you, Ajali Kokoro. Good.
Yeah, so we do feedback. Start from Ajan Lekoko, BT, Kulata, and then we go in that direction. So Ajan Lekoko, what did you make of it? It was quite. I think it came in anticipation of a flogging, but he had a conversation instead. But how did you think it went?
Yeah, I think it did very good. Many things he said I agree with, and some I did not agree with. You see, on his defense for Alimajiri, I don't totally agree with him on all he was saying, trying to say, yeah, British came and, dismantle the Almajiri system and make it not to work the way it used to work and stuff like that. I think that's not a good defense. It's not British that have been running that country for the past 70 years since we got independent. Why haven't they develop the Almajiri system? If according to what he was telling us that it used to work back in the days, why haven't they developed it to make it work well and not have out of school children as we have it all over the north? I mean, we went through this what do you call it, the state by state out of school children, all from the first to number 20 state, all in the north, 67%, 70%, 60 something out of school children. That is not good. There's no defense for Almajiri system at all. So, but according to him, he said he work in Adamawa State, the model they use, and said, it work well. But why can't they go after other states that are not making it to work good? That run it in such a way that instead of absorbing those children into the school system, but rather let those children out on the street, and all over the north we have out of school children. So why can't they, him particularly and some others that are well educated, why can't they stand up to make sure that the Almajiri school system? So I just think that it is not. I don't know. I think the best advice to him is, not to even defend it at all in any other place that he found himself being asked that kind of question. There's no defense for this Almajiri system that have produced out of school children in millions across the northern state. So that is number one. And number two, he mentioned that his government, federal Nigerian state killed what do you call it, Abubakar Shekau. That's not true. It's not Nigerian state that killed Abubakar Shekau. It's the ISWAP group, another terrorist group that killed Abubakar Shekau for reason of control and rivalry between them.
No, it was talking about Abubakar Shekau's father.
It's Sharim, the first guy, not Shekau, is talking about.
Yeah, his father.
The founder.
Leader.
Yeah.
Their leader. Okay. Oh, sorry.
The one that was
the one
arrested
that
and was
government killed him.
Oh, yeah.
The original one.
Tension. Oh, okay. All right. I didn't hear you well, so I'm sorry. But you see, and the way he defended, what do you call it? The question I asked him about Ganduje. I think that is
Baba, that guy is part of the elite. He can defend anything.
He told us that he was a right. He told us that he was a right of center politician now. So what he said is consistent.
He's only defending his pulse, defending where he belongs. So we should not see him as if he's a saint here. He's not a saint.
so the way he defended the Ganduje taking bribe and saying that the court said it's not him, I think no, that is not good. I think should have just said, look, I don't want to talk on it. I leave it to Nigerian to judge. I don't want to say anything. So, but saying, oh yeah, he's a good man, he's this one of the best strategies.
Those guys don't get shame. They know the shame.
That is not good. So, but yeah, on the economic
Ajale Koko, before you move on, before we castigate him on, if you don't mind, please, on Ganduje. But we can rightly say the court has pronounced. So what can we say?
I think the court has pronounced
Can we say it's right?
I don't think the court has.
Can we say it's talking from the land, the court of the land that pronounced
The
that
court didn't pronounce
they don't see
anything.
any
The court gave
variety?
an
The
injunction
court
not
didn't
to.
pronounce anything.
The court gave an injunction not to
I think
prosecute him.
they just tell them not to prosecute him, not to investigate him. That's all.
I don't know.
That's all. This country.
All right, hold on, Folly. We go to when Ajale Koko lands, we go to BT and then we'll move it around. Yeah, Ajale Koko.
So I don't know which court. I mean, we treated this thing, every political issue in Nigeria every day. So I've not had it. He's the one saying so. So, but I think it shouldn't even defend as a man being what it is, that stand up for the truth, or a kind of political commentator. I think you should not defend Kanduje or speak in any way to say, oh yes, because the reference to court judgment, I think, is a kind of giving it a soft landing, that it's not Ganduje, no, it's a lie against him, it's a propaganda against him. So
Sorry, Ajahn Lokoko, what did you expect? Garba never told you that it's coming from a moral standpoint. This kind of questions you should be asking Delivery Timmy that is fighting from a moral standpoint, not this kind of guy now. He's always going to defend his own political people.
well, no, what do you expect from that guy, Pharaoh to me, to say, if I should have that kind of question?
Pharaoh to me is the one that's going all over TV, postulating and prophesying. I mean, I said prophesying. What am I talking about? It's the one that's been kind of like been going on the moral high ground. This guy is not coming from a moral high ground, so you shouldn't judge him on that standard.
Okay, no, because it's a party, it's a an APC member, and that is the reason why I was asking. I wanted to know how he's going to defend him, and how he's going to make a mockery of himself. But he did a little bit. He used the court. He was citing the court judgment, for that defense. So that is where he was able to maneuver his way. I was trying to make him say something that will make mockery of him, but he did well by citing court judgment that it wasn't Ganduje, that was a fake this thing. But I don't know whether that court judgment ever exists, but he has said it and he got away with it. That's fine. Let me leave it there for others to speak.
All right, brilliant. Up next, BT. So, BT, you came in latterly, but how did you say? Hopefully, you were listening in the background. How did you think the session went, and how did our guests perform?
Yes, I'd like to congratulate the platform. I think we need to have more of this engagement, maybe on a weekly basis, Sundays. Preferable. And great questions by everybody, by Joel and Kulata. I really love the line of questioning. So maybe when Kate goes, when it's your turn, you can talk more about this production to consumption or something, because I didn't really understand that. If you have weak purchasing power, if you turn your country into a dumping ground, I don't think that encourages any form of production, but I didn't really understand that part. But maybe the
I think it has a point, but carry on. When Kulata has his take, maybe but carry on.
It makes sense if the purchasing power of your country is strong enough to even attract people to want to invest in the first place. But because they would dump in your country for cheap. No. What is actually saying is that we should use our numerical mass
and our economic strength to bargain exclusivity and then leverage that. So we have a numerical mass, we have a large economy.
You are missing the point. You miss the point. We are big for nothing is with the point I'm making. You have numbers with weak purchasing power, so you can be big, you can have 1 billion people. Can you what can they actually afford to buy? Disposable income is low, so that's the point. But let me move away from that. Can I have the expert talk about that? So one of the things that caught my attention was when Joel of Nashville asked him about that they've had people from the north being in charge of Nigeria for the longest, right, compared to the south, and yet there's nothing concrete enough to hold up. Because I was listening to Joel ask the question, and when he responded, he was talking about, well, it was kind of absolving the leadership of the north, and he said one thing that maybe people miss. He said, "Oh, you cannot incentivize production." And I'm thinking, guy, have you heard about the railway system? I mean, there are many things you can do to increase production in landlocked areas. You can do what is called Corridor 616. You can do export expansion. So yeah, but you have to be deliberate. So I didn't understand why he kept saying, like it was time to play this hopeless scenario where we can't do anything. We are landlocked. We are far from the Atlantic Ocean. I wasn't buying that narrative. If you really want to increase production in the north, you can do that through rail network services, through tax, but you can do many things for that. So I didn't understand that. Well, he also mentioned Peter Obi's politics, which I think at this point is just laughable. Last time it was the church, this time is the mosque. Maybe next week it will be the shrine. So that one was funny to me.
I think its assessment of that space is consistent with what we have always been saying on this. There's no window left for him now. So why is he just? Did he not even say it's constituting a nuisance?
Yeah, it's time to get annoying at this point.
Window one man. But Peter Obi is going for Hajj.
But let me just
people are already out anyway. But sorry, I'll carry on waiting.
It just sad at this point watching him. The man just looks helpless, like he's just confused. He's so desperate, he's lost his goddamn mind. That's what
Babati.
Yes.
Babati.
Yeah.
What is the problem? Why is it that why do you always think that when Peter B does anything, it's a problem to you? What is your problem in there?
Okay, so let me respond.
He said it. He made an announcement last year that he was going to do a thank you visit. He said it. So whether you are the ones, he's not going there with Labour Party and going there to no. And of late, I'm not even seeing him castigate the government wherever he goes. He just tells them, give them hope, and keep it moving. So I don't see how this issue is about him projecting himself for 2027. If that's what he's doing, who cares? But he's not going there campaigning. He's only going there to say thank you.
Nice one, Joel. He's going to thank people that didn't vote for him.
No. Don't say they didn't vote for him. Peter B got vote in some of these places. So if he's going back there,
I like your response, but they didn't vote for him, right? So if he's supposed to be doing thank you, he's thank you. Joel, don't worry. It's not.
Okay, so let me just.
My brother, he has been doing that in the south. He has been doing that in the south.
Joel, come on.
Yeah, he has been doing that in the south, and he's still going to do more. He's still going to do more. You understand what I'm saying?
All right, let our BT take the floor back. BT.
Okay, so Joel needs to learn one thing about politics. It's not about doing what is right or wrong. It's doing what is effective. So it's not about him going there.
The guest said as much, BT. The guest said as much that when Ekene was asking him that do the right thing versus expediency, and the guy told you that politics is all about who cares about to do the right thing. They want power, and then after that they think what to do with it.
Yeah, so I think Obi has not learned that, and people from that part of the country are still yet to understand how the culture, the political dynamics of Nigeria. So until they can figure that out, they will keep losing at the national stage. I think that's what we can. The majority of the platform will agree with me on that one. The South, you also mentioned the VP peak. I think one man, once again, with that one, I think we all got that one already on the platform. That one, we discussed that one, how they now waxing stronger in the South. And he also talked about, now the one that I really got me interested was when he said they don't want English in the North. Like, we don't want it at all. They are going to reject it. We don't want it at all. He gave historical context. He gave the backdrop of, I know you didn't agree with what he was saying about the British and the Arabic, whatever, but we have to look into that more. Where that's the reason why I came back and I asked him about, will he be open to having multiple official languages? And he said yes, they're working on something. I've not heard about any bill so far. Maybe if anybody knows about anything that Tinubu is working on in regards to that point he made. So he's an insider. So if they're working on anything, to craft anything to change whatever we have in Nigeria in regards to that, I want to see it. I look forward to seeing the details of those bills to address that situation. So I think people from the South thinking that English will be, that we can force this thing on them. I think based on what he's saying, I think that would never happen. And we have to find a way, because they have to be educated now. People might say the best way is what we have down south, but we have to do what we have to do. And if that's what they have to offer up, not less the best we can get, at least it's better than nothing. So that's.
But we have to necessarily force English on them, because English is the language of development and evolution. And what can they learn if they don't know how to speak English? What has Arabic got to offer the world that, apart from scholarship and philosophy and what?
No,
I don't know, man. They have to learn English.
No, I think this is going to be a kind of revolutions if they really want to do it. At least Chinese are speaking their language. They are not speaking English, and they are productive. So I think this is a damage on us, on Africa generally. And if you can work towards it so that our coming generation can actually take it up from them, so that they can make use of the opportunity they have. Because it's part of what is affecting us. Most of our brains, guys, today, many people have their brain until they come here and go to their graveyard. The brain was not used because they cannot speak English. So it's affects. I understand what that guy is saying. It's also part of where the problem is coming from in Africa.
So, woman, you have countries, because there's Canada, there's Finland, there's Switzerland. They have multiple official languages, and they're doing very well. So, I think at least we should consider, and let's see what that has to offer the country. It's not that I'm not with you on
but how does that synergize into one nationhood?
I mean,
when the North is an Arabic system and the South is an Anglophile system.
So how is Canada doing that? Is working? There's French side, there's English side, right? They figure it out. So let's find a way to figure it out too. So let's learn from whatever they're doing. And from Finland, we have a Finnish guy here that can come and tell us maybe later down the show. In Sweden and Canada, they've done it in other countries. So let's see how we can make it work. Because we can't force this thing on them. I mean, based on the way I don't think you have a chance to force English language up the north. Good luck, tried, it failed. And I think, like you said once again, they're working on something. I want to see the details of that bill, and we can go from there. But that's why I kept asking about the need to restructure the country, because that is what that gets to us. I don't, but I caught the back end of the interview. Okay, I didn't really see the whole thing, so I might go back to listen.
But do you know the problem they are going to have? They are going to allow religion to take over that space from them, because Arabic is not also their language as well. Right. It's also a borrowed language, the same way we borrow English in the South. So the same way they should borrow Arabic as their own borrowed language. So they allow religion to speak for them, because Arabic is their religion language. That's why they key into that aspect.
All right. A short response to that, BT, and then we're going to Kulata.
So I'm saying that I see what one man is saying. I see what Foley is saying, but at least make it an option in the north where you have the option of choosing between English and Arabic, or doing both. At least make it an option for those that object to learning the English language, so is what I'm saying. Let's give it a try and see where it goes from there. But thank you, one man, and thank you, Sean.
All right, brilliant.
What happened to one man? Did you meet himself again?
No. Carry on. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
All right, brilliant. So yes, Kulata, you're up next. How do you think the session went? How do you think our guest performed? And are we any the richer for it in terms of knowledge? Kulata, feedback.
Well, my feedback is I don't think we had opportunity to push him hard, because the guest is an intelligent guy. He kind of like gave a lot of surface answers, didn't go too deep, and because he's eloquent and is intelligent, everybody just kind of like fell back, because there are many things starting from his economic theory where a nation with poor purchasing power will now start dictating the terms of trade.
Blame one man for that, though. Blame one man for that. It's one man's fault for not letting.
Yeah, when you think about the average, our average as of the time before they even devalued the dollar was $2,065 per annum, and that's including Dangote included in that average. So when you look at the median, it's going to be way lower than that $2,000. And you're now saying you guys are now going to control manufacturing. Okay, manufacturing or what? Okay, are you going to tell them now to start manufacturing laptop in Nigeria? Like how many? I'm sure a country as Singapore has more purchasing power. Singapore of 6 million people has more purchasing power than Nigeria. So he definitely read up on something about some economies that are able to do that and just projected it on Nigeria. But we need to think about why we are so effed in our situation, not exactly when we have this macro economy that's kind of like warped, massive inflation and all whatnot. So that didn't make any sense to me, because it was just kind of like a copy and paste, because there was to make it work, we will need to have some sort of stability, some sort of purchasing power. Like if our GDP, average GDP, if our GDP per capita was like $4,000, I could have said, yeah, maybe that makes sense. And then I wanted to use that to relate to the birthing of kids, especially in rural areas across the country, heavily skewed to the north, that people cannot sustain. And one part that you guys should have noticed, this guy already has a ready-made excuse for why his part of his country is the way they are. So what that means is the future generation, they're not going to change anything. Nothing is going to change in the north. Nothing. Because they already have an excuse. They already have a baked-in excuse for underperformance. And that excuse, the excuses he gave, none of them is going to change.
The landlord argument, like we landlord.
The landlord, the this, the that, the this is just BS.
Yes, I didn't quite follow what he was saying there. That it didn't really rhyme. There was no rhyme to the. There was no rhythm to the rhyme. You know.
I was just reading it as these guys needs to keep the status quo, and they're going to keep the status quo. And I think one thing I got out of this this session today was, even though I used to laugh at people that kept shouting restructuring, but that is the only thing that's going to rescue us in that country, because you have a clear divergence in ideology, a clear divergence in life expectation, a clear divergence in mundane things as even language. Clear cut. We exist as two separate nations, and to make it worse, this guy comes from Adamawa state. This is not a core north state. This is actually a Christian state. Adamawa, Atiku, that's Atiku state. They're more, I think it's either 50-50 or they maybe the balance in Christian and Muslim is so tiny, but they have a lot of Christians. So that is someone speaking from a state that has a lot of Christians that should be a bit more moderate, and is already coming up with baked-in excuses for crap, including defending the Ahmadiyya system that is not even practiced in Saudi Arabia. And you're telling me,
do you think that in his heart of heart, it doesn't care? It doesn't really care about changing anything at all. It just
It doesn't give two Fs. It doesn't give two Fs because that's the perpetual. That's going to be the perpetual system in that place. There's no. I mean, that's why I asked him, like, if you told me these kids going to all this Almajiri, they were creating stuff, why will anybody be against Almajiri? Like, do they speak English in Iran? They don't speak it. They speak Farsi, and you see their technological advancement. You go to Turkey, you see their technological advancement. You go to Malaysia, you see them developing. They have madrasa schools. So the argument is not about Almajiri or no Almajiri, is the implementation of that Almajiri and the backwardness it is contributing. And then you already have baked in excuse for it.
Kolata, if I can say quickly, they're not the native speaker of the Arabic language that they speak, right? So therefore they are unlike the Persians or the Iranians that speak that language, and the Chinese that can easily adapt the language to the current state of things in technology and whatnot. The people there, they don't have a mastery of that language to be able to expand the language beyond the Quran or the religion.
Exactly. The utility of the language is just on religious basis.
Yeah. So they can't do it. It's not an issue of language. Okay. It's the argument about you speak Arabic or English is totally irrelevant. It's about, it's about the leadership and what you intend to do. We pretend like, the Chinese, for example, they always, the Chinese language, if you understand the pinyin Chinese language, is quite a practical language. They adapt all the time, and that's the reason why they've been able to develop so quickly in a lot of ways. But I'll let you continue, though, because I'd like to spend more time talking about its economic ideology, which I think is just way out there.
It's just way out there.
No, don't dismiss it too out of hand. I want us to explore it. But
there's some merit in it, but we're not there. That's the thing. We can't apply it. It's like Peter Obi going to look at statistics in China and say China is doing this, we should be doing that.
Exactly.
It's out of context.
Let's actually quickly. So, to that point, it gave the example of China, but many times big plans or ideas do not survive or materialize without the core nuance. It forgot that the Chinese economy was actually deliberately opened by Nixon. It was a choice that was made by America and the West to open up China. See, when you see thriving economies, don't think that their economic theories or system is so great without the narrative or without the supporting nuance that makes it work. I don't think he's capable of giving an example of the economic theory he's talking about that just consumed to you attract investors or people to come to your country to. I didn't even see that. Now it works. It works. One may in a developed country like America or the Western European nations that have strong currency, they have developed economy. Yes, because they have a high purchasing power. They can attract investors because of their consumption. But Nigeria cannot do that. We've been consuming for all these years. How many investors have we attracted to the country? So it doesn't gel. It needs to rebalance or rethink it.
Prince Daddy, he's talking about exclusivity. So what? Because I think he even cited an example. So we have a mass, which is about 200 million according to their data. We have an economy which is the largest in Africa. So we have
we have a sachet. We have a sachet economy.
No, don't get fixated on that term.
Pure water economy, 20 naira, 30 naira sachet. That's what we have. That's what we
have. A $500 billion economy. That's what we have.
Please, let's stop that. Let's stop that nonsense. And
now, what he was talking about is essentially.
Prince Daddy, let me just quickly go through this because I need to prepare for bed. If one thing, I'm very, very convicted after talking to a guy like this, that if we do not restructure that country, if we don't, we're going to end up like Lebanon. And I'm not kidding, because there's out of everything he said, do you see a drive for that guy trying to lead his people more towards enlightenment,
Elaboration.
education, irrespective of the language. No, you didn't see that. You saw ready-made excuse pointing to Mediterranean civilization. What the hell is Mediterranean civilization? Are we supposed to talk about Carthage and all? They were advanced people. Like all the way to that area, they were advanced people, and they did not use language or accessibility as an excuse. Rwanda has no access to the sea. So that guy, it's not like it scared me. The future scares me because if those are going to be the next generation of leaders, as educated as he is, we're going nowhere in that country until we can restructure. And I'm not kidding, because you can't tell me the guy gave any inkling of a drive to want to make those guys better. It's already just prepackaged. How much is this one is that one is that one is that. Do you think that narrative is going to change? Do you see him say, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and then they're going to not too much of that? So I don't want to like scare people or whatever, but honestly, that was what was at the back of my mind, and I really wanted to push hard, but I also wanted to respect the platform. So while he's an eloquent, intelligent guy, I think behind him betrays the future, which is
Pushed
not so
hard.
bright.
Maybe you should have pushed hard. I thought we were somewhat tepid with him. I don't want us to be tepid with the guest.
One man we were getting. You remember we were asking about official languages. The next thing was supposed to be the system itself. Amajiri. I was even going to go as far of asking him about resource control as part of changing the system to see what he thinks from as a northerner. I was going to go there, but he didn't want us to. So, Abi.
So that's what I want.
It was the time. I have to get him back for a longer period. Yeah.
At least we'll be happy to have him back. So we'll use this one to just bring him close.
So I don't want to look like I'm scaremongering or anything. I just could not see him talking towards the direction of real progress. And it was more just acknowledging some things. And at the end of the day, something will have to give. Whatever is going to give, the population advantage, the political advantage is one-sided. I'm going to end it there. Thank you.
Kulata, before you go, right? See, these questions you guys are asking, right? I did not want to come from that. I did not want to come from that because I just wanted him to feel relaxed. Now he is smiling. He's going to come back. When he comes back, let us now, go deeper into what he presented. I mean, I think that would be better. I mean, that's the way I see it. He will be back. When he comes back, then we can lay all these things in front of him.
Because it was very superficial, I'm not going to lie. But
I know he was. But he has some
it's only
eloquence
because
to
you
it.
let him get away with it now. Or why did you let him get away with it?
No.
We're actually trying to respect your invitee. That's why we just try to calm down
because
for
he didn't let me to the studio. That's why. I would have
No,
tackled him.
you dropped out. I was expecting you to come out because I know you're always pointed with your own question. You won't let him get away with anything. All right, thank you, Kulata. Zita coming, Zita.
Well, man, how na day?
We did Gangway.
Anyway, I didn't hear much of what the man said, but actually wanted to come in to ask him a question. I wanted to ask him what is the incentive he think that an administrator in Nigeria can put up to increase the consumer index in Nigeria based on our tradition and culture and our antecedent as Nigerians. We like stacking money. There is a way they can increase the consumer index by making people go to buy. They do it in the Western culture. You give somebody something, make sure the person spends it within a specific time. I'll come to that later. But then, talking about the Amajeris, I used to have some group of people I talked to. Go to school, go to school, go to school, go to school. Just as this man said, he said it's a paper to go and speak English and then have a paper. I noticed that that was the message I was sending. As intelligent as he was, he still send that message. I don't mind Amajiri, but what I mind is the knowledge. I changed my phrase from going to school, go get education, to go get knowledge. If what they are teaching them in Amajiri is something that will make them become somebody, I'll be cool with it. I don't care. And again, talking about language is a means of communication. If you can put up a language that you can communicate among each other to be productive, I don't mind. It shouldn't be a problem if Nigerians speak all English or if Nigerians speak all Igbo. The important thing is, are they able to communicate with it to be productive? That's second. Third, there is something he said that actually almost made me jump into the platform. You see, this idea of any time, more especially the African nation, they have a problem. They ridicule it down to colonialism. And I still ask, are they still there? So you are not smart enough to somebody to tear your clothes and you're able to mend it. And this is actually, one man, last time I said this, when you touch anybody, the kind of abhor that comes from us concerning these people is beginning to make me think, are we really proud of being stupid? Look at what he said about colonialism. When did colonialism take place that somebody cannot sit down and change it? And think of a way of getting things right if you think that what is happening is wrong, or what they taught you, or what they did to you, or what they showed you is wrong. So why are you making reference to it? He wasn't born. I'm sure he wasn't born during the time of colonialism. And those Amajiri children were not born during the time of colonialism. So why are you using what those people did some years ago to put on those children and say that's what is affecting them? I mean, one man, it's okay. But sometimes when we say all this, Nigeria this, Nigerian that, we should be able to come up with a solution. That's why I wanted to ask him, what is the incentive to increase the Nigerian consumer index? Because the consumer index is what we voluntarily bring in investors. Voluntarily. You don't really need to beg them. They will be just willing to do business with you because business is all about making money. So when you give a Nigerian 100,000 naira, he puts it somewhere and hope to use it in the next 3 years and hope to save it for his third generation. When they do currency exchange, you see people bringing out hundreds of thousands and millions of naira from their houses. Those monies are supposed to be in circulation. So you have to put incentive whereby people go every day to shop. That's what makes America tick. You can't beat their consumer index. If you jump up, say you are going to fight them, you are going to do this, you are going to do that, what is your consumer index? At the end of the day, you need them. And when you come to them to buy from you, they decide what happens. So they should put some kind of incentive. Thank you, one man. Don't have more to say.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Brilliant, excellent. Up next, Prince Daddy. So, Prince, you were coming in and out, but you didn't have the opportunity to present to the guest. But what did they make of the session, Prince Daddy?
Yeah, thanks, one man. It was a nice, enjoyable session. No, the only thing, just like Kolata said, is that there wasn't enough pushback to his ideas or a submission to a lot of the points he made. In the area of the economy was talking about, yeah, I'm still trying to think about it. I mean, it used the word, monotony, to describe why, we should maybe pursue consolidate our purchasing, for example, and seek one single supplier to supply it. And in so doing, perhaps we build a critical mass and have a stronger purchasing power. All sounds good. But why do we want to be captive?
Well said. That's a better articulation of what he said than how Kulato tried to poo it. Yes. So that's the broad strokes of what he meant. Yes.
Yeah. So then why do we want to be captive, for example, to one single supplier? And also, it doesn't guarantee that we're going to have our maybe international trade reciprocity. That's not the way it goes. We have to have something to offer. Okay, in order to have that benefit. At the end of the day, that manufacturer or that country will continue to take advantage of us, especially if we're a weaker partner. It doesn't work. I'm not even sure. I wish he had given an example of such a country, and I think he mentioned China, but that was not the case for China. China was allowed by the United States under Nixon to be part of the World Trade Organization. They made a conscious effort in doing that. It wasn't because China was such a strong manufacturer of anything, not at all. Well, they could manufacture and feed their own and provide for their own economy, but that did not guarantee Chinese growth as a country, not at all. So to me, it was a weak proposition, quite frankly. Yeah, it was a weak. But anyway, that's the way he sees it. But it sounds good maybe on paper, but I don't see the value. I don't. But many times he mentioned about the British or the colonial system. Again,
but can it work though? Can we have multiple officials and can it work in Nigeria? So like the way, because I asked him, do you think it's possible for Nigeria to have maybe 2 or 3 official languages where in the north, for instance, you have the Arabic language and in the south we have English? Would that work?
Yeah, I mean, it can work. We already have multiple languages in Nigeria anyway. It could work. I mean, and it could work much better in a more regional system of governments, if you ask me.
But one man is opposed to. He doesn't believe that there are big languages. He wants everything English across board. That's his objective. He didn't like that at all. So
it's just for the uniformity of it. Are we going to have 2 curriculums for education? Are we going to have 2 different systems of governance? What will be the primary governance thrust? Because those are 2 ideological.
But one man, if you govern your own region, like we're talking about, going back to 66 or 63, where you have regional government, it is your region. Then you can do whatever. If that's what works for you, then do it over there. That's the point we're making.
Yeah, I agree.
So remember, I asked him about what is it about the world to settle the country, right? That was what I asked him. So if you do that, it is your region. Then you can do it. If that's what will work for your region, then do it in your region. Get the point? That's what we were trying to say, one man.
Yeah, but is that not the language of then? Why even bother carrying on as one country if we are?
Because one man, everybody knows. I know we don't like saying on this platform. Everybody knows that once you do that, it is a pathway to the breakup of the country. That is what people don't want to talk about. If you attempt to, because even people like that, we are in the Yoruba nation, whatever, back in the days, when somebody tells you, "Oh, I don't want Yoruba nation, I just want just to settle in Nigeria," it is a pathway to breaking up the country. But that is the only peaceful way to break up Nigeria. You first do that. You have your security. So you see, you fight for security, banking system, everything. Then you now campaign to leave the country. Now you have more leverage to leave, and he knows that. So when he says, once you say, okay, let's have our own system, let's have our it is a pathway to breaking up the country, but at least on a peaceful note, as opposed to just going nuclear like in Nnamdi Kanu and the rest. So it's a pathway to breaking up Nigeria. So we can do that as well, one man.
You know,
So
good
Babati,
point.
you don't think that we should be together, right?
No. We should be together, but everybody has to sit down. Everybody has to have a say in the whatever you come up with. All tribes have to have a say and say, okay, if you want me to stay in this country, this is my own time and condition. Let us negotiate.
Condition.
If we cannot meet that time and condition, let us go. But everybody has to have a say.
Because I'm seeing there's something I noticed tonight, right? You know, the fear Kulata, try to spring up, right? But these are the fears that has been, in the minds of most Nigerians, and that is that, it's like we are operating a different constitution, right? You have Sharia law operating there, like they almost get away with everything. It's like they are just like at the top level of the food chain, right? They dictate what happens. They dictate what happens in politics, and in order to be that influential, they have to keep their people down, and we all have to bear the brunt. Like the amount of money we are spending on insecurity, this debt that we find ourselves today, some of it too was part of the money we used to fight insecurity. And like someone alluded here, it is becoming a fact every day. It is becoming glaring that it is the insecurity in the north is an economy of its own. You understand what I'm saying? They have a way. I mean, for people to have the guts to demand for 30 trillion, it shows that where is that 30 trillion go to? So I share in your view, but let's just see what we can do. Let's see what we can do.
Okay, maybe I can share. Well, I have some other things to say, but I'll on this response to why, perhaps we should pursue a borderless nation because they have relative across the border. The imaginary border is quite interesting and troubling at the same time. Nigeria has limited resources. I don't know of any country that has unlimited resources. I'm not sure how, we can define the territorial integrity of Nigeria as a nation. We have to. We can't say because the people in the J are related to people in the Katsina and these other northern states, then it's okay to have a fluid movement of people and goods across the border lines. It can't work. It cannot work. They have to decide which side they belong to. They have to. I mean, that's the only way to have a real target, and how to plan an economy or plan a nation. You can't say, the Nigerians is 200 million people, so we add another 15, 20, 30 million across the borders in the north. It's not going to work. It sounds like in the north they have free reign to do a lot of things, and they feel it's their right to do so, and nobody can challenge that view or that position.
Did you not notice when he said they feel more a sense of kinship with people in Mali, etc., than people that lean towards the Atlantic? But those people that lean towards the Atlantic, they are their fellow compatriots in what purports to be a nation. So what he's saying is that they trust the people of Niger, Chad, Guinea, whatever it is, or he gave a whole raft of list, that they trust them more and they align with them more than they align with Uchenna or Mayowa.
So why didn't you ask him why doesn't he want a country with them? It's because of the oil. If you like I said earlier, if you go through the system of Nigeria and you say everybody control their resources, they know what happens next. So even though he wants to live with his fellow Canoes or whatever in other countries, he still wants to hold on to you because of what you have down south. So he wants to eat his cake and still have it. That's what he's doing.
Did you guys hear when he said something alluding the fact that, that's one of the reasons why they need to build train from Nigeria to Maradi and also the gas pipeline. Basically, it's it's a resource. It's oil is a resource thing, and it's very, very obvious that we have two ideologies.
One they don't want you to think that law at all. I think that's what we got tonight. It does
Yeah,
not really change that.
pretty transparent. If people listen with him, I mean, remove the scale in your. I mean, if you remove the scale in your eye, well, we're listening to him. If you kind of like listen to him at closely, you will see that. That's why I got worried. Anyway, you guys continue.
Yeah, what is that submission in that regards? I don't disagree with it, and it's actually saying the truth, actually, and I think a lot of people know that. There's nothing wrong with having that identity or kinship to the people in Niger and Mali and the other places. There's nothing wrong with that. But again, do we have a country? Is the question. Do we have a country?
That's where the ancestors came from. So
Yeah.
completely, there's a clear differentiation between them in the north and we in the south. If your ancestors came from Mali, Niger, and the Sahel region, why won't you align with your ancestors
Well, just like I said, there's no problem with that, and I completely agree with his position on that. Why should we not break up people? But again, do you have a country? Do you have a country called Nigeria? And if you do, what are the borderlines? What are the borderlines for the country called Nigeria? Okay, again, we don't have unlimited resources. We have limited resources, and we have to plan accordingly. So they have to make, we have to be clear. It takes a lot to secure the borders, any border for that matter. It takes a lot of resources, and I don't think Nigeria can deploy enough resources to do that. But when the people are not cooperating with such simple law, then I'm not sure how we're going to do it. It's a big problem. It is a big problem. They don't see it as such, but it is a big problem to the country. But to them, not. They don't see it as a problem, nor should they see it as a problem. But to the country called Nigeria, it's a problem. Now, if you divide the country, not like break up the country, divide as an regional space, then that is fine. They can choose to align with whatever side they want to align with and use their resources to help other people. There's nothing wrong with that.
Please, let me say it this way. Let me say it. Sorry, guys. If you ask the elders in Yoruba, I can't speak for other regions, but if you notice, the elders in the southwest, they always talk about what? Let us do what? They never ask to break up Nigeria. They will ask for what? God, let us divide. Let us kind of move power around. To be one I'm telling you what they really want. Is that where I'm talking. But they will not say it in public. It is a pathway to what they really want. So, but they will not say it in public. It's a way of getting, because that way, think about it. If you have control over your own resources, over your own education, over your own security, over your own banking system, and down the line, the day you go to the union and say you want to leave, it's very easy now. It's very easy. It's very easy. Yeah. So that's the thing. So you just have at the back of your mind when you have it. So hopefully it comes back anyway. But one man,
and I guess finally, Almajiri, this guy is talking about. Say, I'm not sure the success rate of Almajiri, not because I fully understand that concept. Actually, I don't think I do. But you mentioned Dangote and is it Shekarau and maybe another person that family is wealthy and they came out of that system, including himself. But how successful is that system, really? And we can't just attribute their success to just that Almajiri system that they came out from. There's plenty of other nuances, other things that made it possible for their success. And Dangote, for example, is not successful because of, its success as we know right now, it's enshrined in in the Western capitalist system of doing things. That's how Dangote is successful. I can't see anything that has to do with the Almajiri system in its success. I don't. Maybe guys do, but I don't see it. So him trying to, and there's nothing wrong with that Almajiri system. Again, I don't fully understand. There's nothing wrong with it if that's what they want. But for the majority of the people in the north, it doesn't seem to be working. And especially just like education, just education in general. Okay, well, he said in Adamawa that system works very well. Great. But that system is not the same in Katsina State or Kaduna State. Why is that? Okay. But anyways, thanks, one man.
All right, brilliant. Excellent. So let's go on to Mekos. Mekos, I thought this was your territory. In fact, I thought you would be the first one here. What happened, Emeka? How was the session for you? Yeah.
I came pretty late, right? I will go back to watch the session. I was engaged in other activities. So I really, that's why I really can't contribute what he said. I only heard the last part of the conversation. I'll watch it, rewatch it back, and maybe reserve my opinion. But it appears that the guest was really happy with the question that was posed to him. He was, he felt welcomed, he felt relaxed, and he sounded eloquent with his response. And I think the panel and the panelists were gracious with him and very civilized. We typically have civilized discussions here, anyway, if you ask me. But what a few things I was hearing some people say as part of the key points throughout the interview. I just want to say that the North is actually not our problem, and the North is not even homogeneous, right? That is just like we in the South too, where we share a lot of common values, probably delicacies, even share our women too, but we are not homogeneous, right? It's the same thing with the North. You have the Canaries, you have the Fulani, you also have the Hausas. And some of them too. Yeah?
Just 5 seconds. The control of the North, it's what is homogeneous. They're different ethnic groups for a large part, not for the 100%, for a large part. The control of it is homogeneous, and the tool, the mechanism of control, doesn't look like it's going to get reformed. That's the problem.
If we are looking at control, from what you're saying, the political control, right, is probably maybe, on the basis of the many of them share religious commonalities, one, or two, they play better politics than we in the South. Let's be very realistic. Like I keep saying, that's where when I speak on the South is a lot of we Easterners keep just repeating a cycle of failure. Now we are hearing, which is clear. Even Bishop analyzed it 3 days ago, and this is not what Bishop is analyzing is what we are afraid of that we've seen coming. And when you say it, they say you hate the Hebrews. We are playing dirty politics, in my point of view, but it clearly now shows that. If we come to the South, you have to look at the Southwest first. It used to be the Southeast second, but now the South has now taken over the Southeast from the look of things. So now you see the Southeast clamoring for, we want to leave, which I think I give them 5 years. Anybody leaving to go to from the Southeast or Biafra nation, that nation would die off within 5 years or 10 years if I'm being magnanimous, because a lot of things are not right in the Southeast that has not been addressed. But anyway, if we go to the North, they play better politics. They know how to unite and come after. They see a clear difference between us, between the South and the North, and they will unify in numbers to get what they want, and then they can go back in. It's just like a pride of lions, right, that want to attack a cheetah. So this pride of lions will go in straight, kill the cheetah, and then take the meat and go and share it in-house. That's how they unite. But within the pride of lions, you have the male, you have the males also fighting themselves, and there can be only one male within the pride of lions. You understand? So that's what we need to give it to them. They know how to unite politically.
Yeah, but Emeka, sorry for interjecting again. Politics is one thing. The existence of those people and the advancement of people is another. If maintaining status quo is going to ensure the political dominance, think about the overall impact to the country when the demographic changes continue to happen. Because politics is temporary. But if you're seeing someone not committed to transforming their own people, whether it's Ajami or it's Arabic or whatever, to get them into doing things that even Saudi Arabia are doing, there's a problem, and we need to acknowledge it, because that's a long-term thing I'm thinking about, not the
No,
current
but
politics.
that
I
problem
mean,
is
who's
that
gaming
problem
who?
is that problem is a Nigerian problem. It's not a northern problem. Our leaders are not doing
It's
what we expected
magnified
of them.
somewhere. I can tell you for a fact, if Southeast are not going to get their politics right, at least you're going to see continued human advancement happening there. I can guarantee that.
Look, that human advancement is also in the north too. Let's be very realistic. I think
It
I've
is
been
not
in quite.
promoted. It is. You heard
Yes,
the
I was just
guy.
about to say that the human advancement is in the north as well,
Is in the
and they are
north.
No,
rapidly
I don't know.
advancing.
you
Except I
guys are
don't
not
understand
getting
what
what
you
you
mean.
guys are not
Please,
understanding
can
what
you
I'm saying.
explain better?
You
Explain
guys
better
are
so we
see.
can
You see
explain
a
better.
guy. You see a guy justifying a system that is breeding the current insecurity we have, and is not talking about how to transform that system to stop breeding the kind of things that is happening there.
Are you talking about the Alimajuris?
That's one part of it.
Okay,
And the
which other part
feudalism,
again?
the general overall feudalism.
Okay, that is ingrained into their cultural norms and values, right? And if we are very, very honest with ourselves, the terrorist activity going on in the country is actually sponsored by powerful elites. And he said it. He said it here. I think I catch that at the end of the. And he said they were trying to because of the policies the government implemented, they're trying to get the government's attention,
Yeah,
and they
but you have
wanted
a
the government to.
ready-made set of people that is easy willing to undergo that, and the mass is growing, and nobody is concerned.
But terrorism can be done anywhere in the south too. You can do
Not
it in the south.
not
You
to
can
that not to
no
that
no
scale.
Olata, I don't agree. You
Not that
can. What
scale.
is happening in the southeast? Is that not another form
Well,
of terrorism?
it's not to that scale. The southeast,
It is no.
you have an
What
ostrich
scale are we?
problem in the southeast.
What scale are
That's
we
what you
now
have.
talking about? What scale are we talking about? The Boko Haram situation, right? Which I think the
You
security,
have Boko Haram, you have Anwaru something, you have ISIS, you have ISIS in Kogi. It's all over.
no. See, the spate of insecurity in the country is widespread across the globe.
And then
We
you
can
see
and
out
we
of school children 60%, 70%. How can we sustain that?
that if you ask me, right, what I can say in that, yes, it's part of their culture. You leave it to their leaders, let their leaders resolve it. That problem, the only time we begin to speak is when the problem is now crossing over. They are managing their problem, they are fine with it. And the Majoris has been going on way long before we had Nigeria. And I think it's something that might continue. It's part of their cultural norms. You can't tell the people to change their culture because, but if you add, I think the North is advancing. I don't know, except I don't understand what you're trying to say. But the terrorists going on in the
Is
country,
advancement having kids that are aimless, not going to school, no hope, no nothing.
no,
You can't even eat in
education
a
is the North.
restaurant. You can't even eat in a restaurant there without them picking your food.
No. You've not been in the North then. You've
Says
not
who?
been in the North.
My dad
No,
did
you've not.
small stinks
You've
there,
not. You know, you've not.
and I
You've
have
not.
cousins
Yes,
that live there.
they are
Me, I'm
put.
not going to tell you I've been there,
They,
but a lot of
yeah, that's why
people
I'm saying. That's why I
that
said
are gone there.
I'm
So
not saying
look,
what you are saying is not relevant.
the indices is worse in one place than the other, and the reason I'm concerned about this is because of Lebanon. Everybody should go and study what happened in Lebanon. Anyway, I'll shut up from here.
Well, if you ask me, right, the Alimajiri system, right, they are being catered for. Yes, you see a group of young boys going around, playing around. I served in the north. I see them, and I know that they are being catered for. In the morning, you won't see them when they are going to go for their Islamic education, right? In the evening, you see them just within the park playing. They cater for them, right? And then we can say yes, reforms can come in. Probably that is where their elites or political leaders can step in. We can reform this to make it more progressive and make it more better. That's fine. But if we say that it is directly linked to no, we have a saboteurs, stronghold state actors that are pursuing and promoting and implementing terrorism in that country. And that is what we need to address.
But the
So
biggest problem is the guy did not talk towards reform. He talked towards status quo, and he baked in excuse for the status quo. That's where I got concerned.
because probably he's not in power.
Oh
So
God.
he's not one. I'm not trying to hold views for him. I don't think he's the kind of
He
person
is
that
a
would speak.
chieftain of the ruling party. Is a chieftain of the ruling party.
He's not even close to a chieftain in APC. He's an APC member. He's not a chieftain. He's just pushing his way through. He's not a chieftain at all. So he can't. I don't think he has that right to speak on the Alimajiri system that which he was part of. He was brought up in. Right. It's a cultural thing for them, so they can manage it themselves. They know the benefit for that they obtain from it. If you ask me, but is it directly contributing to terrorism and other crimes? Is it not? I don't really think so. I think yes, you can prescribe or you can draft some of them ideologically, right? To perpetrate your ideas. But Alimajiri is if we get those state actors, I think you can leave them to do whatever they want to do. It's their culture. Let them do it. Well, yeah, woman.
Go on, land.
So what we can be discussing about is maybe the population explosion that we have, because we have a population problem that will be coming up soon. Not that coming up soon, we have a population problem in our country. We need to address that population problem. So because the resources are not enough to go around to with the number of populations we have, right? And our population is a blessing and is also a curse. If you have scarce resources or scarce number of recruitment, you can't recruit everybody. You can't provide everything for everybody. You can't provide jobs for everybody. And then most people are not even producing enough. So we should look at a way to see, okay, let's manage our population. Let's educate the North on family planning. Yes, that I can understand, right? Because once you keep churning out too much babies, how do you cater for them? How do you plan for them? And what do you do with them when they are available? So, and we also have not just that alone, we now have people from neighboring countries in the north that are coming to Nigeria and claiming Nigerian citizens. We don't have control over that. We can't even identify these individuals coming from Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, which country again? Chad. You know, we don't have control over how the inflow of people come in. It's not like, yes, I know due to ECOWAS we have free movement of people and goods and services, right? But these people don't leave; they come in and they stay, and you find them now. Many of them leaving their countries and coming to the south to look for employment. So, but that's another concern that I think we should be looking at to see how to address. But anyway, I don't, like what you said. My own challenge or my major concern is our relevance in politics as a Southeast. I think we are becoming very relevant, and I think they are not listening. Nigerians are listening to us as noisemakers, in my point of view. And I would say, like which I said previously, we created this problem for ourselves. And now, when we are looking at power rotation, it appears that we must either we go carry guns so that people would say, "Oh, okay, we've heard you," or nobody's going to listen to us. Like I think Yaradua, not Yaradua, El Rufai actually said it very brilliantly. He said those who actually control the political space in the country is the Northwest and the Southwest. Because one, they have the numbers. Two, they're politically more sophisticated than others in the country. So if the Southwest and the Northwest continue to say we want to remain in power, the rest of the country cannot and will not have a say. And that is, people now say, oh, we want to leave, we want to leave. But again, we must be able to sit down and have a clear ideology. Look at the South South. I think the South South has looked at us, the Southeast, and said, we will not play these stupid games. Yesterday, we were talking about 99 or 98% voting pattern in the Southeast that was equally rigged. And you look at it and you say, this is tomfoolery on the part of the Southeast, especially when you look at an individual, you know that this guy is never going to win. How on earth did our political elite in the Southeast decided to just go around dancing with failure? It doesn't make sense if you ask me. Now you are seeing and that is why we lost the Senate president. We clearly lost it. We gave it out to the South. And what that shows now completely, it shows the reorganization and the restructuring politically of going on in the South. So we played a dirty game. We are now reaping the price for it.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Emeka. So thank you, Emeka. I think just a couple more feedbacks and then we'll move the conversation on. I have a couple of clips to play for you guys. Very, very short feedbacks because I think we've exhausted so much that conversation. But Enigmatic, and I think Joel has not spoken yet. So Enigmatic, feed us back on our interaction with Adamu Garba, and then round out that space, Joel, and then I'll play you a couple of clips. Enigmatic. All right, Joel.
Okay, let Joel go ahead.
All right. You come after him. All right, Joel. Joel, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. So, everybody spoke well. I share in the sentiment, and the idea that as it is today, we are not really sure of the kind of country, we are trying to be or trying to become is quite appalling. Especially if every part of the country is not, producing at its, in its own capacity. The last person that was speaking was talking about, if that's how the North wants it to be, let us allow them. I would like to, refer him to the amount of money we have spent on insecurity in the last 8 years. And it's so many things that has happened in the northern space that has pushed us back as a nation. I remember when we wanted to host the Miss World, in Abuja, and for religious reasons. These people protested and threatened.
They stopped it. I remember that as well. I
understand me?
I was quite taken aback by that. Yeah.
You wonder, are we in the same country? Even if you do not accept it, won't you accept it for the reasons that you have Christians in the nation that participate in this? Right? So, I was listening to him, and when he talked about the Mediterranean, I was starting to see what we are seeing amongst the African Americans here. The act of blaming the white man for their problems, or in their own case, they are just following sheepishly. And I wonder, so why are we paying, or why is any government going to pay for this set of people to go to Saudi Arabia, where they learn nothing except for going there to stone the devil? So, as you were landing in Saudi Arabia, you didn't see how beautiful the place was. Some of these people still go to Dubai and all these places. Bahrain, don't they see how those places are? And that was the reason why I put that question to him. You have been in power for the longest. If your leaders love your people, if they had even 40% of the love people like Awolowo, Zeke, and the rest have for their people, they would have gone far enough. Look, let me tell you one man. These same people we are talking about are the same people that went through the majority system, and now he's speaking so eloquently. If he can go through that system, I believe.
Sorry, Joel, do you know that they are even more religious than Saudi Arabia? I remember recently when Saudi approved the sale of alcohol in some part of Saudi Arabia, they like, imagine how dare they allow alcohol in the land of man? I'm like, are you the person? Are you from Saudi Arabia? Like they are even more religious than the people that brought it to them.
The people that brought it to them. Do you understand me? So when you look at you ask. So that's why I was saying that the same mindset that we have here, but that of the United States is that the Black Americans is just like the reverse. They're not trying to follow, but they're trying to blame them for not, getting on their feet, or blaming the white man for not getting on their feet. But either way, it is still the same outcome. You cannot grow based off that. Now, I made that mention to him. I said, that's the difference between me and an Amajiri, were my parents. Because if you go to Kadu, you keep popping out these kids. All right, when you pop them out, have you ever had anything about maybe population control? They'll tell you, oh no, it's religion. You cannot tell a man. There was a time we were talking about census on this platform, and somebody said, I think it was what is this guy that always had dreadlock? He said, no, you cannot tell you can if you're doing census, you cannot ask an Hausa man how many people he has in his house. That is what he tells you. That's what you're going to take. You cannot go and count his kids and all that. Then Anna asks, what is the essence? So if he tells you he has 50 people in the house, you take it. That is still the same thing that I still keep talking today. I still believe that we are not up to 220 million in that country. Because it does not make sense. The last election really opened up our eyes. Probably some of you weren't paying attention. The numbers are not that enormous like we thought it was in the north.
I've said it repeatedly here before.
And most of us just follow sheepishly. Some of us here try to give the north, so much glory, so much hype, to think that, what?
Joel. Maybe I didn't get that point. The last election, I don't think it revealed anything, because the number that INEC had in its registry or in the system could not be exceeded, and we knew what that number was. The fact that it was low turnout was something else.
Look, let me tell you, Prince Daddy, if you were conversant with Nigerian politics, whether turnout or no turnout, those numbers come out on election day. That is the point. And for the fact that we had to use the thumb fingerprint and all that, really reduced many things. And I'll still stand by it. Because those days, they keep telling us, oh, what are they going to do when they open up the border? People from Niger will come in and vote in Nigeria. How many people do you think will just leave their country and just walk into Nigeria just for votes?
Yeah, Joel, let me buttress your point. I listened to Fashola some few weeks back, actually. Do you know it took the federal government to court for the results of the last census when they put Lagos at 17 million? And it took the federal government to court. They adjusted it, I think, to 23 million officially. And that number is still wrong. But I think this next census is going to be our death knell if it's not properly done. I've said it before, and time again, we are not 200 million. We are below.
Exactly.
Sorry, Baba. Sorry, Joe. What I mean, why? How did he just change the numbers? Did Fashola had a different number that he counted?
Yes, of course. He said, "How can Kano be more than this?" He proved it statistically and through records of world bodies.
Even houses, even the number of houses.
No more than 17 million. That was what they gave us. And if you look at the present census figure, you could see that Lagos is about 23 million. But that figure is still wrong in my own estimation, as far as I'm concerned, because Lagos is like a pressure cooker. Yeah, carry on, Joel. Sorry about that.
No. You're fine. And so, Prince Daddy, that's the point. That's the point, right? In those days, whether there is turnout, go back to the election that happened in the past. When they bring out, sometimes you'll be talking about you see numbers like 3 million, 2 million from Kano, Kaduna. So the KKK. But we didn't see that much in the last election. So it gets to tell us, you see, when we lie about simple things like that, it affects our planning. When we try to, it's only in Nigeria that people that live close to the desert are more than people that live in the rainforest, because as history have shown or made it to be, most people always run towards the savannah, towards the water. So you have more people domiciled over there. But in Nigeria, it's different because of what? You have a vast land. Nobody's staying there, but it's under a local government. That is the reason why when you go to the north, some local government just come in, get the allocation, and they share it amongst each other, and they close their office and wait to the next allocation time. So we have to dig deep as a nation. I hope, because most of our past census has been done under a northern presidency. I hope that this time Tinubu gets in, that we are going to use proper fingerprinting, not all this stuff they write on paper during census.
The last
Fingerprint during
census
census.
was done by Obasanjo. We've never had any other census again.
Okay, or it's either we have a president from a southern extraction, but the person always leading or always in charge of that population census.
Sometimes it's good we try to put the fact out.
Just leave those nuances. I'm just trying to say. You get the point. It's either they are in. It's okay, and I apologize for that. What I'm just telling you is that under Tinubu, I would like to see something done differently. No lying about those numbers, and for crying out loud, let's also use that moment to know how many we are, have a data of Nigerians, so that we can start. Because all this, it affects a whole lot of things we do in that nation. Even in terms of giving out money with all this their anchor program, we don't need to keep chasing about people. Let them have their biometrics. Then we can, if we want to wire money, your account is attached to it or is linked to it. So when we want to wire money, we don't have to come give you money cash. So one man, thank you very much, and I yield the floor.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. I think Enigmatic has dropped. So I think that sort of rounds up that space. So thank you to our guests for turning up. Hopefully we try and get him back for even longer. I want to play this clip. Let me play this clip. So some of you may not know the character in this clip, but a lot of you would know the character in this clip. Are long missing, and there's been a dragnet all over social media to try and find this particular lady. But then, of course, the investigators on One Man Went to Mo, they have special skills, and they've been able to track her down. So here she is, hiding away somewhere on Twitter.
Rain your judgment, O God, upon Tinubu, his wife, and his children, and his entire lineage, in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Render your judgment upon the camp of Femi, that stupid, idiotic lawyer. Rain it upon his household, in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Rain your judgment of fire upon Kiamu and his entire family, in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Rain your judgment upon everyone that is INEC official, that they use to perpetuate this rigging. Rain it upon them and their children, and everything that gives them comfort, in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Father, I am asking, visit INEC, starting from the head of INEC. Rain your judgment upon him and all the staff of INEC that are involved in this evil. In the name of Jesus.
Amen.
I invoke.
Woman, what is the meaning of this?
No. So that's for a maker. So that's beyond mental health problem, isn't it? That's just
it's
so there it is.
ridiculous, right? It's quite ridiculous.
So why did you play it?
No,
It's
she's a known quantity. That woman. That's why she's a known quantity.
One man.
She used to come on this show now. AI.
She used to come on this show, and we could not abide it anymore, so we let her go. You know.
Oh, invite her. I want someone like her. We need to cure her madness. She's sick. She's sick in the
That's incurable one.
No, she's sick in the head and sick in the head. You see, you cure madness with facts, right? You know, forget your emotions. You show them the results and outcome, and they can keep dancing in the street naked. You know, you see, when people, I'm glad we have Michael here, who is a traditionalist, right? And we have different religious people who practice different religion. Which God are you praying to now that we want to understand? So people even don't even understand the concept of God, and they begin to open their mouths to be talking nonsense. And then you see, now if you are saying things, you don't even know how the election went. You don't know who rigged. When we're showing you numbers and places and say, look at the pattern that they rigged in the southeast, and you're busy saying, oh no, they didn't rig here. Sure, madness. People are mad though. So people are really mad, and it's so evident today. Anyway, let me not say much. You know, some people are.
One man, I want to say something.
You know, I'm not a doctor, but I truly think that man, the professional like Babati and Co. I truly think that woman is actually have some kind of challenges, to be honest. So that doesn't sound like a regular person like you and others, you know. So I think I can understand.
Do you remember her on this platform? She used to come.
Sure.
And when she we just couldn't handle it, so we had to let her go.
No, we all know her. We know her.
Yeah.
We know her. But I truly think she needs help, to be honest. So the doctors in the house, I don't know whether I'm wrong.
I don't think she needs help.
She's really the
Okay.
She doesn't need help. She's doing that with her clear mind, dragging attention, and then
she's listening on the background.
She's
Hold on, Emeka. Yeah, I think you're right. That it's an attention thing.
It's an attention
I see a lot of it in Pansat as well. It's a form of narcissism where you do. It doesn't really matter what sort of attention you get, so long as you get that attention. It's a form of narcissism, isn't it?
But one man.
Why did you have to bring Pansat into this?
Well, do you not see the parallel? Is it not the same characteristics? Do you not see it?
Woman, when you see videos like this, you don't circulate it. Because playing it in your platform is technically promoting it. You have audience that have not watched it. So when you play it in your platform, you are popularizing it. Such things are not supposed to be popularized. It's supposed to remain in that place she said it and let it be there. Because this is actually what she's looking for. And you're just giving it to her. She doesn't have any mental problem. She's extremely sound. I know people like her, how they behave. So please, next time I beg you, don't play her jargon in this platform. Please. Let it remain with her where she's saying it.
One man was being nostalgic, I guess.
No, somebody discovered her and they sent it to me. But let me play you this. This is what Nigeria is now becoming. Let me play you this.
This is not my car, hit you. No. Don't try. Where you come from? Where you come from? Don't hit me. You want to try show your power? What do you want? Tell me. We are a full of time.
So what did they make of that? That was just a bunch of Indians getting aggressive with Nigerian police officers.
After they did
Arrest
what?
the Indians instantly. If I was the police officer, I would first slap him. then I will arrest you.
But what can we get the full call? What really happened? Were they asking?
Yeah.
We don't know the whole story, so I don't.
I agree we don't know the whole story, but you don't come to shout at a police officer like that. I will slap you first and arrest you.
Why?
You're very stupid.
Why did you say that? Is it because
Yes,
he's
because
an
you are
Indian or because
not just
somebody's
because
not supposed to shout at a police
you are not
officer?
supposed to you are not supposed to do that to a law enforcement officer. Try it in the United States or in Canada.
I
Try
thought
it
you
there.
are
They will,
saying
yeah,
because he's an Indian.
not because Try it in the United States. They instantly you are arrested. They have the right to stop you, search you, interrogate you, even try to elicit information from you based on what they think might be going on. Maybe the possibility the Indian man might be thinking they want to solicit for bribe, but it doesn't matter. The police officer is doing his job. You don't shout at him. You don't try to push him. You don't try to touch him. If I were the police officer, I would have first of all slapped him, then I will arrest him.
Yeah, but as they say, the way you lay your bed, that's how you're gonna sleep on it, right? So, if you think these people, they know how Nigerians themselves behave to this police officers or the security people. They know, so they just trying to join the party. If you ask me, yeah, they know better, and they know that kind of aggressive. You can tell this people naturally they're not that aggressive, but that kind of an aggressive response would garner some attention and maybe give them some leeway. And I think that's they're just playing the game.
Well, sorry, I think we had some intermittent silence. I just think
Baba, I wanted to ask you a question. Are you saying Nigerians are less than 200 million or more than 200 million? That's actually what I want to get about this argument of we are not.
Sorry, carry on amongst yourself for a moment. Carry on.
We are far less.
I don't think so. We are even more.
No, okay. How did you arrive at that, Madam?
Let me tell you how I arrived at that.
Mm-hmm. How did you arrive at that?
National Population Council. At a point when they stopped their statistics, we are over 200 million. Because there was a time that we are going around taking data. I think that we are compelled to do that. That was, is it 2002 or 2002? Because they needed, I think one international body wanted to sponsor them.
Census 2006 was
the
last
so
census.
It wasn't a census. At that time, we were over 200 million. Because they were taking the data of birth rate, death rate, and whatever, school children and whatever. It was just a data, not that they were counting people. So, and that has actually been that. I've forgotten the name of that thing that was pushing that population council then. They were, I've forgotten what it is then, because that has been always a problem outside of Nigeria have with Nigerians. They always don't know how many we are.
Indeed,
yeah. But
Prince Daddy, mute your mic. You get a hot mic, man.
Okay, thanks.
So we are a little above 200 million. That's the fact.
Well, if you look at state by state enumeration of census, the last one, you can see the record from North, for instance, and a host of others, and you find out that they have more of the numbers than the southern states. But I've not been to the North. I don't know the North that much, but I've traversed once from I think Kano, Kaduna Airport. I can't remember now. Going through Katsina, I think Sokoto and Kebbi, straight to Yame in Niger, and I still live with that the memory of that journey. I don't see anybody.
That you don't see anybody doesn't mean there is nobody.
I ask, yes, they always tell me.
Baba, religion and culture makes people, it affects movement. That's just the truth. Now, let me give you an instance so that you will have a clue of what they did that time. If you come to my region, which is Southeast, take the age of 54 to 19. Go to every family in the Southeast. 54 to 19 is not our home. Ask any Southeasterner. And sometimes when they come to ask these parents that the questions, or they want to take this thing, nobody remembers to say, I have so person is so place. So when they were there in the north, they will be counted as northerners, as people in the north. The same thing with Lagos. Lagos is 70 million, is 90 million, is 100 million people that are all not Lagosians. So that migration, Southerners migrate a lot than the Northerners. So the movement is one way. So you cannot say, because why are they in number? They are not in number because they are more than us, or they're born more than us. It's the movement.
No, explain that. I don't get that. What you're trying to say exactly there. What do you mean by the movement?
You want me to explain to you?
Yeah.
When you come to count census, some census people don't really ask the right question. Because if they ask you how many children do you have, you are supposed to name all your children, whether they're living with you there and they're not living with you there. Because I remember when I was in the university, when they asked my mother said I was in the university, in the campus. They did not put my name, but they came to the campus and counted me as somebody who is in River State. So thereby reducing the number of me being in Imo State and increasing the number of me being in River State. I hope I'm trying to explain it very well.
Yeah, you explained it very well. I think
can you just give me 30 seconds? Yeah, can you give me 30 seconds? When the enumerator comes to Lagos, for instance, and they enter a compound, like they've educated us, these people, they will be coming to so and so day. Just make yourself available. When they come, everybody in that compound will come out and they take their records, they count them physically. Those that are not around or hospitalized or the other one, they take note of them, but they are not counted. But in the north, and this is a fact, when they enter same compound, they can't even have access. It is the head of the family that comes out, maybe with some children, and they tell them the other women are in Poda. That is where those numbers come in from. If the head of the household says, oh, I have 20 elehas inside there, and they will record it because he can't present his wife. And that is how they get their numbers.
Let me ask you a question. You know, for every challenge and every doubt, it's not all about talking about it. It's about presenting a situation or a solution to solve that challenge or that doubt. Now, the question is there any human that is allowed to enter the Puda?
They don't allow, except maybe their own, I wouldn't say. But if the woman is a Christian,
that is the first question.
They will not.
If there are humans like the imam or the whatever that is allowed to enter any Puda and know the number of people who are inside there, since most Southerners doubt their numbers. Let me say this. I don't know why you people doubt their number, but I don't doubt their numbers because I live there. I don't. If you, on Friday, when they come out from their prayers, you'll be shocked at the number you will see. But since you people doubt it, make a case. If there is somebody that is allowed, according to their religion, to see these women or these children or these people that are forbidden to be seen by just an ordinary person, why don't National Population Council employ those people? They will be the ones to go get those numbers for them. As simple as ABC.
Okay, let me give you these numbers. I just pick it now from Google, and I want you to compare. You've been there, because I will not argue with somebody who has been or lived there. It says Kano, 14 million plus. Lagos State, 12 million. This is 2019, populated 5 years ago. Lagos, 12 million plus. Katsina, 9. Kaduna, 8. Bauchi, 7. Oyo, 7. Rivers, 7. Jigawa, 6, and so on and so forth. You understand?
So why are you doubting that of which one are you doubting now?
What
So that
I'm doubting, I will not speak for the South or the Southeast, but for West, Southwest, I know. Lagos, for instance, can never be less than 25 million people.
You are just assuming.
Let me tell you how I arrived at that.
Listen, let me tell you. Number one, look at you guys are funny. The land area of Lagos is small. It makes it look congested. I can assure you that if you lift the number of people in Lagos and throw them into Kano State, it won't be that congested. And I think that's kind of experiment.
Madam, it's not even about the congestion. It's about the activities going on here. How many real estate, how many houses joined Lagos since 2006? How many was created in Lagos in 2006?
What I'm saying is, lift that thing that is in Lagos. Okay, let me rephrase my sentence. Maybe I made a sentence that is confusing. Let me rephrase it. You see the way Lagos is. Exactly everything that is in Lagos. Just lift it as it is like that. Go to Kano and spread it in the land area of Kano. I can assure you it will look very scanty.
No, again, Madam,
Kano is big. Kano is very big.
Fact you can lay hands upon. Like what we're saying now, what's the population of housing growth in Lagos in 2006? What's the population of job growth in Lagos in 2006?
Listen,
how many Okada people did we return?
I'm not talking about
back
job
from
growth. We're not
Lagos
talking about head count. That's
no, I'm coming because there are facts that are pointers to the growth in Lagos population. Now,
sorry, before you land that point, right? Just like people migrate to Lagos, a lot of people migrate to Kano too. A lot of people.
But Lagos is much more.
No. We don't have the proof. Let's be very realistic.
Even the north, they come to Lagos. They put them in trailers. Load. They come in trailer loads every day to drive to ride Okada.
I've been privileged. Sir, I've been privileged. I've been privileged to go. At least I grew up in Lagos, and I've been privileged to go to Kano. You can't stand them. The first time I went to Kano, I was like, Jesus Christ, is this how big this place is? You can't stand it. You can't. So I'm not saying the numbers might be factual, but we need. So when we speak, right, we need to support it with clear evidence. That's why we need a census.
Emeka, human senses can misrepresent figure, can misrepresent data.
It's just the same way we're putting assumption now, right?
No,
we don't have the numbers.
If you see crowd in Kano, you cannot really comprehend how many they are. It will still be an assumption. But I'm telling you that
I am not the one making the case.
To economic activities.
I am not the one making the case that Lagos has more numbers than Kano. I can't say because I would rather go with the official figures.
Okay, Emeka, look at it this way. If I told you that before 1960, the population of the southern part of the country outnumbered the northern part of the country, and the northern part of the country, they kicked against the censor. Everything only changed after the military took over, and everything has gone against regional geography since that time. Nigeria is still the only place where you don't have economic activities going on somewhere, and you will see outnumber where the economic activity is going. Okay, an example. How come that Lagos consume
I don't
more
get this
cattle?
argument. Honestly, I don't get that argument.
Maybe I can put it in the proper perspective.
It's not going on in
I think it's Ola, Madam Zita, I think it's Ola that's speaking. If you lived in Lagos or you live in Lagos, you will know exactly what I'm saying here. Because Lagos is a place where even people from the north, they come in trailer loads every day to ride Okada. Every Sango around Lagos.
Those people come from Niger actually, not even from the north.
Those are the people they count as northerners too. As far as I'm concerned, whether you're a Nigerian, whether you're a Chadian.
This argument, right? I think we are not doing a great.
No, I just want to mention some local government areas to you. And if you've lived in Lagos, it's like you are peeping into it. Look at it. You know where we will get the free figure of Lagos State? When the rail blue line in Lagos is fully functional and the red line is fully functional, by the capacity of the passengers they carry every day, we'll be able to put it in its proper perspective. Because if you look at Urunshoki, you go to Ojo, you go to Mushin, Itire, Agege, Oshodi, Bagada. I mean, just be looking, not to even talk about going back to
that's
and the rest.
Baba, we are not disputing that Lagos is not the population in Lagos is not huge. We are not disputing that. Neither are we going to dispute that the population in Kano is not huge, right? We don't have the numbers. What we're saying, we are just giving anecdotal experiences. I can also tell you during the last election, right, or during the campaign when the president went to campaign, did you see the crowd there? You saw how it was spilling over. So we could use that as an anecdote, but the population, at least, it mirrors some form of the validity in there may be close, but we need a census that is objective to get the number. I listened to Fashola, and Fashola was also saying that even with the housing deficit, they were just making up numbers. Nigeria is a country where we do not invest properly in data, and we don't keep actual records, which is not okay.
What Baba said earlier, in 2006 population census, they allocated 9 million to Lagos State. I was there in Lagos State then when the Lagos State conducted theirs. They came home, they did proper interview, they did proper documentation, and they came up with 17 million. So look at the gap. 9 million allocated to Lagos by the National Population Census, and 17 million got by Lagos State government for the purpose of planning. Now, when you look at the reality of it economically, you can see there's a correlation between the planning economic activities in Lagos and what they brought to us as population. So apart from election,
can I say something?
Okay, Madam.
It's like you guys are seeing this population head count as a political something, but it is really wrong for us to sit where we are and begin to demean our institution. I'm not going to be part of that. If the institution that is responsible for the head count and count it and come up with number and say, this is the number, until you come up with something very tangible, like just what I said. If you are doubting the number in Kano, make a case with the institution, said, these people are in the Puda. We don't see them. They don't count them. They just say how many they are. Let them employ people who
Madam,
can go to the
you just
Puda.
gave
Let
you
me
number of
finish.
Lagos State government now.
Let me finish. Who can go to the Puda and get the number? But for us to sit down here and start saying that they gave a number, like saying that was not actually what they counted. Like somebody just say they gave this number to Lagos. And when Lagos did their own, it's beginning to sound like political undertone. That numbers have been awarded to get allocation. I am not in for that. But what I am saying is really wrong for anybody to look at the north and say there is nobody there.
No, we are not saying there is nobody there, Zita. We are just questioning the numbers.
Yes, that's
which
what I'm
the
saying. I'm still
enumerators
talking about the
presented.
number.
But this time, I think we will get it right. Yes, women will go into the field.
Listen to me. If you listen to people who have gone interior of the north and see their utterances, who have tried to mingle with them like Patient Jonathan, she came up with a word, born away. If you go there, you will not believe the number of humans there. But if you think that that is a lie, that your Lagos has number because it's a little land with so many people in it, that is okay. But don't demean the institution that took care of that thing until you are able to go to court, make a case that is totally proven. Please,
yeah, that is what that was what I said, Zita, before. Fashola took the census board to court.
Exactly.
He took them to court.
Did he win?
Say again.
Did he win?
He won.
Won what?
The figure was adjusted.
They didn't do another census. They just adjust the figure.
They just adjusted it. It's even in his latest book he published, which I've not gotten yet because they've not started commercializing it.
Happened.
And
you know, madam. Okay, you want to say whether the population were allocated.
We lost you, Ola. Okay.
No,
but carry on. We can hear you now.
So now, the thing was, you asked whether they were allocating those population for political purpose. Emphatically, I could be wrong, but I say yes, absolutely.
Correct.
If you remember what I said the population census we did before 1960, the southern Nigeria were more than the northern Nigeria. The northern Nigeria kicked against it. I said since 1966, then the population started growing in favor of the north. There was even in a town in Ekiti to see the fraud in Nigeria's population census, that its population in 1963 was more than its population in 1992. How do you reconcile? When you look at density, and we want to trust this agency? No, I'm not going to trust them. So the thing is this. It is
I still don't believe that Lagos is the most populated city in Nigeria, but I believe Lagos is the most congested city in Nigeria.
Okay.
I said, in my view, I think Lagos is probably the
when you look at the housing growth,
I think Lagos.
When you look at the housing growth, it favors Lagos more than any state in Nigeria. And goats and animals are not going to be living in those houses. They will still be human. The vehicular growth has been more, in fact, it's a logarithmic growth, like exponential growth in Lagos compared to any part of that country. Human beings are going to ride all those cars.
Nah, the way you people talk about the North.
Wait, now the construction, the full construction in Lagos.
You've not been in a place, you ridicule them.
Ola, this is my point. I'm saying that.
See, I'm tying the population to economic
please,
activities, right?
please.
Let BT come in. Ola, can you hear anyone? Sorry, BT, come in. Ola, let BT come in. Yeah.
Without thank you, man. Don't mind Ola. I will deal with him later. If that's what he does.
Who is putting in now?
I muted you. I was saying let BT come in, but you were not hearing. He was trying to come in. I was saying let him in, but you were not hearing.
Ola will accuse you.
I know
I
it
didn't
will,
even hear you.
Yeah,
yes.
I
didn't even hear you. Honestly.
No, yes. Let BT come in. So BT come in. Yeah.
What I'm saying to Madam Zita is this: if, like they said, the governor then Fashola goes to court, wins a case against the numbers count, and they have to adjust the numbers, then we have the right to question the other figures, right? You come on. If somebody goes to court and you have this census, whatever, and one of them was challenged in the court of law, and you lose that case, and you had to adjust those figures, we have the right to question the other figures you got. So I'm not saying that Kano might be more or less, but I'm saying that at least we should have the right to at least question those figures. It's all I'm saying, Madam Zita. We have the right to question those numbers. So that's just what I wanted to add to it.
And the funny thing, actually, Babati, Zita, is if you line up 10 Nigerians and you ask them individually what's the population of Nigeria, you will hear between 200 million up to 240, 250 million. Everyone will give you different numbers.
It's around
220. It's about what?
Around
in your own estimation? 220.
Right.
I think meetings 180.
No. 170. 170.
You are claiming that Lagos is almost 90 million people.
No, I'm not.
You are claiming Lagos is 90 million people.
Who said 90 million? Who said 90 million?
No, I know what she's doing.
I know
what she's doing. But no, it's not. Because when a Northerner will stand up and talk, he will tell you to your face, we are more than you people in population, and we have more states. I think they have 17 or so than you people, and things like that. They use it for political purposes.
Yes,
from the time of Tinubu.
By the way, Kano has about 42 local government councils, right?
Exactly. That was what Tinubu called again.
But Lagos only has 20 officially. So how do you have 20 to 42 with almost the same population size?
So Tinubu kicked.
You know BJ now, and is a strong head now.
I have a question for everyone, though.
If you like say that una Lagos, una go give a plot of land to local government.
The question I have for you guys,
1 billion naira.
Bye-bye. I have a question I want to ask. Does anybody know the reason behind the indefinite postponement of the census from Buhari administration?
In Tinubu's era, they've also postponed because they want to get it right.
Sorry, Baba. It wasn't actually indefinitely postponed. It was deferred into the incoming administration, and I think they've just now inaugurated it to carry. I think that will be done by the second quarter of by the second quarter of next year.
And I want to believe they will do it properly.
I use indefinite since there's no particular date assigned, for the conduction of that census. I think they postponed it twice before this final one.
The insecurity in Nigeria will not let anybody do that correctly.
I agree. Yeah, but they conducted it.
They cannot conduct census with what is going on. That's just the truth. Unless you people want to have a fake result.
Let's pay for satellites to capture us all.
But if even the one, sorry,
Sorry. Yeah, no,
Each state
carry
should
on.
try to
I
conduct
was just trying to make a
their own
reference
census.
that census outcomes, I mean, in figures, has always been disputed one way or the other. It's just never a time that any country actually get it right. Number one, because some of the aliens that are undocumented or perhaps not really, or those who are, indifferent to this, to the exercise, uh, usually get disenfranchised and they don't get captured in that exercise, and that does not, doesn't make the actual official figure accurate. I think many people actually understand the purpose of it. Maybe orientation and all that would have done, but would have gone a long way. But everything's always backward in the north.
No,
So
while I understand it's not an exactitude, though, but you have to be nearest to the real number, not the way it shouldn't be exaggerated. Yeah, there is a gain for it, and also there is a loss.
Plus minus 5 million is to be about it.
Exactly, I agree with you.
I wish it
But
more
again,
rely.
right? You see, what we are saying here now, there's something Madam Zita actually said, right? We're talking about Lagos, and I think that counts. The population in Lagos is driven majorly by immigration. I mean, by migration of people from different part of the country to Lagos State, right? I was having this conversation with Man of Prestige, where we were talking about the Southeast not having the numbers because many of them have gone to go and live in Lagos, and they are now counted as Lagos State residents, and they've left their villages. So if we are not looking, but if you conduct the census now, the North will go back to the North. The Malams in Lagos State will go back to the North to go and be counted where they are from. But those in the Igbos will still stay in Lagos State, and they will be missing in their village, and they will be counted in Lagos State, and give Lagos State the upper hand in terms of decision-making process and control.
But that means they are not being deceitful. The people that went to the North to be counted, they will have their gains. They will come back to Lagos, and Lagos will be compensated based on the numbers of their absence, not including their own numbers.
Shows the sophistication
So
of
how
the
can we
northern
plan?
people.
Why can't they count you wherever you are and give it to your state? Like now, if you're in Lagos, they count you.
Exactly.
They ask you, what's your state? You say
exactly.
Abia State. That number should go to Abia State.
No, even 2006 census, right? They asked for state of origin, and you will put it there. But when it comes to politics or other issues, they will refer you to state of origin or where you are signing from, state of origin. But when you want to do census, is not where you reside. If you ask me, let's just scrap up the state of origin. Because the numbers that the Igbo people are saying we don't have is because we have migrated, and that's why I was just telling Man of Prestige, Igbo people should be wise enough, go back to your village and be counted there, so that we will know whether we truly have the numbers or we don't have the numbers or we are missing in action. So we're doing ourselves a disservice.
Okay. Or can we do this? Can the federal government? I don't know if it is legal or not legal, but can the federal government criminalize not registering for NIN number, so that will push people towards registering, and then we can capture some of those data from that.
You can
incentivize it, not criminalize it.
Which you know how they are sharing money. That's how you do that now. You say, okay, the poor people that want to give money. When you come in to collect that money, that cash, you get their data, their biometrics, whatever.
Guys, can I ask a quick question before I sleep?
Go ahead.
The demographic composition of Niger Republic is almost like the demography of northern Nigeria, right? Do we all agree?
Correct.
It's almost. What's the population of Niger Republic?
About 17 million, Abi.
It's 25 million. It's 25. I checked. 25 million.
Okay, good.
So how come just north of the border, literally you can just walk from some areas in Nigeria to that, then they somehow have a lower population. But when you think about, because the concentration of our heavy population is supposed to be in the northwest,
right?
Even
So
Kolata add Chad to it for them.
Chad is also sparsely populated. So that's why I feel the population numbers attributed to the north in Nigeria. I'm not talking about north central, the core north is dodgy at best. And when you look at the population of Nigeria before independence, you look at the big cities in Nigeria, most of the big cities in terms of population numbers were in the southwest. Only one northern city came up, which was Kano. Ibadan, Ogbomoso. I mean, I checked it. I mean, that even Elisha was one of the highest one, even though the population has dropped a bit. So it's
Elisha and
not
Ibadan.
Elisha and Ibadan. So it's just amazing that under the military, the population blew up, and we can't say they're birthing more kids because they have the same religion, the same ethnic makeup in Niger Republic, and they're only 25 million, even with a bigger land mass.
Well,
So it's just very spotty.
Kolata, you are comparing oranges with apple.
It's not
Niger
oranges
is
and
not
apple.
as Niger is not in landmass. Niger is smaller than.
It's the same people
landmass.
now, Emeka. It's
No,
the same
no,
people.
I'm not disputing. I'm not disputing. You see, I'm not disputing.
Land mass doesn't equate to population. No.
I know.
I'm
answering Emeka.
Then what is happening in Lagos State? What is not happening in Lagos State?
No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying. I'm even saying.
Can we guys just can you do us a favor? What is your own guesstimation of Nigeria's population? What is your?
I swear to God, I don't know.
Just guess now.
I just think it's skewed. I don't think it's accurate by any stretch.
But if you had to guess, like, what do you think?
I can't guess now. I have no clue because I don't think there's a basis to that population.
Okay, right.
I have no clue. I have no idea.
That bad, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why census is needed, right? At least we can have a good idea of.
So we have no idea what it is.
We have no idea.
Because we go from I have no clue to 200 million. That's the range now.
Babati, I
have no clue to 200 million.
I say plus minus 20 million.
I'm telling you.
Babati, plus minus 20 million.
I know it's funny. No. I know it's funny, but I have no clue to 200 million. That's a stretch, man. That's a long. I'm telling you. It's crazy.
If you ask me, I think probably what I would give or take, I would say probably 183 million. That's what I think we probably might be looking at.
Man, we are in trouble, man. How can we plan effectively then? You don't know who you are.
Exactly. We need the numbers, right? I don't know why, it's poor planning from our part. We need the numbers for effective planning. We need the number to actually estimate how truly governance is improving. We need that numbers. We are doing ourselves.
But by the way, it's because of lack of numbers that people like Bekaidu ripped us off of millions, hundreds of millions.
Can I ask a question? When was this population? Because in the 60s, we were like close to like Britain, like with that 40, 50 million people. What decade was that population explosion? When that happened?
It happened in the 90s.
Was it in the 90s that we had the? Well, so what changed?
The population explosion, I think, is in the 70s actually.
Really?
I think it's in the 70s when.
You keep having kids, and the affair will not stop. I'm saying.
When we had that Doji boom.
I want to say the last time we had the economic boom was Babangida era.
So that was when we had the explosion. That was
So since that time, Obasanjo, I don't think anything substantial happened during Obasanjo.
So that would be the 80s into the 90s, right?
Yeah.
The 90s. No, the Udoji era when they doubled the salaries and China came in with fan, they sell for 3 naira. Record cassette recorder you can get for 14. That's where everybody now felt they are big men.
Because how do you have 70, 60 million? No, I think we have 45 million in the 60s. How do you go from that within 40, 50 years to 200?
Go to Lagos Island maternity in Campbell or the one here. You will see how these people keep having kids every day. Every day. So it's not just only that keep having kids. Yes. And the government will keep providing free education, free this, free that. There should be some policy.
We have a population problem. Honestly speaking,
That's the
we
reason why
do have a
sometimes
population
And now,
problem.
do you know when they introduced what do you call it, family planning stuff? It was during I think towards end of 80s to / early 90s. So on
89.
and on during that Babangida era, that
It
was
was
when they
Babangida.
You're right.
yeah, that was when they
Babangida era,
flooded the
yeah.
4 children to a family.
entire country with
Yeah,
condoms and
I
all
remember.
that.
Yeah, Baba, you're old. Though. I
So,
remember that advert on
and by the way,
NTA.
we'll start saying
Yeah.
that in the days of Awolowo, they did ABC and D because they had less population now. I mean, that's what I'm telling you. That's one of that has to be factored
Let me
in.
tell Babangida could that one because he kept referring to Awolowo's era with nostalgia, like, oh, that was El Dorado, as if the population of Lagos State was 450 million then.
I've made those arguments to Ajanle Koko before, but he wouldn't. Those were simpler times. I say during the time of Awolowo, they were able to. The population of Nigeria was
man,
about
the same
70 million
question
then.
though.
Yeah.
When do you think that population explosion was in your own experience? When do you think that happened? Was it the 80s or 70s?
It could have been in the 80s, wouldn't it? But I'm also with the view that population explosion is more is rigged. It's not. I don't think we're anywhere near the population explosion
So,
there.
what is your own figure? Don't tell me you don't have any.
I think we're
Don't be
around
like
about 150 million, 140.
150 million.
You are saying that South Africans
A
are
lot of
bigger
people will
than
tell
us.
you that they will drive through the north and they will drive for. There was a girl that was riding a bike through the north, some Scandinavian girl, and she would ride for ages and ages before coming across people. So the concentration of the population in the north is in the urban areas, and then there's smatterings of little hamlets here and there. I'm not quite sure. You know what they used to, because they are not allowed to count their wives for reason. I don't believe the population size.
I think about 160 to 170. That would be my own range.
One man, do you believe in the number of girls that were kidnapped in Chibok?
Well, I don't believe in the number that were kidnapped in Kaduna, and they told us it was.
No, I'm talking about Chibok girls.
Well, I don't know about that sufficient enough to form a position, but the Kaduna one, they've slashed it by like about 100. So they just play fast and loose with numbers over there.
Okay. Because if you have watched the video of that Chibok girls, and to think that 200 and something students are there, that's quite a number.
Do you believe the number? Sorry, I think Ola wanted to come in. Did you believe the number?
Me?
Yes.
I've lived those areas, Pontu School, Kanu. So I know there are a lot of people there. So I don't know what you people are talking about. But it's good. I'm praying that Nigeria will be very calm and safe so that sometimes people in the south take a holidays in the north. That way, this argument of the way we talk about them, if we go on holidays, they are quite often. I don't think we'll be saying what we say about them. I don't think so.
Okay. Madam, I look at something. If Nigerian students from pupils from primary 1 to SS3, if they are officially documented to be 36 million, and we have 2 million in all our tertiary institutions, so it means that the population of our students in Nigeria will be standing around the 37 or 38 million. So if you find percentage of that one out of 220, what does that tell us? It's telling us that the percentage of our children are just like about 20% of our population, right?
Yeah, that's
not accurate.
That's not true.
No, I'm just
not accurate.
I'm just talking of what
today is the country that have the youngest. How did they say it?
Below 35 years old.
United Nations. There is one word they call it. That is age bracket.
18 to 35.
Looking at being a productive age. That is working class in the next 30 years. So there are a lot of numbers. If anybody is telling you that 35, 34 million is three times more than that number.
Okay. Well, when I go look for figure, I don't do random check on internet. So we have our Nigeria Bureau of Statistics and Code. So we normally have this population too when we are registering for SSC or whatever. So the point is this: when you look at the configuration of Nigeria students alone, so it's telling you that the population is already scaled somewhere. Now, the unofficial figure of Nigeria in the diaspora estimated at 17 million. I don't know how true that one can be too. So when you see our population configured in Nigeria, we have 17 million people stashed away, and we have 35 million. So when you add all those together, that's still about a quarter of the entire population in Nigeria, right? So are we now saying the older people, you understand? See, the older people should be like about 75% of the total population of Nigeria. Something is wrong with
Who counts the nuns?
Who counts which one?
The nuns.
What do you mean by that?
The women
During
that don't get
population,
married.
who counts the nuns?
The women who don't get married.
Nuns? Like
these are things that is supposed to be addressed so that we wouldn't be having this argument. We talk about people coming out with their 2 legs, no face, people bringing out their hands, no leg, and they count them and they can count 3-4 times, all manner of propaganda.
Then we are saying
And
the same thing
I've
now.
given a solution. Let Nigerians who don't believe in the numbers coming from the north make a case. Let them use people who can actually go in there to count them, to go count them. Give them that job. The same as the nuns. People who can see the nuns, let them go there and count them.
Madam, do you believe that I think this NIN, the registration tool with the Nigerian Telco, Beavers and so many data that we gather together, we can actually use that to get the raw.
We can still get the number, because if you're looking at Beavers,
no, we are not going to get it 100%. At least we can get it up to 70% accuracy.
Actually, that young lady that was employed, you remember the young lady that they're suspended now?
That's Omapupa. That's Omapupa.
No, that's not her name.
I bet I do.
Yes. I was actually, because when they announced that ministry, it was a new ministry. Minister for Humanitarian, something like that. I was thinking she would have getting a number for us. Because I was thinking she will help us register Nigerians that
the poorest
need
of the poor.
welfare.
Yeah, the poorest of the poor, like they call them.
Like those in the IDP, Nigerians with low income, promise them something. That's how to get such numbers. Even if it's 5,000 every month, let them come, get their fingerprints. So that's the way you get all these numbers. Before you know it, they will be 80% accurate. But all this count here, it's not working. Because everybody will sit down in his state and be thinking he has a better number than another person. There are several ways of getting that number. I thought that lady, being a young woman, because you people say young people are better, I thought she would have. Are you laughing? Is that not what people say? When election come, you call an old man with one leg checking, blue leg checking. Young people are better. See it now, chaos everywhere. So,
Madam,
I actually thought she would have helped. Because if I am giving that job, the first thing I do is hit the ground. All those people in the IDP camp, every look and training of Nigeria, we get those women, those widows, those orphans, I'll get their fingerprint. Even if it's going to cost my ministry 5,000 a month, I don't mind. But we get that data. But what did she do as young people that must rule Nigeria? Wahala. I don't know.
See, one of those things is if we change our system of government, we will get our our population accurately. You understand? Because our population is nothing more than for political reason for now. So if like this proposal there, what they are proposing now, I don't know what they are proposing when they are trying to create 42 states, 7 from each geopolitical zone. If they can now, if they can find a way around that place, maybe we start using a system that okay, where they will let the highest number of a rep. Those people, if they will form the government of the day, so where the number will not necessarily be an advantage. Honestly, I think we are going overnight. We are going to get our population to near to accurate.
Are you saying 7 per state? The Southeast is not. We've not gotten the 6th state yet.
No,
we
they
are
are
struggling for the
proposing
6th
7. Yeah, 7. Oshogbo self is going to get
Good night, Zeta. Scary.
So let's get our 6th state first now before we move to 7.
No, they are giving you 7.
When we've not gotten
that lie. They are giving you 7. Yeah, they are creating 7 states in Southeast, according to the rumors circulating. Right. So I'm even still wondering how Kulata's place can even get to Oshogbo State. Very funny. They are going to get their 7 too. So
what are you talking about? Who's giving state?
That's the rumor circulating now that they want to create Oshogbo State.
Why? We already have Oshogbo as capital.
Is it big enough? Is it big enough for us, even as a landmass?
One man, stop. They can do Ibadan. I see Ibadan as a state, but
Ibadan is big enough now. Ibadan is bigger than Imo State now, is it not?
Okay,
we should be collapsing the states, not creating more states now.
You can do Ekiti and
you mean in the south, because we should be creating more states in the north.
No.
They want to make all more allocations equal.
The states that can't sustain themselves, you want to be creating mushroom states.
Like Oshun, Ekiti, just might jump to something.
See, what they are trying to do is this. They want to create it in such a way that when you are sending people to the house, no region, no particular, no coordinate will have numerical advantage. I think that's the thinking behind it. Assuming those documents going around, assuming they are true, assuming they are not just some kind of falsified documents. So when they give everybody 7, so when you send your 3 rep to go and represent you, so you'll be
where's the land to create states in Southeast?
It's not even about the land. It's about for administrative purposes. Not it has nothing to do with land.
So where are you going to carve out now?
Colata, it's a virtue state. They don't need a land there.
I think we already have that one. We already have that one with Simon Ekpa now. Do we not have that one with Simon Ekpa already?
In exile, Prime Minister in exile.
What is that a virtual state?
Yes, now.
Something is wrong. Something is wrong with you, I swear to God.
The thing that concerns me is that just imagine Kulata State will be having Oshogbo State. What I'm now announcing.
And then we have 2 dancing governors. One is for Oshogbo, the other is for the rest of Oshun. God forbid bad thing.
But on a more serious note, don't we have Rhode Island in America? I mean, that is a state, for God's sake. They can have one in the Southeast, so I don't know why they can't.
But the Southeast is already like 5 Rhode Island.
Wow. Okay.
You know, Kolata, you know why we think Oshun should have extra states? Because if there should be a capital city for...
No, it should be Elisha, no Ife.
Because if you look the way Oshogbo is developed compared to Ife, it's like, it's disgraceful, man. Like, Ife is just abandoned, man. Yeah, Oshogbo is more developed. Well, Ife is like, God, Lord, backward. It's like in Nigeria, every capital cities are always better develop because that's where the governors stay, so they, so to me, I can't if a historical place be looking like that. And
No,
Osogbo is
but
looking
if it should always be historical, it should always be rustic. It should always have that vibe.
No, no,
So,
no.
Why are you calling that
Because,
vibe? Are you kidding me?
no, no, no. Stop,
Come
stop.
on, man.
Yeah,
This is a changing
stop, stop.
mentality.
No, no. Stop being funny. You know what we mean. You can be historical and yes, be at least presentable to the world.
Exactly. Do you know how many?
it's presentable now. If it has developed, though, if you go to Parakin and all this
No,
road area.
If you go around that Oni Palace, everything around it is dusty, except your neighbor.
For what that place represents for black people globally, it should be way better
Yeah,
than
it
that.
should be very developed.
That's
What
the
does it represent for black people?
It does, it does. You see, that's the tourist site right there.
Come on now, spiritually and culturally, it's a lot for people globally. So
In universities in America,
the university is
study
there
world
now.
history. They talk about Ife. They talk about ancient Ife. They talk about ancient Benin. These are places people learn in top universities all across the world.
And they get there and they're disappointed. Like, what is this? Like, come on, you don't even have. I don't know.
You go there and look at Lageri and Accra Bata line 1, line 2.
All these people just messing up the whole thing. Because
you guys are not serious. We should be
Our
collapsing
monuments
states.
in Nigeria are churches.
We should be collapsing states, not building more states.
Kulata, don't you think we are supposed to carve Ogun State out of Southwest country and just mark them to Republic of Benin? Because
we are one anyway, so I'm going to miss it.
That state they've been giving us problem from the time immemorial.
Who gave you problem?
Ogun State is a very funny state. They have one of the worst statistics in the Southwest.
Don't mind. Okay. I said that.
I'm serious. Ogun.
That's why all the great Yorubas coming from Ogun. They still have the worst.
I swear, it's very incongruent. They have great Yorubas. But when you look at their statistics.
No, okay, don't do that. Let's focus on the kitchen. Why are you discussing Ogun?
No, Ogun's actually worse. You guys, the only thing you know how to do is just tax people. It's IGR.
Almost every prominent Yoruba business from Ogun. All of them.
Actually, if we look at the map, Ogun, Ekiti should not actually be a state. Only now. The map is on the screen now. If you look at
historically, it is very important to Yorubaris.
No, it's not.
No. Yes, of course it is. But as a landmass,
let's not lie. No, it's not. Let's not lie. No, it's not. Monsoto, I'm just saying the truth. Ekiti is between Yoruba and then world peace people. So, in terms of importance to Yoruba race, it is my state, Osun State. We're the most important to Yoruba race.
How is Osun more important than Ekiti?
Way more important. I can't.
Way more important now.
Alaafin, Oni, Olubadan of Ibadan, all in Osun State.
So have you heard of Falara of Arabo Sheri Falara Bosheri?
There you go into that.
All that one is like secondary. Who cares?
What is secondary? When you really want to talk of Asha and Yoruba and all
Ola, you are stretching. Is Ife, Ile-Ife, Oshogbo.
Okay.
Those are the places people know.
Where is Ile Ogun? Where is Ile Ogun?
Nobody knows that one now, Ola.
Ola, let me tell you the truth. Ogun is not from Ekiti. Ogun became Oba in Ekiti. That's all.
Mike,
he went there and became a king, and then that's it. Just like they all travel around and become kings and everywhere.
It does not matter. At least it really.
It does, but it doesn't mean it's some kind of significant. I mean, like
half of Ekiti was founded by Oba of Benin. How about that?
We won't see Adewale here now. Now where would they talk of Emuna will become a Adewale? You are not here now to rescue him.
Just fear obìnrin sí ayọ̀jú obìnrin kan aṣẹ́wó kan kìíní kan you will hear Adewale speak.
We ain't like Ijiburuku.
All right, gentlemen, let me use this window to bail out. Hand over to Mike. Thomas joining us soon. Super chatters are Ayo. Ola on the screen, but before he came on, Choma, that's Choma right there. Prince Daddy, that's Prince Daddy right there. AB joins. and then Abdul. So those are super chatters. Thank you to all those. Thank you everyone. A great session with the guests today. Thank you everyone. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, one man. It's a great session today, to be honest.
But Ola, your state is very important to you, Barry. Don't mind all this.
Babati, stop lying. There's no importance that Ekiti has. There's no Akmonle. It's not true. Stop lying. That's a lie. What was that? I don't even understand what you're saying. But my own state, you cannot deny. I mean, where are you going to do Oshogbo? Where's Oshogbo Groove? Where's Ile-Ife? Like, come on, man. Without that, there's no Yoruba.
I know, Babati. You see, one thing is this. I'm telling Kulata that it is from Kulata State.
That's a lie. It is when you think of importance of a state to a race. Where do you put Ile-Ife?
No, Ile-Ife is standard. Everybody knows Ife.
But everybody
knows Ife.
It's more important than Ekiti. That's the argument.
It's more important than Ekiti now. There's nothing in Ekiti.
For sure now.
That's
fine. Do you disagree? So disagreeing between Osun and Ekiti, which one is more important to the?
Let's talk about other things.
There's Oshogbo, there's Ilesha.
No, Oshogbo is not that.
The simple question is.
I agree with
you. If you want to come out, so don't give that no.
I will have to agree with Chujo because of
Babati, Ado Ekiti, Ado, that's Edo part, and Yoruba, that's what formed Ado Ekiti. Ado Ekiti was created by Benin people.
But Benin
people.
So,
Ola is half Edo, right?
Boya Lomo.
Mario.
Ola is from the Benin Kingdom now.
Let the mic.
I realize it was like he's not part of Benin Kingdom.
Lagos is no man's land. No, it's interesting to be honest. I think everybody seems to agree with restructuring now, and I think the only thing that Tinubu can do that I will never forgive him is for him to mess up like Jonathan. And this is a very good opportunity because it seems like everyone is on board.
But I think that he has the balls to do it. I mean, so far. Now, how far it goes with that is what we don't know. If he dives into, security, we have seen moves with the police reform, whatever they come up with. So, but how far it goes with that so-called recession is what we don't know. But we know how far we want him to go.
You mean Tinubu?
Yeah, we want him to go far, But but I know he has the balls. If he really wants to, he should be able to. But I don't know to what extent to totally change the whole thing. So.
See, on that state police, Oda is like the thing is already setting the stage already. So I want to agree with Adamu that we don't need all this ceremony because the structure is already beginning to emerge.
So how many state communities to show interest? How many?
No, assistant governors have already shown their interest.
How many can afford it?
You see, all this affordability is relative.
No. You must be able to fund it though.
I agree with you now. I said it's relative. You see, one thing is this. As we speak today, all those states, they are getting security votes every month. What are they doing with the security votes?
Yeah, but that's what the governors are using to lavish money now.
So they should be able to use it on another thing.
So the governors are going to be poorer.
Are they supposed to be richer than us?
Yeah, I mean that's the disincentive for them to do it. That's what I'm saying.
But they're on board now because
They give them more resource control then.
No,
If you
Joel. So far, so good. Lagos State is using its own security vote very well because we know that no state has sponsored the Nigerian police more than the Lagos State.
My brother, I have told you this, and I will tell you again. I don't know the dumbest person that you know in your life, right? If you put that person at the helms of Lagos State will still do well. Lagos State have passed the level of federal government without giving them money, they won't survive. I'm just trying to make you understand.
It's not always
true. Let us look at this other state. No, I'm being honest with you. Lagos don't pass. Lagos no be our mate. You know, Lagos don't get mate for West Africa. So let's just leave Lagos State. What I'm trying to say is this: thinking out of the box.
Delta can afford.
I just want you to chime in if you can. Look, is it possible that we have from my state within the 6 geopolitical regions? Lagos State, River State, Kano State. I don't know which one we should give to Northeast, but at least North Central has Abuja. The Southeast we can give it to Anambra. Those ones we have more federal presence, right? Then the other states, divide them into 2. Right? So each region will give us 3 states, 1 frontline state, and these 2 other states, merge them up. You get where I'm coming from? Like the Ogun State, Ekiti, divide them into 2. 1 state, take one state, one. We have 2 states from there. In the Southeast, Imo State and Abia State could merge. Then Enugu and
you are saying we should collapse our state structure, right?
Yes. It makes no sense. Look, I was trying to do the math the other day because there was a time one man wanted to feature me. That was part of the things I was working on. The mere fact that you reduce our states by at least 60%, we have solved about 50% of our problems. The states are just there, fleecing money from the people. The governors are not that effective. I believe that if we have bigger states, we have better resources, right? Then they have more resources to control. Then you see them blossom. I mean, I don't know how you guys see it, and that will reduce the amount of people you have to chase for corruption. You understand what I'm saying? Open up the local government.
Joel.
Open up the local government. Let me just land this. Then you can come in. Open up the local government. Maybe more local government if we want to. Then they receive their direct funding from the federal. That's it really. Not come to the governor and no. The governor has no right over the election cycle for the local government. Everything is quite independent. I think we can move forward with that. For this structure of 37, states, and we have about 2 of them or 3 that are viable, I think we're shooting ourselves in the leg. The mistakes of the military, we are still carrying it on, and we just want to have states for the sake of having states. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody want to speak before I speak? So
okay. Let me say something. Good evening. It's obvious that restructuring has become a buzzword, and everybody seems to feel like it's going to be like a silver bullet, like a magic wand that is going to solve every of our problems. Unfortunately, it is not. It has never been. Because one thing we have to understand is this: that's restructuring everybody is clamoring for. Number one, good number of the people that talk about restructuring most times don't even know what it is, what it entails, and because they don't envisage the kind of problems or challenges it's going to throw up, because it's a solution that will throw up more challenges that it intends to cure. And people just think, oh, resource control. Yeah, resource control will benefit some, but it will create more problems because some states will become completely insolvent, and you will not stop the migration from those states that are insolvent. There will be massive migration to where there are economic activities. And when that massive influx or migration happens, it's going to create a new kind of challenge for the state. That means so immediately we have control over our resources. So by and large, at some point, it's going to be a panacea or a roadway to disintegration of Nigeria, which many don't want to happen. So when we look at this issue of restructure, the way people are looking at it from a very narrow point of view, it diminishes, kind of erodes away the kind of thing we are likely to benefit. So let me go into the crux. Number one, look, today, if we put resource control, pro-resource control, I say, okay, let's deal with resource control. Okay, so, because when people talk of resource control, the first thing that comes to mind is the oil resources. There are communities in the Niger Delta, at least that I know, in some of the states of the Niger Delta, that are not oil producing at all. And you have a state you have communities and ethnic groups in the state. A is producing crude oil or producing, and B is not producing, and C is producing. Even amongst themselves, there is a serious dichotomy and crisis and clashes, even amongst some small ethnic group. And we can say that I can use rivers and Delta and Cross River and Akwa Ibom as an example. But if you know the kind of fight that goes on around Eke area, where Mobi has, and this other community that does not have oil, or is it the thing that happened between Cross Rivers and Rivers in the past that made Cross River to lose all their oil wells? Because today you can't really say Cross River is an oil producing state. Go and check, because they lost almost all their wells to Akwa Ibom when this offshore dichotomy issue reared its head. Same thing in River State, same thing in some communities in Delta. So it is likely going to throw up an avalanche of communal crisis, clashes, because some communities will say, look, it is our own. It belongs to us that owns that particular piece of land, and we cannot share with you. It happened in one of the crises that happened in around early 90s, where we have anybody that remember the Umwe chain. There's a place we call Umuakuru, Edegelem in Eche local government. Umuakuru, Edegelem or Lakbo. There are some villages there, even though they belong to the same lineage. So when we talk, it might solve some, but we need to weigh them. When we are trying to solve one problem, what are the chances that we are creating other problems, even though the original intention is to solve?
They should create more states then? Is that what you suggest?
No, I'm not saying we should create more states. I will deal with that also. When the issue of the state, unfortunately, we have created more states that we can handle. And that's why one of the bad things about the Jonathan 2014 conference, everybody say, oh, go and revisit it. Jonathan conference actually recommended the creation of additional 8 states. Anybody go and look at it. They say, oh, let them implement. If they implement Jonathan, it's going to solve all the problems. No, go and read it. It recommended the creation of additional states. At least I can remember about 3 or 4 of those states, and it's ridiculous. When the states we have at the moment cannot even, as we speak today, I used to say here that about 16 states or thereabout, or 10 or 16 states are not paying the minimum wage of 30,000. When everybody talk of 30,000, hey, increase it to 100,000. Even as we speak, people will dispute. They will shout. If I tell them that even Anambra State is not paying that 30,000, even our almighty Abia State is not paying that 30,000 yet. They're still paying the 18,000 minimum wage. They're not paying the 30,000 yet. And that 30,000 was in 2019. Another wage review is in the process. One of the things that is making it to slow down and making people to think, how can we continue? How can we proceed? If we now say, okay, let's increase. Even the one we increased the last time, I've said this thing on this platform more than 5-6 times. And people just brush it aside. They are real. That some states cannot afford it. The amount of civil service they inherit, the amount of the what they use to run the government, it is not as easy as we make it to look like, because the foundation is faulty, because we have gotten some of the wrong, very wrong. If we want to rework it, will restructuring solve all the problems? Maybe it will solve some. But when we put it on a scale, okay, when we are trying to solve one, which other one are we creating? And that's why we say we need to face the reality of where we are, what we are capable of doing. We were discussing here some times ago. Some people want a socialist government, or whether they call it communism now. Whether, everything. Look, we cannot afford tertiary education free. The kind of free education that people, free health that people are talking about, we cannot. Oh, we are rich. I was talking to somebody yesterday. Nigeria is not an oil-rich nation. It's an illusion some people have created, and some people are running with it. Look, when an individual steals 10 million in a community of 1 million people, the individual can be rich. But if that individual throw that 10 million to the community and everybody share it, it will be amount to almost nothing. Because hardly will you get maybe 10 naira, 100 naira. Hardly. It's not going to do anything. I'm not encouraging that individuals should steal 10 million, but the way we put it as if, we are super rich because we are pumping 1 million barrels of crude oil per day. So, in as much as we want a better Nigeria, we must be very realistic. Let's look at things very holistically. What do we need to do? Work and work and work. Is this something that can turn around in 6 months, in 1 year, in 2 years? No, because we have a lot of people that we have brought up children that we cannot care for. When this man was here, Adamu Garba was here, and people were asking him questions. Every part of the country, there are certain areas we are not paying attention to. The people that were there in the 90s, but it got worse in this 2000, from 2000 till now, where people don't care. It's just giving back to children, whether they go to school or they don't go to school. And everybody is talking of out of school, out of school, out of school. It is a pandemic. And that is why that after school children is feeding the people that are now addicted to drugs, the number of people that are now addicted to gambling. You go to any Baba Jebu, what do they call them now? This one that they are very, what's the name of this? Gambling in Nigeria now. Somebody should help me. No, they have some names that they call them.
Lotto.
No, not
betting.
Bet Niger. Okay. Thank you. Bet Niger and the rest. All of them are springing up. And people are getting addicted to it because that idea of there is a free money somewhere that is going to just drop if I keep doing this someday. So, why I came in was...
Let me ask you something.
Yes, go ahead.
You mentioned Niger Bet, but how are they different from you, sir? When you used to do, is it 3 pound 5 that used to do all those Korea?
I know they were the way.
I did not bet with them now, Baba.
No, I did not.
Okay.
I did not. Okay. And I did not. I learned the very hard way. And please permit me. It's very funny, but it's ridiculous. But I learned the very hard way when I was in primary 3.
I was going to school. I go to school in Army Children's School in Ibadan. So I needed to buy an exercise book. It was 30 kobo. And they gave me 30 kobo. And that Saturday, I met one of my classmates, Nojimu Omo Avalemo. And he told me that he played with 10 kobo and he won 60 kobo. I got interested. I was in primary 3, remember? And he showed me how to play. I put the team near Mami Barracks. Mami Barracks in Letmore Barracks in Ibadan. I put the 10 kobo, the team swallowed it. I put the second one, the team swallowed it. I put the third one. That was when I started crying, that they must refund my money.
That's Kalu now.
Yes, Kalu. It's gambling. It's Kalu. Yeah, it's Kalu. And I cried. The like because my mom will just kill me. Even though I managed to maneuver, to use trick to get over that something, but that was the last I gambled there. I stood away. So it was a bitter lesson, but God was teaching me something. So I worked. After that, nothing you can do, nothing. So I never really, when they were doing those things, then those palm things, something from I never those palm or nap or something. I did not. So, but the pandemic now, I don't have anything against it, but the rate at which it has grown. Look, in some of these advanced countries, if you are becoming addicted, even the person will stop selling to you. You see that, look, you're having a problem, you need to go and see somebody to help you, a psychiatric, or what do they call it? Or they have a name for it. They will not even attend to you that, look, you are becoming addicted to this thing. There's a limited amount that you can load and play for people that are playing it. So, but it's becoming a serious pandemic now. And that pandemic, yes, go ahead.
If you don't mind, let me ask your opinion about something, because it seems that people, I think, I could be wrong too, I think the people were not getting Adamu Garba the other time when he was saying consumption-based economy, but from what I could get from his assumption, he was actually talking about a net production in the sense that now you are consuming this thing, you are bringing it from Malaysia, you are bringing it from somewhere, but now instead of you bringing it from those places, why don't you come and put your facility here in Nigeria? Right. If you put your facility here in Nigeria, what do you think is going to happen? Because my opinion basically is the job being created for them in Malaysia, the job will shift to Nigeria immediately. Right? And
why would they do that?
Yeah, but because I was trying to
remember they are dumping products here, which is cheaper for them.
But it's
and they get to manufacture in their own country. So I didn't understand
that's a foreign direct investment. It's just like BAT.
See,
it's just like BAT, put and gamble.
The truth of the matter is this: that is the way to go. How we want to go about it, how we want to go, or how we choose to go about it is a different thing. Look, when Obasanjo in these days had meeting with these people that were manufacturing lace, they are Swiss people, and he told them we are going to stop it or put 100% tariff on it, except they want to come and put the plant in Nigeria. We have cotton. All our cotton plantation died down. People were importing things that naturally were our own. Look at now, Sonyo, Alari, what do you call it again? They are producing them in China now.
Adire.
Look at
can you imagine? Adire.
Yeah, Adire now in China.
Right.
Look at the cloth Kete, Akwete people in Abia State. You just go, they are producing it from the one in Benue. So every of our thing, people are taking it. So back to your question. Yes, we can. When Trump, it's only in Nigeria, and it stems from some lack of patriotism. When Trump said, look, I am going to tell China, if you move these factories to Mexico and you are producing automobile there, we are going to put a 100% tariff on them. It's not because we hate you. we want to do deal with you, but you cannot destroy our economy to build your own. If a president in Nigeria say we are going to put 100% tariff on some things in Nigeria today, they will say he hates Nigeria. But that is the way to go. Things that are not essential to our life, things that we can have substitute and encourage people to come and build on our own land, that we engage our youth and our teeming populace. If we put
Bishop,
yes,
don't mind. I know that Babati and Prince Daddy and Kulata, they are sort of scared of the situation. Look at it from this way: Babati swap Dangote with a Chinese person. Before we were importing cement from China, and now Dangote is not a Chinese man now manufacturing in Nigeria. He now manufacture now to meet the local need, and the excess now being pushed to sub-Saharan Africa. As of today, Dangote is a net exporter. Now, people came with an argument that we don't have money, right? No, you don't look at it that way. Look at it from this angle. Did we? What was our spending power when they brought telecom GSM to Nigeria? If we want to go by that, nobody will bring telecom because they will say we don't have that money. Those jobs, those businesses will actually create job. It's not going to, it's going to have macro. I don't know. It's going to have spiral.
It's going to be gradual, but ultimately, it's the best way to go.
Okay.
Ultimately, before you add to it, let me just quickly keep
continue.
Okay. So a company that comes to Nigeria to produce something, we want to assume that it's going to be for the Nigerian market, right? The person is selling to the Nigerian market.
Yes.
So I use the example of Dangote, which is fine, but they can do the same in the country, ship it down. But you say you bar them, you will tax it, you will jack it up. Now, that is for one item that you mentioned, which is fine. You said cement. But for other items, look at your lower middle class. Okay. So just look at
No, I think that approach is a little bit.
Stay with me. Even if we jack the tariff up and say they must come to Nigeria, okay, I'm here now in your country. How many people can actually afford? What is your purchasing? What is the average disposable income of a Nigerian?
Okay, let me answer you.
You must
let me use one example, just one example. In construction, many years ago, we know Daropale when we were doing our floors, and when they brought terrazzo, right? You know that terrazzo, that they have terrazzo machine that they used to use granite to polish that terrazzo. After terrazzo, Dunlop brought this flex carpet from the one that they got that is square, After that one, they brought the carpet, the rubber carpet that we used to lay. After that one, rug came and rain. After that one, tiles now is raining and other kind of tiles. At some point in Nigeria, if you go to more than 90% of the tiles you were using in Nigeria, at some point 100% were coming in. Then it reduced to about 90%. Then it come down. Then some people saw an opportunity in it because of the tariff. And some smart Nigerians, not only tiles, toilet seats, WC, water closet, and the other toilet fittings, Tamanlo, 100% of them were being imported. Then they established 2 factories in Nigeria. Some people partner with some Chinese. One was in Kano, one was in Abeokuta. And before you know it, some guys partnered with some Chinese companies and do ceramic tiles. Except you are very rich and you want to go and import your ceramic tile from Spain, or the one they call Italian, glazed, whatever. There is no tile that you want to buy in Nigeria today that you won't see. How many containers are coming to Nigeria now? People are now exporting ceramic tiles from Nigeria to our West African countries. If you don't know, I'm telling you that. So how did that change?
That's one of those things that Jonathan achieved now. Yeah.
So how did that change? Because that is the way to go. Our toilet fittings now, you can buy more than 70, except for people that are super rich that they want to buy it from America and load it in a container, because the tariff has to reflect. And it is not because they want to punish anybody. It is simply because they want to encourage. Look at some point in Nigeria under Obasanjo, it was only Just Juice and Five Alive that was in Nigeria, and Coca-Cola was the one manufacturing Five Alive, but they were not producing it in Nigeria. They were doing it in South Africa and shipping it in. When Obasanjo imposed a 65% tariff on them, everybody started looking inward. That look, you cannot be bringing pack juice, Just Juice and Five Alive, and we were running for it like mad, and people were doing all manner of things. When they import 65% tariff, people looked inward. Look, we are not saying you cannot come and sell, so that we will not say we are stifling. People did not say, oh, Obasanjo hate us. You want to destroy our business. You want to kill us. You want this. They look for alternative. There are so many things in Nigeria today we don't have any business in importing. China did it. India did it.
Okay,
Even America is threatening it. There are certain things you cannot bring to America as a complete finished manufacturing. Either you bring them in as CKD.
Okay.
Because I'm coming. Because they will super tax them. Now, will this thing come with some degree of pains? Yes, absolutely. But we must be ready to make that initial temporary sacrifices of those pains, rather than saying we want, because they will say they want to ban something today. You see some people will go and sponsor some people, and ignorantly all of us will say, oh, they want us to suffer. They are eating better rice. They want us to eat stone rice. Let us keep eating those stone rice until we can perfect it. The one that people are planting in the abroad too, there were stone in it. They devised means, technology, and gradually they got to where they are. We will not be eating stone rice and be eating stone rice forever. We can improve upon them gradually. So ultimately, the idea is this: majority of the things that because we can level up, you can leverage on our population. Majority of the things we produce, we consume, let them be produced locally. And that is the only way we can get our teeming population, with both the skilled and the unskilled and the semi-skilled. There should be somewhere for everybody to fix himself into. Look, a man that has no skill, that can only come in at the entry level, and he does not even have a potential of growing, you cannot tell them to keep promoting him beyond his competence. He will remain at that lower level for the rest of his life until he retires and he gets something else to do. But if he can continue to hone his skills, yes.
Okay, Babati, ask your question. Babati. I thought Babati was going to ask the question. So, okay, before Babati comes, so what I was going to have to even back you up is this. People complain about our spending power, and I want to use this opportunity to say it again. As we speak now, we are importing, right? Whether spending power or no spending power, we are spending money to import all those goods that we are consuming already. The thing is this: when I say use Procter and Gamble, use a BAT, they brought their factory to Nigeria. They were producing for Nigerian market, right? So if you bring these people, because we are talking of essential commodities now, asking them to bring their production facility to Nigeria does not mean that every commodity in life will be brought to Nigeria. We are only talking about some the one we can identify that can serve us. You ask them to bring. So the money we are spending to bring them in, we spend it here in Nigeria. What it's going to be doing for us is this: we will be using that money to pay workers that are Nigerians that are working in those factories. And those Nigerians will still go ahead and use money to buy beer, to buy pepper soup, and to spend within the economy. When you spend the money you get from this company, from other aspects of the economy, it's going to come back to you again in one way or the other. So so the spending power we are looking at today, we are looking at it as something that is static, stagnant, in that
that we never, that is not going to it's not going to last. That is the way we are looking at it. No, when we create that job first, we are putting money in the hands of people. So you are taking jobs away from China or where you are importing now, you are giving it to your people. That's that's the aspect there that we have to see it. So when you are producing locally, over time, that spending power will start improving. You understand? So that's what we're saying. It's a form of foreign direct.
Can I come in, please? I like to mind. So
okay, yeah, Prince Daddy, please do.
Yeah, I've been listening to you guys. So I'm thinking here. So is it that the Nigerian state doesn't know that they need to create jobs, and by manufacturing, jobs will be created? So I'm trying to get to the point of why. I think they do know, of course, but why they're not doing it? Why are they not doing what they're supposed to do, right? To create jobs? Because I know we like to take the easy way out. Of course, it's much easier. Why do you want to go through perhaps the tedious method of manufacturing? Trying to secure all your factors of production to do so, when you can easily import everything, and importation is really, this is when government comes in. The government comes in, because if they track everything that comes into the country, they have the pulse of the country and what is consumed the most. They would know how to manage, these importers and other countries, nations bringing items into Nigeria. This is strictly a failure of governance at every level. When you have things coming to your country that is damaging your country. So to me, there's no need to beat a dead horse. They know that we need jobs. Obviously, they know. Why are they not doing it? Is it the massive corruption that exists that they turn? They look the other way, or the big boys involved in this, in this importing, like P2B used to be? Are they the ones,
No.
No.
Okay, Prince Daddy, I guess we're asking a question, right? See, Obi, Adamu, Garba, they were all correct. They just presented the same thing different way. You understand? Look at it from this way. Jonathan was already reviving some industry in the country. Obasanjo revived certain industry in the country. As terrible as Buhari was, he still managed to revive something too. Because a dead clock will still be, correct at least twice in a day, right? So what we are saying now is this: instead of importing, put your factory, because we've given an example of how Nigerian factory managed to extend beyond. Look at our banking services today. We are not even talking of conventional banks alone. We are even talking of fintech, like InterSwitch, eTransact, and not those money fintech. They are in Ghana, they are in Sierra Leone, they are in certain parts of sub-Saharan Africa. And those are the spaces that used to be dominated by South Africa, Morocco before. They are not competing. But how did we get to that place? We started locally and we developed our competitive advantage. Okay, Prince Daddy, from the way you speak, I know I want to believe you're a core business person. I could be wrong, but at least from the way you speak, I could perceive that you're a core business person. This thing that Garuba was suggesting the other time is what you business people will call strategic alliance. You want to get cocoa, or you want to be taking cocoa to Brazil. If Brazil is the place they are planting cocoa, you go there and put your processing facility there. That's why you say you source your coffee beans responsibly. You understand? So we are saying, you want to come to Nigeria to be selling us cement. Put your plant in Nigeria.
Do you know the railway that these guys change everything around? What's this? Amici. What Obasanjo plan initially is that you should develop a Jaokuta to get the state to meet the demand of that rail. These people never did it. You understand? Do you know what Ajaokuta could have given us today? Okay, they say, okay, Siemens, we want to give us electricity. We want your local factory A. Because when you see the size of the contract, it warrants creation of businesses for Nigerians to do.
Hey, Ola, sorry. That Jakarta, why were the Nigerian government so reluctant to get the Russians to come back to finish it? Was it because they were afraid of the Americans or something? I mean, I don't know.
No.
Politics.
No. In fairness, it was not politics, though. It was COVID
in
that
fairness,
destroyed.
Jakarta was graduate for everybody.
No. I mean, no. Foga, what's the name of this company that built it? You know, it was a Russian company. And Buhari kind of entered into some agreement which COVID truncated, unfortunately. Because they have set a date for the evaluation team and the inspection team of Russia to come before the lockdown. And after the lockdown, everything had to go they had to go back to square one again. And that was because I was following it there. And because the only people that could come and repair it. You see, there are some like every time they talk about Kaduna Refinery, until they give it to the people that built it. What's the name of this French company? Technic Equip or something. Techquip. The people that built it, we know. That was what they should have done with Russia. The first privatization under Obasanjo about that and Atiku, that Russia was a scam. It's just like the same thing that they did to Power Holding Company in 2013. All the people that bought the Power Holding Company, they don't have the competence. Now, of all the privatization that was done, the two that were reversed by Yaradua and Buhari and Jonathan were one, the privatization of the refinery that was said to Dangote, and the privatization of the Nitel that was sold to Transcorp Group by Indi Okereke, that woman, that fat woman in stock exchange commission then. I don't know if anybody remember her. Indi Okereke, I can't remember her name very well. And those were very fertile. Number one, even the Nitel that was reversed at 750 million, how much did they sell it eventually? You don't need to bother yourself. I know the price because I followed it very well. 242 million. How did somebody sell something for 750? And you say, oh, he sold it to his cronies and you canceled it. And you now did 3 rounds of bidding again. And all you could get was 242. Go and check the records. They are there. So when people start praising Yaradua as the best thing, I say it's the worst. In fact, don't let's go there. Back to what you were saying. See, we cannot put all of them at the same time. We cannot start all this journey. We can begin to pick some. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of time because a lot of damage has happened to our economy. A lot. Huge damage that we are in a hurry to get things right. We are so much in a hurry. We have a teeming population now that are not productive at all. And the first area that can help us is not industrialization. Industrialization can come gradually later, but it is agric mechanization. Because as mechanized as agric is, it still needs people. And that is today is the highest employer of labor in Nigeria, agric. But if we do it, we can triple that one. The only problem is this: many people don't want to. They believe if you don't have the competence and you are not selective about job. There is an adage in Yoruba: "O keu, o kose, o kawe, wopalaru o kaogbera." That means you did not acquire the set skills that will enable you
You now say you want to be, I mean, they are looking for gate man. You say GM. They thought that the GM that is general manager you want is not gate man. Do you have the requisite, or what do they call it, to put you in that position? So until we get there and until we discourage our young ones, it's a lot of work, but it can be achieved. But can it be achieved in a at the snap of a finger? No. Unfortunately, that is the kind of impression some people are putting out there, that, oh, the problem of Nigeria can just be solved by flicking up the light and just say, oh, yes, everything will just turn to El Dorado. It is not. And some people, some of the younger ones, listen to some of these arguments and they believe it. That, oh, it's just that they don't want to do it. If they want to do it, they can just turn Nigeria around like that without any pain. And that's how.
Bishop, do you know why I said politics the other time? Do you know they stole so much of our iron ore and it ended up outside the country? Like I said, whereas they were supposed to develop Ajaokuta to use it to develop our rail locally. But what we got, the rumor, information, like, okay, rumor is what I will call it because this is just an allegation, that most of our iron ore escaped from our port to China. And so all those local content they were supposed to, they just eliminated that aspect, and we could not benefit enough from the loan we took from the Chinese people. So at that Ajaokuta, I think it is more of politics. What key, like Riley mentioned, the other time, I shared the same opinion with you, sir, because because that man died, didn't let people analyze his own scandals, his own unnecessary what do we call policy somersaults. Just imagine if we had not reversed that refinery issue, that maybe our petroleum problem would have been solved as early as 2011.
Yeah.
You know, so to me,
look at the VAT, look at the VAT, look at the cash call agreement with JV and PSC.
So maybe we give Prince Daddy a chance to ask his question so that we know, because I want to believe that Ajaokuta is graduate too, to be honest.
So, I didn't catch Bishop's explanation because he says it's not graduate. So what is it? What exactly is Ajaokuta?
No. What I said is this. Number one, the story about the iron ore, don't let that into that, is not completely very accurate. You see, I'll use this analogy, then I will answer the question of the iron ore. You see, when people come on TV today, our emergency analysts, and they tell us, oh, we are losing 1 million barrels per day, we are losing 500,000 barrels, that is being stolen. They are being economical with the truth. Nobody is stealing 500,000 barrels or 400,000 barrels per day of crude oil in Nigeria. But in oil exploration, what you cannot get out, let's assume that you get a well that is supposed to produce 100,000 barrels per day. For whatever reason, whether it is force majeure, whether it is shut in, due to whether nature, accident or anything, that you cannot produce that 100,000, you count it as a loss because you operate on a daily basis. Now, the truth is this: it is not stolen, but you cannot produce it. If you are producing 100,000 barrels, there is a minimum percentage that is supposed to get lost when you are transporting in pipe from one point to the other. If you are losing more than that, maybe you are leaking and it's losing up to 5% or thereabout, you shut in. When you shut in your well, you are not producing, but it's a loss to you, but it's not being stolen. When people talk in Nigeria that 400,000 barrels is being stolen per day, it is over exaggeration. It's not factual. Yeah, it's a short-in. We are supposed to be producing it, but for one reason or the other, it is not leaving the ground. It is not coming out. So it is different from, it is coming out from the ground and people are stealing it. Nobody is stealing 400,000 barrels per day in Nigeria. That's one. Unfortunately, everybody believes, and it is the popularity now. They steal 400,000 barrels of crude oil per day, and you cannot dispute it because it's so popular. despite the fact that it is not factually correct, because it is the thing that people want to hear, you know, to rile people up. People are stealing 400,000 barrels. Oh, everybody is this. People are stealing, agreed. But maybe like 10% of that, or at very best, maybe 20%. Nobody those boys where they cook for Creek, where we know them. In all the places where they cook those things now, all the Creek in Niger Delta, no one where my leg never touch. Never touch. So now back to the issue of the Ajaokuta. I said Ajaokuta was constructed with the best of intention. But when they did that, and it was abandoned for a long time, just like this power plant that Buhari revived, this hydropower, what's the name now? When they privatized that thing, those people that bought it, I want to remember the name of that company now. What they did, that India company, was asset stripping. They stole all the machinery they could steal. So when the thing went front and back, and Buhari did a buyback and paid some 496 million or something, 486 million, I can't remember the exact figure. What the Russian company was supposed to do was what they did in Port Harcourt refinery. Come and assess what exactly is available that can still be salvaged in what is on ground, and update it, because that technology is more than 40 years old that we started it. Now update it to a current technology and give us what can be used to build it, and give us a timeline. That was the agreement with the new we had with Russia, because it was actually supposed to be a G2G, that is government to government. So it was the Russian government that was directly involved, just like the Siemens issue. It was Angela Merkel and the president of the government of Nigeria. So it was it revivable? Yes. But it is not as if it's not going to be like it would have been if they have attempted to revive it before the stripping, because those ones stole everything that could be stolen. Those ones that bought it, I'm trying to remember their name. I see, is it GID? That India company that bought it when they did the privatization under Obasanjo Atiku. Unfortunately, COVID, I can look for the record. COVID stopped those teams, the quantity, whatever, that was supposed to come. That was in 2020.
So the Ajaokuta, when they were building, they built it to about 90-something%, I mean, something like that, right? In the beginning, when they were building it, when the Russians were building it, I don't know what percentage, but I know they were building almost complete. Why did they abandon it in the first place? Can you guys hear me?
No, we can hear you. No, I think the military.
Can you hear me?
Ability. Yeah, we can hear
you.
You
you hear the question I asked?
Go ahead, say it again, please.
Okay, I say the steel plants, right? When the Russians were building, they built it to about maybe 90%, or say I don't know.
It was close to. It was close to.
So why did they abandon it? Because why did they abandon it in the first place? That's it.
Unfortunately, military interregnum, military incursion, and all those things that happened then, instability in the polity. They were supposed to build it, operate it for some time, and Nigeria will grow into it. Unfortunately, it got stalled because of political instability, or mainly because it was not the only one. There were several
projects by the West, like Germany, US. Those ones also have projects in Nigeria. They abandoned their own. Why
like what project? Like what project?
I know, like US companies, Germany, Julius Berger. They have
mention them now. Julius Berger is just a private company now that was doing construction. So I want you to mention just the project, the magnitude of Ajaokuta that
But they wouldn't do it. Okay, let's say German or American company were building something, investing in something. Nigerian government will not just cut them off and say, okay, that's
no,
it.
we did not cut them off. It was not. They actually built some other company. At least we built NAFCON, National Fertilizer Company. We built this aluminium smelter company. NAFCON is in on there. Aluminium smelter is in Ikotepe. We built the second, the one that Babangida built in 1988. Petrochemicals in Eleme. The other
was
one.
it the Russians that built those things?
No, not Russians now.
No, the point I'm trying to make is why I'm thinking like the reason why they made the Russians stop that work was because maybe you know the relationship between Russia and the Western countries now. You know, it was like the Soviet. In fact, it wasn't even Russia; it was the Soviet at that time. By the time you know the Soviet Union
USSR.
collapsed in the you know they collapsed in 1990.
1989. Under Michael Gorbachev.
So, and there was like a Cold War between the Soviets and the Western.
No, I don't. It has nothing. It has nothing to do with it. Number one, that Ajakuta was the biggest singular project running in Africa as at that time. Go and check. It was massive. You cannot compare it to one refinery or one.
Can I add?
Yes.
Okay. So to be honest with you, Bishop, like the way I don't subscribe to your thinking at all, and I don't like.
That's fine. That's fair. No, don't tell me you don't like my thinking. I don't understand. Who is this talking? No. Why are you going this line?
I'm not. No. Listen,
what do you mean you don't subscribe? You don't like my thinking?
Wait. Yeah. I can say I can tell you what I like, but I'm not discrediting what you're saying. Like, it's your opinion. That's your opinion.
I'm just express your own opinion too, and let's move on.
No, just listen. I'm just saying that the view that you have about this, I don't like that view. I don't have that view. And
It's a business. That's your business.
I don't think that's no. That's not how you do things.
No, that's how you do things. You don't come and tell me that you don't like how I think, how I talk. I mean, what do you mean? What do you mean? I don't owe you.
Okay.
If you have facts against what I've said, bring those facts. Let's have a conversation in that space. That's not what you were saying. You started on the wrong footing.
That's what I'm saying. No,
that's not what you were saying. Damn it, that's not what you said.
That's how you say it. I'm just saying that the point of
no, that's not how you see it. That's what you said. I'm not hard of hearing. Like I heard you. If you have something to say it. Let's have a conversation along that line.
I said you're thinking. I don't subscribe to it. What's wrong with that? Saying that I don't subscribe to the way
if you say my thinking is wrong and you are telling me that you don't, I mean, nothing is wrong with that, then I mean, I can actually say that something must definitely be wrong with you too. Something must definitely be wrong with your thinking.
Okay, that's fine. But here's what I think. I don't like the fact that we always think that we have to bring people to do things for us when we're not the manager, we're not the project manager for whatever we're doing. We have Russian do stuff for you guys. Now, if that thing goes wrong, you have to go call them again. None of our own brain is in what they're doing. We don't have our own people part of the thing. We have to be the lead, the project manager. We have to be the head. We have to be part of the design. We have to bring our idea to the table.
What does that have to do with Bishop's point? Was Bishop advocating that we should be inviting someone?
So can I answer that question if it's a question?
No, it's not a question. The point I'm saying is we were saying that you call Russian to do stuff for you, and all of a sudden they stop doing it. That's not how you do stuff. A lot of stuff that is done in Nigeria was done by other people, not by us. Meaning that if something happened along the way or towards the end, or even they finish the product and something go wrong, we have to go call those people back because we have no inputs. We still doing that.
You can start your company and go and be there.
So if your wedding is tomorrow and you give your suit to a tailor and that tailor did not complete your suit, either he delivered it or he did not deliver it, that suit to you. So you will just say because you don't want to call him because you don't like him for whatever reason, you just put it on that machine.
Okay, first of all, if I have to do my suit, I have to tell my tailor this is what I want. This is the type of stuff I want. So he has the idea first.
Okay, so they told you that the child. I'm listening. We are having a conversation. I was talking when you come into, so I allow you. So let me to interject. Let's have a conversation. Don't just tell me listen. You don't tell me listen.
You didn't let me land first, though.
You landed. You didn't. You interjected. I'm interjecting. You are telling me listen.
I'm listening to you.
Go ahead.
I'm listening to you.
Go ahead. No, just land.
Go ahead now. Okay. What I'm saying is this: I give a tailor. Since you cite that as an example, I give a tailor a suit to do a suit for me. Or at the middle of it, he tell me, okay, I can't finish this because something go wrong. because I was the one who described exactly what type of suit I want. Maybe I want full pocket. This is how I want it done. I can literally take it and give it to somebody else to finish the job or to do another one because I'm involved in the thing. If you want to build a house, you're not just going to tell architect just do whatever. You tell the architect, this is the type of water. I want 2 bathrooms. I want my house to look just like this, and they will design it for you.
Okay.
What I'm
So
saying
can I respond? Can I respond to you?
Go ahead.
Can I respond? Number one. I don't know what field you're operating in. Even though technology looks alike, the end product might be the same. The approach, the breakdown is not the same thing. You have 2 companies that are manufacturing, that are producing the same thing, petrol. The technology that Chevron or Mobil is using to refine might be different from the technology that company B or C is using to define. So if you start building by a company, whether they are using Japanese technology and they get truncated midway, and you now want to go and bring a French or a German technology, you are just saying, you know what, come and scrap everything you have done from ground. Let's start all over again with your own new technology. When we built NAVCON, I remember it was a Kellogg's, a company from America, that built NAVCON. When other people wanted to build, they made it very clear, which one do you want? So when people were bidding for this project, we made our choice who we want to align with. If we align with, why is it that we align with Total, a French company, to come and build our Kaduna refinery? But when we were going to do Warri, it was a different thing, because there was specification of the crude they are going to, the crude are not the same thing that they are going to be cracking. The Kaduna refinery is designed for heavy crude. The Warri is designed for sweet crude. It's just that don't let us put all our eggs in one basket. Before they start building, they look at what are the raw materials that you have. Okay, this is the company that is best suitable. Now, if we can build it by ourselves, then we don't need to have invited the Russian company. I'm not in favor of any companies we are inviting. I am saying I'm not in favor, I'm not interested. Whatever company. And this let me land. This Russian company we're talking about, this project is over 40 years. If not, this project is 1978 or 70 something project. The idea started in 1974.
Bishop, how many times have they tried to revive it? How many times have they tried to revive that project?
We privatized it. We privatized it under Obasanjo, which failed. And that was what I was referring to. That was what I was referring to. Let me land now. He asked me a question. I was actually still answering the first question. That was where we are saying those Indian companies engage in asset stripping, because they moved a lot of those machineries out, practically stealing them in clear terms, because asset stripping means just taking whatever you can take. And that was what they did. Now, the second trying to revive it, do we leave it there? Is our choice. Do we just break it down and call people where they buy scrap metal to come and buy them? Is our choice. Can we revive it? Is iron still relevant to our national development? Very. So if we can get a way through it, I mean, how many years? But for the future generation, if it's something that they can fix and hand over to the coming generation, no amount of money is too much. Because what they did then was to weigh it. Can we go and start another one? It's too late in the day. If so, that can still be revived, and the material is still there, the raw materials still there. So is it okay? Is it bad that we have lost so much time? But rather than belly aching and crying over spilled milk, what's the way forward? The way forward, the only best way forward is either build another one or continue from where this one stopped. No matter, not everybody wants to say.
All right. So here's the thing. all you said about technology, that's not how technology works. You can have, you can have multiple different companies. The process might be different, but the destination will be the same thing. Whatever you want, you telling me that just because different companies are doing the job, and one company did it halfway, I can't give it to another company. That's not how it works. That's why you design, you create a schema, you create a blueprint first before you actually start a job. That's how technology works. It's not like you telling me that just because one job do it, some other
I don't
company
think
cannot finish it.
that's
That's
what
not
we
how it
want to.
works.
I don't think that's the
That's
conversation we should be having now. That's your own
well,
idea of it, and that's
well,
fine.
yeah,
That's fine. You cannot take a Tesla.
wait, that's the point I'm making. That the way especially the grown adults are seeing these things, I respectfully, the older Nigerians, the way they're seeing these things is not the way things work. It doesn't work that way. Just because you have you want to sit down there and have someone do all the job for you. We're not. This
That's
is a
not
new age.
that your view. That your view is very
That's exactly
very
what you're
narrow.
saying. No, it's not
No no
narrow.
no.
It's actually
That's
better than your
no. If
view.
you are
My view
even
is way better
attributing,
than your view. Because
if you are now if you are attributing
what
it
you're
to me
saying is
now.
not the right way.
No.
It's
If you
not the
are
right way to do
hold
things.
on now, Mr. Man.
That's why
Hold
we're
on, Mr.
stuck in where we are.
Hold
We're
on.
stuck where we are. And
If
because
you are
you're
attributing it,
elderly, man, you won't
to
listen to the
me,
young people.
if you are
You're not
if you
listening.
are attributing it to me, you cannot be more wrong. If you are attributing that decision on that to me, then that shows how very parochial and selective you have chosen to be. That is it. Just it. That is it. Let me say my own. That is it. Number one, the people that made the choice made those choice. I did not make that choice. I had zero input. The reason why they've tried several other people to revive it, it did not work. And they went back to original manufacturer to say, how can we get around this thing? You are sitting your butt in one corner and saying that if you have better idea, go and bring it in, put it on the table with them. I was
But you're
not
not
there. I
listening to
am still
me.
not there. I am still not
Okay,
there. I'm not listening to you. I am not listening to you. I don't owe you to listen to you. If they made that choice and they have a reason to go back to the original manufacturer, I don't carry my Boeing, my Boeing aircraft and say because I have issue or whatever, I don't have political alignment with Boeing. I want to take it to Airbus to go and fix for me, or I establish an Airbus company in Nigeria. And because there is political something, I'm now going to
Bishop,
bring a Boeing to come and finish it. I
let
don't know
me
why they
invite
arrive at
Bishop.
that decision.
You're
I am not questioning the
personalizing.
reason. I
Wait,
am
you're
not questioning. I am
personalizing.
not questioning.
Don't
I am not
personalize.
questioning. I am not
Don't
questioning how they
personalize.
arrived there.
Don't
It was
personalize.
not my decision. It
Yeah, I
calling me
know.
out for it is
No, I'm
completely
not calling. You are
unnecessary. You did.
personalizing
You
it.
did.
Don't
You have
wait.
personalized it. You
I'm not
started personalizing it.
personalizing it. No,
You
I'm
started
not.
personalizing it.
Bishop
You
and
started
Okay,
personalizing it. What
no.
are we
You're
talking
not
about?
listening.
You started
You're not
personalizing it.
listening to me.
Bishop and
You're
Oriade
not
and Joy, hold
listening
on,
to me.
please.
You need to
You
Oriade,
listen
started
please
to
hold
me.
on.
personalizing it.
No,
Oriade and
I
Bishop,
never
please
did
hold on.
that. We
Please hold
never
on.
do that.
Oriola,
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah,
let
yeah.
us look at it this way. I see. See, this one will be, what we're saying, Oriola, is that, okay, when those technology were sold to us, built for us, that we should be able to acquire capacity to support and maintain those technology. I know that's where you were going.
That's not what.
But
No. Don't say you know. That's not my
okay, I
point.
guess.
No,
Okay.
yeah, you're guessing, but that's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
That's
what
not
were
what
you
I'm,
saying?
because here's the thing. In engineering, for example, when there's a problem, you do a root cause. Root cause meaning you try to find the little nitty gritty that might affect your stuff. Now, what I'm saying to this is that's why when I first joined this platform, I think last year, I was putting the point out there. Oh, Awolowo was a great person, but I don't like how he did things. I like him, but what I'm saying is this: because if you look, every single thing we have in that country, from the petroleum to the lights to the telecommunication, all of them, even the railway, the foundation for everything was during colonialism. And during colonialism, None of our us were
Did
involved.
you say
None of our
telecom?
engineer, yeah, they're NITEL. Everything was during colonialism. The foundation was already there. So by the time we took over the government, we were just laying on top of what's already there, where we were not able to input. A lot of our input is now in the basic, and we are lacking that. And that's why a lot of, and now if you look at everything built after our independent, it was more like everything was outsourced. And when you outsource majority of your infrastructure, one, when there's a problem, you can't fix it. When you need another one, you have to go get them again. You can't build things for yourself. That's the problem that I feel
Yeah,
like
so realize,
we
so
have in
wait,
it.
I'll give me 1 second. Realize if the government wants to do something, they put out a bid, right? If you, as a Nigerian, if you know how to do it, then you put a proposal to do it. But if the no one in Nigeria, individual like you, don't know how to build it, and a foreign entity comes in and says, "Okay, I will do it." So why are you blaming government? Why don't you blame yourself? As a
No,
why are you
I'm
pointing
not. Okay,
fingers
okay.
like
Now
as if,
you have to
you
wait.
are
You
one
have to
of us
listen to
too?
me.
I mean, Oriola, go
Right,
start a
right, right.
go start
You have to
a
listen to me
hold
properly.
on, wait,
I'm not
let me land.
saying that.
Go,
Okay,
go
all
start
right.
But it
steel
wasn't born in
plant building company.
1978, Mike.
Wait, hold on, please. Go start a steel plant building company and go and build it instead of complaining here, talking about we don't think, we don't know how to build shit ourselves. We are one of us now. Are you
Well,
different?
that's how. I'm not. That's here's the thing.
Okay, Mike.
That's where you have
Let
to
me
listen.
respond
No,
to
let
Oriola.
me respond to him. Let me respond to him. I'm one of.
Okay.
I'm part of us. We're all one.
You
And
don't have to build anything.
listen. I'm doing my own. I'm doing my own part. Even
What are you building? What do you know how to build?
watch out. Just watch out. But here's
Mike,
the
you
thing.
don't know what he's building. You don't know.
Wait.
Hey, I'm asking. I should tell me now. Can you even make my toothpick?
Just listen. Even if I'm incapable of doing it, I'm definitely sure we have Nigerian engineers that are capable as well. But the
You
thing I'm
sure?
saying
So
is,
why didn't they come out to
wait, just
bring a proposal?
listen. But you just talk. Just let me learn too. What I'm saying is this: at least when we want to give out a project, we have to make sure that the idea of what we want, we are part of those. Because when it comes to design or when it comes to getting an idea out, you tell the person that wants to do, this is what I want, this is how this has to be done. Not that you will just say, oh, I want something, and they
No,
show
no,
you and
no.
they will
Let me
now
cut you.
tell
No,
you,
no.
this
I
is
can't
what
let
they
you cut.
can do
Hold
for
on,
you.
hold on. For you to be able to tell the Russian how to build it, that means you know how to build it.
Oh man.
For you to be able to tell Russia, I want you to build a steel plant like this, like that. No, you don't tell. You are not telling them to cook.
You are
You
talking
are
out
not
of
telling them to cook amala
technical.
for you. I tell them, oh,
Yeah,
amala, make it soft,
wait,
make it
the
like
way
this. No,
you are talking out of lack of technical know-how, and I can
no,
understand.
no,
And
no.
I'll give you
That's
example.
no, really.
Let me give you example.
Mike
The
will be
person that
engineer.
built
I'll be very
wait,
careful.
the
Mike, I don't
person
know whether you're an engineer. I'm
please
just talking.
the person that built the person that built you know everybody know Larry Page, the people
Oh no, you want to tell the
and
Russian how to build a steel plant, and you want to tell them how to build. So you already know how to
Okay, yeah,
build it. So why
Larry
why
Page from Google. Yeah.
this guy, yeah,
okay, let
well,
Oriola finish. Let him finish. Go ahead, go ahead.
I'm not. Oh wait, I'm not even talking about his name is Larry. I forget his last name. We always mention him. Okay, the Steve Jobs. Let's talk Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs was a marketer, but he has idea of creating something, and he bring people to the table. He bring engineers to the table to create exactly idea that he has. And majority of company nowadays that spring up, he always come from, if you have idea, then you can have people to put things together for you. What I'm saying is, basically what I'm saying is the input, our input need to be there. Meaning that when we're part of that design, because design is the most hectic and the most the most toughest thing to do first before you actually start planning and putting stuff on the ground. If we're part of that, we contribute, we tell them this is what I want. And when it comes to like project management, the project manager manager. He's Nigerian. He's someone that also have that vision. But because what project managers will do is this thing, we need this to be done on this time and time. This type of engineer we need for them with this. By the time if one company mess up, you can have another one replace them because you already have the blueprint. That's what I'm saying.
You just didn't do all that.
When I'm
can I interject now?
Oriola,
I just feel like a lot of times
Oriola, give me 1 minute. I
wow,
want more than
you
a
make it
minute
tough
of you.
when you're explaining stuff.
Oriola, give me a minute to respond to you.
Let Prince Dan come in first. I want to come in first.
Okay.
Now after Prince Dan, then you
all right, thanks. So this at Jakarta still we're talking about like since 1978. Bishop said so. Do you know, Oriela, I did that how Dangote built his refinery? Of course, we're talking about something more recent. If he actually took your approach that you described right now, which of course is ideal, do you think Dangote did that?
He didn't do it. Look up the video. He didn't do that.
Okay,
All the
so
engineers, the main people, they're all Indians. He didn't do
okay,
that.
good.
Same thing
Okay,
with
so
the rail system they have in Lagos today. The same thing. And
okay, so you see a pattern.
Right.
You see a pattern. You see a pattern right there. I was going to say that it's not in our culture. So what you're talking about is absolutely ideal. The transfer of technical skills and being there from the beginning so they can transfer knowledge and be able to manage the project. That's ideal. That's what Chinese would do.
That's
do we
what
do
Chinese
that?
did. That's what they
Yeah.
did when everything they own today was from Americans. They
Right.
do that. They pass
But,
technology to them, and that's why
yeah,
they are
everything is not
bring
American.
EV.
but we don't have that orientation and we don't have that culture.
No, Prince Daddy. You see, Oriola, you are going too far. Let me tell you, if you bought their sour or their pension, let's say American today, and you bring the thing to Canada, you can train a Canadian technician or some set of Canadian technicians that will service that. But it still ties the maintenance of that solution to Dell. You don't want to go and buy Dell servers and start engaging HP, which is what Bishop was telling you the other time. So even if you develop your skill, you don't expect those people that own technology to give you the intellectual property verbatim. So if they start giving you the intellectual property, they will be out of business.
Wait, I disagree with you, man. There's a lot of the thing is this.
Okay.
The thing is, you're saying wait. Before they call, so if you have a company with service and stuff, are you telling me that you don't have in-house IT to maintain those services? But if the problem become more difficult, or if they want to do maintenance, for example, maintenance probably like yearly or biannual, then they'll have the main company comes in. But if there's a little troubleshooting and stuff, you already have in-house IT personnel.
Oriola,
Oriola,
they teach our engineers that they won't do the maintenance. The maintenance training is given to transfer to our own engineers. But the actual design of the whole thing, the technology, they're not going to transfer it to you. But the maintenance part of it, yeah, they will transfer it to you. Even including our rail, everything, we have it. All this one you're talking about. The rail,
so
the Lagos, the one the Chinese built, they go and look it up. They don't just leave something and walk away. They're going to give you the maintenance manual, and they're going to train your engineers and the people that will do the maintenance. So they just don't leave and walk away. It doesn't work. Make sense.
Wait.
Right.
How to build it.
That's when you're dealing company to company. We're talking about countries now. That's another level above what you're talking about. We're talking about countries now. When Nike moved to China, they have to do technology transfer. When Microsoft move over there, they do technology transfer. When a lot of those companies move to China, they do technology transfer. GM, even the cars that GM produces in China, they don't produce the same thing here. They work with their
America is giving
with their
local
local company. Why do you think Trump has to like flare up? He flare up and Biden follows suit. Why do you think so? Because they're
They
stealing
dash them technology.
technology.
That's what I'm thinking.
They're stealing
The
technology.
Chinese copied them. That's what the Chinese did. America didn't dash them. Didn't deliberately dash them. What the Chinese do is
No,
take
no,
about
no.
learn it.
That's
They don't. America
where.
didn't take. This is how we build it. Take it. They didn't give them. Are you
Wait.
kidding?
That's part of
What
it.
the
It's called technology transfer,
Mike,
man.
What the Chinese do is
Mike.
take.
That's part of it. It's
America,
called technology
America is
transfer.
tactically taking over TikTok now.
Exactly.
America,
No,
Department
that's
of
not true.
Justice.
They're not taking over it.
I
They
did.
just
I say,
talking about it.
look, I'm not saying technically. I say technically or tactically is what I said. Tactically, it's not there yet, but that's what it's maturing to. America is dealing seriously. Department of Justice is dealing with Apple now for some of their antitrust, whatever. Everybody have some kind of
No, it's
checks
because they're
in
playing
place.
Monopoly. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
No,
Apple's
no.
playing Monopoly. That's what it is. We're not
I'm
talking
not
about
saying
country
you
to
are not.
country. We're talking about country to country.
Oriola,
You are not.
You are not really dealing with the way technology works. I'm sorry to say.
Sure.
No, I can't build my business, even if it is country to country, and now hand over my IP to you. It doesn't work that way. I can't send myself
how
out of
does
business
GM
from day one.
function in China today? What are you talking about? How
Wait
does a
now.
lot of those companies
We
function
are
in
all
China
this
today?
lot of
They have to
technology.
do technology transfer. What you talking? They all did those. Why do you think United States is fighting back now? Because they're taking their stuff.
They do technical transfer, but in so doing, by the way, the Chinese are able to, you can say, steal their IPs. But no company goes out there to give away. Well, sometimes they have to compromise because they want the leverage that China has. Nigeria doesn't even come close. We don't exist in that regards. So we do what they tell us to do. So what you're talking about would be ideal again, Oriela, there, but we don't have that leverage.
Understand, but at least when the design is being done and every other things, our engineers need to be involved as we should be the basic. We should be the one bringing the idea to the table.
I get it.
If I want to build a house, I'm not just going to tell any engineer to just do whatever. I will tell them and do my own.
If Dangote could not do it, if Dangote could not do it, just like if truly, I don't know for a fact, if he couldn't do it, so it just shows you
it's a
the way we are.
colonization mentality, man. We feel lower to everybody. We feel lower to everybody. That's what I'm talking about. We feel like we're lesser than everyone.
You think so?
Yes.
Babati, if you have money today on Mike and in technology, whether it is in construction or in building a machinery, you can give your specification to whoever you want to. He has the skill, the technical capability, and the skill to build. It is not on everything that you say that he will succumb into. I am trying to rationalize to have an understanding.
That's not true.
Let me finish
That's not
now.
true.
What do you mean that's not true?
That's not true. I work in research and development. I know how this
Really?
That's not
You
true.
really?
Come on, man. You work in
Maybe your name is even research and development. Look, I mean, I don't understand. Anyhow, maybe we should just anyhow. By the way, the truth of the matter is this: there are certain things, no matter what you think, that other people don't know anything. That's fine. It's fine. But there are certain things that you cannot fundamentally change. Look, if you want to go and build your aircraft today, no matter the kind of money you have and you are the one paying, and you go to Boeing, there are certain things that Boeing will not change because you are asking them to change it. You take your money elsewhere.
We're talking
There are
about
certain things they will not change because you are asking them to change it. Yeah, there are things you can tinker with. You cannot.
We are talking about country to country projects now.
Even if it is country to country, look, you cannot
this is
say
not a personalized.
Dangote refinery is built to handle multiple sorts of crude now at the moment.
So what does that have to do with the fact that our brain is not part of it? Who cares what he does now? We're talking about in 10 years, if something break down in that
Your brain, your
in
brain
that
is only going to be
refinery
part
now,
of it
none
if
of
you
our
have
people
the
will be there.
capability.
Will be the
When you
talking
don't have
head.
the
We'll just
capability
be the
for now, there is
background.
nothing you can do. All this will just be wishful thinking. It's just be a bloody waste of time. It's just be wishful thinking. That okay, involve me. Look, we have
Bishop and
400
Prince
Yeah,
Nigerians that were
but you
sent to
guys are
China
going
to the
around bragging. You're one of the most with the
Bishop and Prince
bachelors, with the
Daddy,
masters in the world. You're
you need to
boasting
organize a
around, but
strategy
you
session
can't do
for
nothing for
Oriola.
yourself. You kept boasting. We have the most PhDs. We have
And
the
Mike, you
most.
have to be
We are
there
in
too.
the big. We have the most doctors. But you're bragging around, but you can't do nothing for yourself. And some people will come here and try to
See,
brag about stuff I'm
Oriola,
talking
I
about. We
Oriola.
think
have to be involved, and you're
No, no,
I
telling
think
me
no.
no.
Bishop Ejo,
What type of
just a minute.
mentality is that? We're not. We still
Oriola,
have the slavery and
Oriola,
the colonization
Oriola, wait
mentality.
now. Oriola, wait. You said something now that you work in research and development or whatever. Now, when you see multi-billion dollars projects, and you are talking of it as if you are talking of maybe someone is designing a bungalow, that is building a bungalow. You know how many years of research, how many years of design, how many years of certification, how many years of industry experience acquired before those people can even be trusted with those technology. See, the Chinese model you are trying to compare to that of Nigeria. I know
I'm
what
not
Chinese did.
trying to, man. You're not
Wait
understanding
now.
me. I don't know
What,
why.
what what Chinese did is that they look at the property, they went to do reverse engineering. You understand?
Allah, forget about what Chinese does. I'm talking about us. That we have to be
So
part of the
us that we are
designing
talking
and
about,
everything.
wait now, us we are talking about, it's like you don't know how complex some of these technology are, and you
What?
underrate so many things that went into.
What?
See, Oriola, you forgot that I'm a techie guy like you. So
Sure.
don't just go that. Bishop,
Wait,
I
it's not by
continue.
mouth, man. You have to be
I
involved with
can't
it.
I
Anybody
can't handle
can be
Oriola, to be honest.
anything. Anybody can be anything. Anybody can be anything, man. Go ahead. That's why we will always say our doctors go to there. Well, they're stealing our stuff.
Oriola, until I see the invention you pioneer, until I see all those innovations that you patent,
I don't.
that is under your patent.
Okay. I hear you, but that's
No, waiting
wait.
now.
Okay.
See, this is not like, okay, for example, now it is easier for me now to sit down here and design software. The one of the easiest thing to do. You understand? I can design software easily here now. I can carry wood and design furniture. You understand? Okay, this is how I want to be. This thing. But we are talking of the businesses that people build competence around. That we are talking of businesses that some people have used to feed for like century. And you think they are going to come to you and hand over the IP to you overnight? You are just telling them, say, okay, we want to go bankrupt. We want to be dissolved. Okay, take this technology and go. Like, seriously? It doesn't work that way. The truth is, they are going to train you. That's why we have tier level 1 support, level 2 support, and level 3 support.
Ola, I wish that you guys understand where I'm coming from. I'm not see everything you're saying. I'm not disputing it, but you guys are not understanding the point I'm trying to make. I'm not saying that someone will just give you their stuff and just do it. I'm saying that our level of involvement is too minute to the extent that if we give a project to someone and that person decide that 19% to completion, that person will just go away and said, oh, I'm not doing, or I have something me bad. That means the entire project that we put a lot of money in is destroyed from there just because someone. But my point is, our level of involvement is not good enough, because
Okay.
if we're part of the basic, to the extent that, okay, for example, you guys were saying, oh, Ajakuta is like 90% completion, and they all of a sudden they stop, maybe something happened. That project should not start from there. It should, if to say, okay, let's say that project, for example, the project manager for that job is a Nigerian, is one of engineering firm in Nigeria. Once one company that is putting it together say no, they can get another team to complete. It's a blueprint. This is not like you designing a analyzer or a machine computer, whatever. Some other company can take it from there to complete the job because it's a design. You already have a design. Or they might not want to like they might want to change some things based on their own because they have to run their own whatever test they have to do. But the job will not just stall or just completely like diminish and everything just waste billions of dollars just like that. That's what I'm saying. And if we our level of involvement, for example, you want to give a budget that okay, I want my Nigerian engineers at least maybe quarter of all the engineers that will be there. Here's the person in charge. He's Nigeria. He oversee everything. They do their project management to make sure that this is the team that I need to do this and that. So if one team is unable to do whatever, you can get another team to complete the job. That's what I'm saying. Like
Okay, Oriola. See, from the point of project management, because I know you try to put some kind of PMI scale. So you actually want to let us know that you are PMP.
no, I'm not. I'm actually not a PMP, man. See,
I know. I just added that. Don't
I
worry.
know. See, I know project management. I
Wait,
do
wait now.
management of things. I don't
I'm
want
just
to
giving
like
that.
be bragging and talking, but you understand the point I'm making. Our
I
level of
got your point from
involvement
the
is
area
just
of
too
project
small.
management. I got your point.
Right.
But so I get, but when it comes to the operation now, operation management, when you in support, you can only know to the extent of the support because already they put the infrastructure in place. They will give you warranty, and under that warranty is what your maintenance will be helping you to meet that warranty. But then when the thing deteriorates to a particular level over time, uh Nigerian system we ignore that refinery. We started giving businesses to those people that did not even know about all those stuff. It's just like you carry a dead technician to work on a novel. You know, their system is very easy to maintain because you just replace border board. Oh, you change the service tag. Bam. But when you are going to Lenovo, it's another thing entirely. You will need a firmware. There's a firmware. They have different firmware that you need to run the firmware before you can update the serial number and other thing in the BIOS. You look at how they are protecting their business like that. Even if you be working for Lenovo for 100 years, you are not going to have access. You understand? Once you are not within the system, external person.
Civil engineering pipe
I'm
pipe
just
and
giving an
engineering
example.
doesn't work
So
that way. Okay.
no, I'm just giving an example now. I'm just giving it's just an analogy. So what I'm saying is Lenovo has a way of protecting their what do you call it? IP, intellectual property, for them to sustain their business. Same way there, they have their own way. At the end of the day, they just want to make sure you keep coming back to them. If they are not protecting their business, Dell, Lenovo, HP, they will just sell their products, and roadside mechanic will be doing maintenance. Babe, roadside mechanic will always be cheaper. But the way they build their things for them to survive, they will not release everything to you. They will train you, they can train you how to maintain, how to operate, but it's going to get to a level that they need for their survival. You will need them. There's nothing wrong in bringing contractor from somewhere. Even Canada, where I am here, they still give foreign businesses some kind of construction, including maintenance. Okay, look at all those people that will sell printer here, all those stuff. You know, although you will lease the printer out to them, you will lease the printer to businesses.
and they will still find, they will still provide the technical people to support. If you want to support it internally, you are not likely to succeed like when those original equipment manufacturer are supporting their businesses. So there's nothing wrong if we give this contract to Russia or America or the Chinese to build for us. What we are not doing in Nigeria is that we lack this maintenance culture. Instead of us looking for the long-term maintenance, and just because of disruption in governance, so everything just scatter, jaga, jaga. That's the point. So, but blaming myself that maybe I read, like later we say now, radionic engineering, blaming me that I'm not the one. I can only do what I'm trained for.
All
So
right.
that
I disagree with you, but I don't
do I
want to
want to
like
talk? Do I
prolong
want to
this way too
contribute?
much. I
Let,
don't
let
want
me
to
just say
prolong.
something. I've been listening to. One other thing I think is that the transfer of knowledge is one thing. Provision of spare parts in case anything goes wrong is another thing. Now, if I'm to understand it the way they've been explaining it, probably I think one is it Ajakuta still was built by the Russians. I don't know if it's Russians. Or, I don't know how
Yeah,
that
you are
this went
correct.
out. Okay, so I think my history is right. So, and I think after they left, it was hard to get another company to come in and, so, I think, you see, it's a two-way thing. First, are those that we allocate to go and learn from these people, especially if they're running the company in Nigeria, are they the right people to send to those people? Or are they being sent there for by their politics? If, for instance, you set up a place like a Jakuta Steel and you're sending a lawyer to that field, because we do those kind of things in Nigeria a lot. We put a lot of square pegs in round holes in Nigeria, and some people will say, "Oh, how does it matter?" Well, it does matter. You see, if you're going to run a bank and you have a lawyer, at the helms of affairs, yeah, he might go in and get some certification, but there's nothing as good as someone that gets it from the root. And sometimes you can see those little things make a huge difference. So my point is, the people that we are sending there to learn, right? Are they really the right people to send? To how are we attaching them to these people? How is the employment process? Because and the second thing, how do we get a spare part in case those people leave? So it's a whole lot of things, that comes to mind on why the West will always hold us by the balls, because most of the things that we use, we don't have no originality to them. So I don't know if any of you have an idea.
No, like even you've even expanded it beyond what we didn't even think about before. Because even assuming you even get a third party that are even knowledgeable about that Ajakuta, if you don't get the parts, there's nothing you are going to do. And the original manufacturer, we have their parts.
Wait, the thing is, you guys just didn't understand. Like, I don't know.
Okay.
It's very tough. Like how you guys are now. I mean,
Make us
some
understand. Make us
of
understand.
you guys were saying like engineering. Like I was. I mean, I think that you guys should kind of like understand how this thing kind of work. But it's okay.
I see your point of view, even though I don't agree
You are
with it.
not the
I don't
only
think
engineer here. I
that's
warned you the
how.
other time. Kulata is an
How does it
engineer too.
work now? How does it work? You tell us how does it work?
Listen. I already explained myself. I don't have to keep going over it again. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying that the point that I'm trying to raise, I don't think you guys see it from that point, and you don't see it from that side, which is okay. So I'm not saying everything that you're saying, like, oh, well, how do we get parts and that's not what I'm saying. That's has nothing to do with the point I'm trying to make. So, but if you guys don't mind, actually, the visitor that you have earlier, I have a point. I want to make a point about that, but I don't know if you guys are still discussing this before I kind of like bring up something that I
Just in a sentence, can you just like say, because I wasn't listening earlier on. That's the reason why I wasn't trying
well
to mock you.
well
I know you guys
I see.
throwing banter at the
I'm
time.
tired of arguing. I don't want to argue about that anymore, man.
Because
Everybody
one thing that,
has.
because one thing that what this is the way I look at it, right? If it's an American technology, right? And they refuse to sell parts to you, right? I don't know how you'll be able to produce that on your own without affecting the internet, without affecting the company's intellectual property. So that's why I was trying to ask you, like, if you can shed more light to it. You know, is it going to be like if you come and you build a refinery, for instance, then you hold us to ransom in perpetuity? That's my question. If you don't mind, if you feel
No,
like
no,
it's
no.
one of those
That
things,
is
yeah.
exactly what he's saying, that we were not involved in the design. That's why we are getting this problem that when foreign entity come and implement a technology for us, so because of our lack of involvement, then we are messed up.
Okay,
That's
okay. If you okay. Let's stay with the design. If you do the design in Nigeria, we don't produce too big, right? Okay.
Mhm.
After the design, right? You
Yeah.
so are you going to use different countries in terms of how to get the parts of the company? Or if you are involved in the design, how do you as a country like Nigeria that does not produce anything, right, be able to replace any part in the design in case it goes wrong? I just want to know how it works.
No, no, no. There are there are different level of design. There's the
Okay.
civil design itself, how you lay your pipe, all those stuff. That's one thing. Then the machine itself is a design
Yeah.
on its own. So if we are talking of the civil design only, understandable. But
Mm-hmm.
when it's come to the technology around the machine themselves, whereby we don't produce anything, that you have to get the feed parts, that you can't just go to on the counter. They are not on the counter, on the counter spare parts. So there's still
Mm-hmm.
nothing you are going to do. You still have to depend on the manufacturer. You
Right,
understand?
right. You
So
see, you're now. I think that it looks like breaking it down. It looks like Ola, you're trying to like come on board now. You're breaking it down. I'm
see
not
this one.
talking. I'm not talking. So now I'm talking about the civil side, because you have to understand, when you're designing a house, you're not talking about the components that you put on the house. So we don't care about all the machine that will go in that house. For example, like, so the refinery or the steel mill now, or the steel.
What happened to you, Oriola? We are hearing you now. What happened to you?
Abados doesn't want him to talk.
That's the fun we be having around those. He believed that we in Nigeria, that we lack competence or something like that. And me as a trained, or some of us that were trained in Nigeria, so we'll be pushing back that no, That's the issue. So if it's talking about the civil side, then it's understandable. Nigeria can handle the civil side very well. You lay pipe.
Yeah, if it's, I mean, we've been doing that now. I mean, I know that. I mean,
Exactly.
it's still under some foreign, but I mean, I believe that they will be able to do those parts because there are Nigerians that are even on the steel welders and all that. So I believe that
Yeah,
at least we have some. We can do that as long as we have the company that produce the pipes. We just give them the specification, they bring it out. I mean, we can do those
Yeah.
ones. But
You
when
know,
it comes to the machinery, that
yeah.
is where I have the issue. If the machinery is coming from somewhere, then how do we get the part? But
Yeah,
if that's
so
not the case,
we still have to engage the manufacturer, whether we like it or not.
well, okay, if I can say what Rayla was saying earlier, I understand what was saying, and you guys, of course, also. But the thing though is that look, when we negotiate with these companies or these countries, we always negotiate from a point of weakness. We don't carry any strength. So what Aurelia was talking about, it makes perfect sense. But the thing though, um, you know, we I'm not sure how much due diligence that we do. I'm not sure, you know, what kind of partnership we intend to accomplish every time we have a project, a big project. And that's why I asked him earlier. I mean, we talk about 1978 at Jakarta steel industry. What about Dangote today? I'm talking about literally today. Did he do all those things they was talking about? And he said no.
That
So if he
no,
didn't do it, then it shows that it's our orientation and that's our culture. I mean, I don't know what to say
exactly,
about it.
exactly.
no, 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 no.
Precisely, that Ajakuta still was it was a project made for people to siphon money. That project has it. That I mean, if you want to audit the
But you
account
know what,
of
Bishop
Ajakuta
disagreed. That's
still,
exactly what I said earlier. I said that thing is a graduate kind of a project, and Bishop said no, it wasn't. So I don't know what to say.
no, no,
No,
no, no, no.
we all agree with I say graduate at a point, though. It's a graduate, but I saw Bishop was just, yeah, I agree it's graduate too now.
It's just like this insecurity we're having in Nigeria, right? It's another is a business for some people. If you want to audit the account of Ajakuta Steel, come on now. If you audit that account, do you know how much we have put into that company? And I think that at the time they were even talking about the location that it wasn't meant to be located where
Uh,
it is located right
uh,
now.
uh,
You know,
Joel, sorry, let me add something to Prince Daddy. See, the Dangote you are talking about, Prince Daddy, this is the way it is. He signed some technical partnership with with Indian companies. So they are one of those people maintaining his both. I think both is they will be maintaining both his what we call it refinery and his cement plant. You understand? So they will train Nigerians about other things that they don't that you don't really have to, like I said, civil work within Nigeria. You don't really need to. You can subcontract that one to another person. Well, so far, you know the specification, but all those machines, it's just like a data center. Yes. I don't know whether you are familiar with data center. You know, the building itself, you can give it to anybody that understands how to build within your locality to build. You lay your cable, you do all those civil work within all those setup. But the servers themselves, the programming, all those things that went into producing that thing, those manufacturers, they are not going to give it to you because we are talking of these guys spend billions of dollars. Even before they arrive at their project, maybe some of them lost money. And the little one they got, they were not going to release the IP to you. So that's why when he moved to India to China the other time, it's not the same thing. China were duplicating, were counterfeiting all those until they got it right. That's what they were doing. So do we have the capacity in Nigeria? No, we don't have that capacity. Can we achieve that capacity?
is going to take a very long time. But within the one we can do, civil work, maintenance, just ask yourself a question today. The tech in Nigeria today, they maintain automated teller machine.
See, okay. See, we don't see when such projects happen. It's always a partnership between the government, the schools, and the businesses, right? So
Yes.
we're not ripe. We're never ready to take advantage of such opportunities. See, the transfer of, like, for example, the $2 billion they give, is it 2 or 4 billion the Nigerian government give Dangote? What were the conditions for that fund, for that funding? I mean, did they compel him to hire certain numbers of Nigerian workers and train them to transfer knowledge? That's a lot of money. That's a lot of $4 billion. That's a lot of money to just not cough up like that and not demand something concrete to help build your economy. But we don't do that. We don't have that leverage. We don't exercise it. So how much more against a Russian company or a Chinese company would do that? It just, I mean, we need a new crop of leaders like Oriola did, for example. Now, if he was in leadership, he would probably demand such a thing. But people, the old school people and people greedy, want to always make money for themselves, and they can care less. See, we all know the Nigerians are smart. So it's not about being smart. It's about who has your interest, like Trump does for America. That's all leadership is all about. Sometimes you don't need the smartest person in the room. You just need
This
the
guy always
person.
find a way to hand out Trump shot.
I try out.
I'm just stating facts. I'm just stating facts. See, you just think people that have your interest at heart. That's what it boils down to. And if you look around at our politics and everything we do, come on now. See, anytime there's no country or persons that's not Nigerian comes to Nigeria is good enough to graduate Nigerians. No, it doesn't work that way. When it happens, it's at the behest and the cooperation of the Nigerians. Remember that deal? There was a company that came, I thought it was a British company that came to sign a deal to do something. Somehow, some way, they found a way to circumvent that deal. So the company turned around and sued Nigeria for like what, $11 billion, and they were going to pay. And they were going to pay that British company, not knowing that it was a collaboration between the Nigerians that brought that company to Nigeria and circumvented the project or the deal, so it doesn't turn out, so they have the right to sue Nigeria as per the contract. It's all part of the game. It is a part of the game that we play. So I don't. When Bishop said, "Okay, the Jakarta steel industry was not a graduate," okay, I believe him from the onset, in the beginning, the inception of the project. Okay, it's true, but since 1978, he's trying to always revive this damn thing. It became a way to siphon money from the Nigerian purse. It became a looting enterprise.
I don't know whether this is Babati or you guys keep confusing me. Anyhow, whoever it is, let me just quickly say something to what you said, because this Ajakuta Steel at inception was part of our national development plan, and it was not only that, but a lot of things went wrong since 1983 after the military intervention, because nobody was holding anybody to account. And as at the last count, they said we have more than 50,000 projects that have been abandoned in Nigeria. It's not only Ajakuta Steel rolling me. Look at the power something. This what's the name of this power something that Buhari just completed after how many years? If I look at Osogbo Steel rolling me, Osogbo Steel rolling me. Look at the power something that was a plan in 1978 that was supposed to be adding 5,000 megawatts every five years. So all the national development. So did he run into challenges? Did people benefit from that rot? And they, to line their own pocket? Did they steal? Yes. But the design was for the greatness, because if you read the what do they call it? Like the statement, that's the policy, that backs it up. The idea behind it, you see that is what great nation. The only
problem is that we did not see it through. So when people say that that project was designed to siphon money, honestly speaking, that is very far from the truth. Did they run into challenges? The people capitalize, and the people see that they can benefit more from it not running, and they now, did all the evil nonsense that they did. Yes, but
No,
the original
Bishop,
plan.
where I support graduate was under the dispensation. No, if we are
You say
talking
what?
of 80, I
You
said
say what?
the graduate I'm supporting is the one they did between
That's what
Jonathan
I'm saying.
and
That
Buhari.
the subsequently, no, I'm talking of general. I'm not talking of a government. I'm talking of generally
Bishop,
Nigerians. Yes, yes.
Bishop, I am not saying that the original design was to sign for money. No. What I'm saying is that the inability of that place to start producing as we may want it to produce is as a result of corruption. That's my point.
Yeah. We are.
Because
I think we agree on that.
because government after government, you will hear that the government has decided to revitalize Ajaokuta Steel. Money will go in there. Ajaokuta Steel still the way in there.
The latest, the last one, whether we like it or not, if we want to revive it, money will go there, lot and lots of money. And either we close our eye to put that money there, just like Buhari did for the Port Harcourt refinery, that got 1.5 billion, that practically built almost a new one, or we just let it rot away. Now, they did something similar. Nigeria Society of Engineers, Nigeria Society of Quantity, whatever, quantities of your quantity or whatever. They did some work on it between 2019 and 2020. And they came to the conclusion that, look, if we want to finish that place, we might need to put in like 10 trillion naira into it. I cannot remember the exact figure, but it was a lot of money in 2020. And to risk that amount of money, is it what do we want to go? Look, Ajaokuta is probably about 50,000 acres. And when it is fully operational, it will bring millions, it will give job to millions, both directly and indirectly. Then the export capability. Now, can we invest 10 trillion in Ajaokuta and see it operational? And the president, the government then thought that, yes.
10 trillion naira. 10 trillion naira.
Yes.
Oh.
As at that 2 years, 3 years ago. That yes, it is worth it. But the question is, who are we giving that kind of a thing to? The most capable hand was the people that actually built it originally. And let us have a government-to-government agreement on that. That was how the Russian company, what's the name of that company? I'm trying to remember it, came into it. And there was discussion, negotiation. And that negotiation advanced to the point that there was supposed to be a team of inspectors from Russia before COVID struck. Now, do I in any way prefer or favor Russian company? No. But I thought there is more sense in going to people that built it originally. So it's either we go to other companies and say, okay, come and study the technology. Is this something that you can convert to your own and make it productive? We have a lot of other, look at Iwokmi, look at Okuiboku, look at all those things that, no, they are not in the, Oshogbo Steel Rolling Mill, they are not in the magnitude or the size of this Ajaokuta. But hey, they make something too. If all of them were to be on stream, honestly, we will not be talking of what we're talking today, because probably we will even have institutions that will be training specifically. Look at our when the people go say they read metallurgical something studies in school. I don't even hear them again now. Before, it used to be a thing in our universities, metallurgical sciences and whatever. Who does that again now? Because
No,
the steel industry.
my cousin did it.
Wait, who would
Okay.
be in charge if to say they already built it? Who would be running the steel mill now? Who would be?
Maybe we'll have privatized it. Maybe we'll privatize it. I don't know. Maybe we'll give it, I mean, people will be running it. People are running the other corporations.
I'm
It's just that
asking.
I don't think it will be
Do you
viable
think
for government to
us?
run it.
No. When I say
they can
what I
do.
mean is what type of people will be, because if you build such things, they need to understand how those things work. So is it Russian that will lead?
No, our refineries, our refineries, there was a process of handing them over. Even NAFCON, Americans ran NAFCON for about a year or 2 years, and the people understood them. And within 3 years, 4 years, all their foreigners were gone in NAFCON. In
Bishop,
yes.
it's your narrative is very good. How do we know if they
No, it's
even
not good
spend?
for me. Sorry.
Yeah, yes, it may not good for you. Yeah. How do we know if they even spend that kind of money to revive that Jakarta steel? How do we know that we're going to get the return?
Okay, you have in
Make it
Nigeria.
not be like the make it
In,
not be like
in,
the
No, we
NNPC
in
that they are
Nigeria,
not
we
even.
need that company. We need that company. We need that company
in
badly.
Nigeria.
If that company even
Thomas,
runs at 70%.
Thomas.
Yes,
In
yes, brother.
Nigeria, you are driving a what's the name of this Toyota Land Cruiser 2028 model, and you ran into problem. Maybe you buy bad fuel, and you went to 1, 2, 3, 4 mechanic, and one of the mechanics said, "Look, the best place you can take this your Toyota to is take it to Eliza Day." That in Nigeria they are the authority, because they can link directly to the manufacturer. All the parts that is bad, those manufacturer of Toyota of Japan will supply them directly. Where will be the best for you to take it to? Is it to Baba Monsuru on the roadside, or to one Emeka that is
Eliza Day will be the
fabricating,
best.
or to Elisa? So
Eliza Day will be the best.
in this matter of this Ajaokuta steel rolling mill, the best place we could have resorted to is the people that built it originally. That's just the truth. Other things will be tumbo, will be eije, yoje. If we want solution, it might not be 100% guarantee, but it will be 99 compared to other people that will be just, let's say 50-50. You feel lucky, you feel no lucky. So the best place we could have gone to.
Try and error.
Yeah. So the best
I
place we
said
could have
try
gone
and
to.
error.
Yeah, I understand you. I will not be the one to guarantee you that, if we no, I will say that let's leave that to your, but the best place we could have gone are the people that actually built it originally. So any parts they are not going to buy from another third party. It's going to be their own approved to their own approved specification. So for me, it might not be like it's cast in stone or in iron, but it's still our best bet to go to people that built it. Say, look, hey, let's come and take it off from where we stop. It's going to be expensive, agreed, but I think it's our best shot.
But do we have that kind of money? Another question.
We have.
Do
There will
we?
be a way we will go around it. Even it's rotting away. It's a 50,000 acres something, though. And do you know there are people that are still working there? We have been paying salary since that year. It's not like the place is completely empty. People are
Even
collecting salary here.
people they collect pension.
People are
Talk
collecting pension
salary.
here, and they never produce one billet of what do you call it?
Hold
So,
on. So hold on, Bishop. At Jakarta, you talking about?
Yes, they are
And you
actually
say that. And you say
producing.
it's not bad work. People are
No.
collecting
They
pension.
are producing. No, they are producing. No, they are producing as we speak.
Really?
No, they're producing. They're producing, not as much, but they're producing.
They are producing very
certain.
minor, very small. The small unit is producing.
Mm-hmm.
It's producing. That's the truth. It's not like, but it's nothing compared. It's just like 10% capacity utilization.
I know Ajakuta
What are
very
they
well now.
producing?
Ajakuta worked very well between 1982 or even up to 1988.
But it was not 100%. It was not at full capacity. They are producing the low. How did they people?
Baba, it was
No
even better during those days than today. It was better
but
between that time than today because
I want to remember the class of steel they are producing. There's a class of steel they were producing.
my uncle worked there that time, so it was aware that.
Yeah. So question. So they're producing steel at the steel mine in Nigeria. They import the steel.
No, they are buying in Nigeria. Everything
They
is
have
here
ferrite
in
in
Nigeria.
Nigeria now. They have
wait.
blast furnace.
No. So we're able to mine ourselves.
Yes, now
Of course, now.
we were doing iron reduction, everything in Nigeria, complete process. So they were not importing anything. We were. It used to be start to finish.
Yeah, it's a complete rolling.
If not because
it's not the capacity
I'm saying
optimization.
the company that mine from the ground is Nigerian company mine from the ground. That's what I'm saying.
It was the Russians when in charge in the 80s.
So Bishop, so what they need now is to upgrade it, or what do they really need?
To complete the abandoned, the uncompleted section, and to replace those things that were stripped by that. I think the name of the company is GID or something. The Indian company that Atiku sold it to. That company was completely forward eye.
You see,
That's
at this point in time,
I think we said Ajakuta.
they should scrap that Ajakuta thing. I think it should be scrapped. If you ask me, since
Well,
1970.
let's go back to what I said. What I've been saying is,
what do you mean it should be scrapped? Okay,
no, okay, no. See, you're trying to improve on 1978 technology by the one of the Russian, the USSR, before they became, before the breakup. In today's world, I mean, it doesn't make sense at all. Whatever they're trying to do, I think they just 10%. If they're producing 10% from that facility, that place, it tells me they're producing more like 5% or less. They're not doing anything there. If you ask me, they're not doing anything.
But
Okay.
Prince Daddy, like there's some house that was being built in 17th century that we still live in today. What did they do? They just renovated. So I don't think they should completely just scrap everything. Technology might just be outdated, and you just say change some machines. If the pipeline is being rusting or something,
I
just
get
swap
your
it
real
out.
life, but if you think about it, what do you think? What kind of technology do you think in 1978 that the Russians were deploying that in today's environment would be of any value to that you want to spend time to retrofit? I mean, to me,
Yeah, but
Prince
changing
Daddy,
one
right?
thing or two
Prince Daddy.
don't mean
Prince
that you
Daddy.
have to scrap everything.
guys,
It has not really
let's
changed
just
drastically. Let me tell you this. Go to the major manufacturers, producers of steel today, and if you want to count them, at least let's talk of Russia itself, China, India, America, and Japan. They are leading. I think these account for the production of more than 70 or 80% of the total steel being produced globally. It has reduced drastically,
Wait, is it
post-COVID.
them? Is not Australia?
The
I thought
Chinese
Australia
are
is leading.
the Chinese
No, I'm
are the
just
Australia
most
and
talking of it.
Canada
advanced.
are leading, though. Australia and Canada, I think those are the two countries that are leading.
And what?
Leading in terms of what? In tonnage?
Steel, when it comes to
That's not
steel.
correct. I don't think so. I don't think so.
The Chinese are the most advanced in steel.
The Chinese are the ones that are producing.
They are the most advanced.
Bishop, guys, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, Oga.
Yes. With all this, let's just reflect back a little bit. With all this raw, solid mineral that we have in that country, it just baffles me sometimes. What am I doing in Australia? What it can I don't even get it. How can we get good leaders that will make use of all this raw material and the country will be much better? Ola, Bishop,
Thomas, are you
this
asking me?
country I am, what do they
Thomas,
have?
what you need is great
There is
thinkers, not great
nothing.
leader. A leader does not mean he has um what is it called, the expertise for issues and things like that. What you need is great thinkers. If you're a lawyer, what do you know about minerals and things? It doesn't mean you are the, you understand? We do need leadership, things like that. But what we need is people that can use their brains and figure things and start companies and just going to research and innovative minds and things like that, innovate ideas and ways to do things. In all these advanced countries, it's not like they're politicians that woke up and figure out how to mine things. You understand? It's private individuals. So the preaching should go to we, the people. If you go maybe you study engineering or you study this thing and that, how can you use your little knowledge and figure a way to become more innovative and become someone to figure out how to do things, to refine or whatever it is? It's the
Mike, do you
people
know
that
No,
what
have
no,
to
no,
lead
annoys
no,
this.
no.
me?
I think you're not being fair to the citizens
No,
because
the
let me tell
leadership
you, for
gotta
those
play their
places,
part. I'm not
those places,
exonerating, but I'm just saying you can't sit. We as the
for
people
those
cannot
places
sit
now,
down.
hold
Hold
on,
on,
now
give me
those
a second.
places,
Let me land. Give me we as the people cannot sit back, not do anything, and just wait for one politician to get everything done. It doesn't.
but people are doing something now. People are doing
I
things.
beg, sorry, man.
Mike, see, let me tell you something, Mike. See, let me
They are
tell
not
you.
doing enough. That's what we have to
Hold on.
agree.
See, those places you're talking about, you see, you cannot give nothing and expect something in return. If our education system is not designed in a way right? That it will be it will churn out those kind of students. You cannot, or those kind of graduates. You cannot do anything about it. Now,
So
somebody
those
we're just
those
talking
of us
about. We're
that
just
gone
talking
to
about the.
advanced countries, diaspora, so what are we doing?
Hold on now.
We start sitting on
Hold
the
on now.
internet and
Just
just complain all day.
no, no. But the thing there is that the environment is not right. The environment is not right. Right?
Wait,
See,
Is
as
it
we
the
I
said,
environment to figure out
we're
how to
only
figure out the things?
I disagree with you. I
we're
mean,
only celebrating other states. We
we
just
see it
celebrated other
online.
states, right?
Just what?
I
There's
said we just
not like a
celebrated
script
other
to
states,
me.
right?
You know, when someone do something,
Onto
they stop doing something.
power.
What they'll do is
No, now.
point finger at why they're not doing it. Oh, the environment. Oh, the this, the that. I mean, that's what I
Yeah, I
expect.
don't agree with
Oriola,
that point of view.
Oriola, read the comments on the screen. They say you are
Uh,
engineer on paper.
yeah, but there's nothing
This
wrong with
comment section people.
it.
Thomas,
I
Thomas,
can care
Yeah.
less about that, but
Thomas. I wanted to
Yeah.
answer Prince that. I mean,
that's the problem with us, man. That's the real problem with us. It's more like
I
we
wanted to
don't
answer Prince that
face the truth.
the
We
Yeah,
just
yeah,
the
yeah,
steel technology.
Bishop, yeah,
He asked a
yeah,
question that is very relevant. The steel
yeah.
technology had not really changed over the
Bishop,
past 50 years.
before you land, before you say that, this country, I don't know what they have. Nothing. They are mainly on our tax. If it's our tax, they are living on. Go on, my brother.
So
Thomas,
what I was saying
you
is this:
ask me
he was
now. Who I
asking,
go ask?
is the steel Ajakuta still relevant in the present day? And I'm saying yes. The steel technology had not really changed the past 60, 70 years or there, 50 or 60 years or thereabout. So the way that plant is, if we can get it running now, it is
yeah,
still
we're waiting
very
for Russia to help us.
So Bishop, we still have
sorry.
refinery of 90 years old here.
No, we are waiting
Refinery
for
of 90
Russia to
years
come
old.
and fix it for us.
No, I don't care who fixes it. The
Uh,
important thing is that if you can get it fixed,
yeah, let's wait for them now. Don't worry,
you,
we are
whether
waiting
you
for
are an
them.
One
engineer,
voice,
listen.
one
We
voice.
Thomas,
Yeah,
don't
can I?
have
nice.
the
Yeah,
capability by ourselves now
Ah
to
man,
fix it
what
today.
grace.
And you cannot start, can we speak one after the other, please?
one voice, please.
There
Oh,
is
Yeah.
a saying that how the monkey learns to jump from tree to tree, you first learn to walk before you run. As it is today, except we just want to revel in wishful thinking that, oh, we can do it by ourselves. Presently, we cannot. So the best way is to bring the people that build it, let them complete it, and hand it over to people that can run it. Can we run it? Maybe we can harvest all our brains from everywhere. Let us do some understudy to run it, but to build it, to complete what they've started, we don't have the capacity or the capability to do, except we want to deceive ourselves. Even if we want to scrap that place today, to destroy it, we still need those people to come. There are some of the unit that they will be the one that will come and destroy them for us. It's not something you just set fire on and you think that you have destroyed. No. So except we want to deceive ourselves, we don't have the capacity or the capability to complete that project as it is now. And the best people that can complete it for us now are the people that built it. When they now complete it, now say, okay, run it minimally for 3-5 years. Let our people understudy you, and they will take over from you. That is how it is. So if we want to say, oh, we want to wait until we have the capability, maybe the coming generation in another 100 years will still meet it if the steel technology is still relevant. But as today, it is relevant, and we need to get people that can build it to come and complete it.
Yeah, thank you. I think Ola want to say something earlier on. Yeah. Or
Yeah,
Oriola, I think
see.
I
come
like
on.
No,
to
I
say
know.
something
I was
about.
just going to
I
sing
like
for
to say
you,
something about the.
Thomas. Thomas, who are you giving the floor? Let me know. Are you giving me
Oh
the
yeah,
floor?
yeah, Ola, yeah, from that.
Okay. So the thing is this, Thomas. There are something that we Nigerians can do. It's only that we people here may be the wrong Nigerians to talk to, because I know some Nigerians are doing great back home, but we may not be enough.
You know, I've seen, or maybe I've read in Nigeria that is just, I think, 32 or 33 years of age that already developed a 15-story building just to do some kind of hospitality. And the guy was just on rampage in time of innovation and in time of what he's doing. So it is not as if Nigerians are not doing anything at all. But the thing is, we are talking of things at a large scale. The only reason we are talking about this now is just because government is involved. Anything we have our government hands entirely there in Nigeria, is where we are having problem now. But individuals, are they doing great? Of course, I can count one, two. I'm sure not only me, you here too can count like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys that are doing well on their own in Nigeria, that are innovative, whether in the accounting field, whether in the engineering field, or somewhere else. It's not as if we are totally clueless and we don't know how to do things. But here we are talking of project of national strategic importance. Whether we like it or not, we have to depend on the government for this one. So it doesn't stop any Nigerian that want to go back home and do things. Thomas, I tell you, you as an engineer, it doesn't stop you if you really want to go and do things in Nigeria.
Of course.
Yeah,
Of course.
like cloud technology now, for example, is raining now. Anybody that goes back to Nigeria now, even if it's just small part of the cloud system you invest in as early entrant into that market, you are going to make your money. A lot of things. So this one, unfortunately, we have to depend on the government. Refinery, we have to depend on the government, because I can't just wake up today now and go and build a refinery in front of my house. The following day, the government will come there and destroy it. So it means before I can do things like that, government will have to license me properly.
Yeah, and even if you are doing it in a large scale.
Exactly. So that's what I'm trying to separate there. Everybody here, I believe we can do things. That's all we are saying. Mike, I think he's doing his things. Joel can do his thing. Prince Daddy, Bishop. So that's not that. Even Engineer Oriola, Engineer Oriola. So to me, like in the power area now, it doesn't take you to be a genius to do anything in power. If government give license, then okay, guys, we want to have modular power station. I tell you, you will get to your street and you will see about 5, 6 people fighting on how to install large capacity generator there and wire entire area and be you. You'll be shocked. But government will not allow that to happen. So that is why we keep coming back to the government. But it's just a simple farming, or maybe we just want to have a small textile in our backyard. Honestly, all those things, they are very easy to do. Because as I speak today, like I said, I know people that I left some people in Nigeria in 2013. 2 of them are billionaire now. 3 of them are billionaire. One is into building, real estate. Another guy is into payment solution. 2 of them actually. 2 of them are into payment solution. At least someone that can buy a house in Kogi and a VI. You understand? Are they like ordinary people? You understand? So Nigerians are very good. It's only that the government will want government to fix that, and there's nothing we can do about that. So at Jakarta, the best thing is maybe privatization, just like if you can just privatize it properly, because that's what I would have preferred. But although I know about another government investment where Nigeria, I think Nigeria had, is it 51% of liquefied natural gas? And that's one of still the best run company whereby Nigeria has an in government, and it's still well run. I've not heard of any scandal of LNG since 1992. If I'm still correct about when they established, I can't remember the actual time so we just need government. You understand?
That was Babs Omotola for you. And what's his name?
Which one?
We were there before. Now LNG.
LNG, yeah, well wrong. It's a very way. You know, when we are even saying government, I'm still surprised that we see out something that Nigerian government has signed in.
The train 7 of it is almost completed. All thanks to Buhari.
Yeah, but that project started under IBB, right?
No, I'm talking of train 7. Train 7.
The train 7, yeah, I guess, yeah, and that's the last phase, right? That's the last.
Look, I see, I want to ask you guys this question, right? So I was looking at the geometric power thing going on, right? And there is, I remember in the interview when they were inaugurating the plant, they were saying something like, once they get gas, they will be able to power. That the problem is gas. And I'm saying, like, I think last week, they were still making the same case for gas supply, as, their inability to, push in more power into the society. And I'm asking myself, in Nigeria, in a place where you are producing the gas yourself, you have a power problem, and you see a power company, and the problem is the bureaucracy. The gas is there. It's just the bureaucracy in supplying gas to the power station. And in fact, the fact that the hint coming out right now is that this power plant has been ready since 2015. We are not a serious country. I don't know.
How much power can that power generator that they just completed, how much can it generate? Because I think like I always say,
141
41 watts
megawatts
is the
of
what
electricity.
is that? What is that?
Then
Nigeria need at least 50 to 100 gigawatts.
my brother, you're talking about
country.
Nigeria. Hold on.
You're talking about 141 megawatts. You can't even run I don't think that can run the entire one state in Nigeria.
Pay attention to what he's saying. It's not.
This is the thing, right? This is the thing, right? This is a privately built power plant, right? If we had those like that, because it's going to power 9 local governments, right? Because it has the capacity of taking it to 181. If it powers 9 local governments, it is huge.
Wait, that's what I'm saying. You're talking, how would I say it? It's not fact. Is what you're saying. Because okay, how many households do you have in that 9 local government? Do you have up to 50 or 500,000 houses?
Let me give you an example, right? They did a math.
I think what he said is very valid. We don't need to have 1,000 or 2,000. If we have this 131 in 10, 20 places, small units, it's going to move the needle. Look, the important thing is to get this 141. In RCCG camp, they built just a 35 megawatts power unit there. And they were doing this prepaid something you have to buy for it. And the places, they have power sufficiency. How do you call it there? If it is an industry that has that 35 megawatts, imagine what they can do with it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so if we have 141 in Aba and we use it to industrialize the Aba cluster area, I'm coming. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. If we have 141 in Aba and we can use it to industrialize, go and put another one in Umuahia, use it to industrialize, whether it's 100 megawatts, go and put another one in Kutuwenji, put another 100 or 200 in Karanamuda, put another one in Ibadan, in Agbara. Let's have multiple of it. Then the industrialization we are talking about would have kicked off. Nobody will be talking of power problem. So that 141 is massive. But the question is, how do we get it off? Because of this legal legal bottleneck. Sorry, if you don't mind, can I? Or you want to?
But my question was that disputed what you just said. Does government say no, you can't do that?
Do what?
That's the
Have
yes.
a
Now,
small nuclear power plant.
Somebody
yes,
was saying
government said.
something that what can that do? And I'm saying that no matter how small, if you can multiply it, I'm not saying government
Yeah.
said. Somebody said something. I'm responding to what somebody said.
Yeah, you're responding to what I said. He said that power plant can plant at least 9 local government, and I was asking him that how do you come up with that math that all the 9 local governments that 141 megawatts can power the entire local government? That's what I'm
Oh
asking him.
yes, they
How do
have
you come up with
they
that?
have done that. Hold on now, hold
So
on
maybe
now. They
it's
have
just
done
for
their math.
household use. Maybe his own calculation is for household use. If it is for industrialization, I think it can just take care of about 2 or 3. If it is major, those, But if it is small and micro, it can take care of hundreds.
Yeah,
Of instead of using some.
no, even thousands.
All right. Oh no.
141,
No,
141 is not small. Oh.
it cannot take care
141
of
is not
it cannot
small.
Yeah,
take care of
140.
thousands.
Wait, 141 will take care at
One for,
least one. Wait, we will take care at least 141,000 households, because literally, if you do the math, at least 1 megawatts or 10 megawatts will take care of a household, depend on the appliance that you use. So if you have 2 fridge, all of them, you can, let's say 10 megawatt would take care of just one house. So at least for 141 megawatts, so you're looking at least maybe 10 141 megawatts would take care of 141,000 household. But I'm just asking that if you're including companies in that area, just like you said, Abbas, like industrial facilities, do you know the engine? Do you know how many gigawatts those
see,
kilowatts that engines will use, the machines they have?
exactly. The thing there is this, right? If you look at most of those areas now, if they talk about Aba is mostly like the place where it is happening. In this other local government, you might not see all those big equipment unless businesses start moving into those
Yeah,
areas.
that's
Yeah,
what I'm
you
saying.
understand
Like
me? But
one household, you at least 10 kilowatts will take care of one household. So now
yeah,
let's multiply that by 141,000 houses. So that will completely take off those that. But if you're talking about big hospitals, because hospitals have to run 24/7, they probably have like different things, light and all of that. Those will use more light than just one household. When you have facility that's running like a company, those will use more, depending on the type of big machineries they're using. That's what I'm saying. That do we do the math to know how much that small will actually be able to?
And that's why I said that when he said 9 local government, I say if it is just for household usage alone, yeah, it can stretch. But if it is for industrialization, both small and medium, small unit companies, it can't go that far. It can only serve in Aba and a little bit of its environs. It will not go to 9 local governments. That's what I'm saying. But if it is just for we watch television, we put on fan and we see lights, then it can go that
but
to that extent.
Bishop, you know, say that so it be for most of those villages now. That's why it be for most of those villages. They don't get too much light. So most of the
Yes. I agree with
you
you.
get where I'm
No,
coming from.
I'm just buttressing your point.
So
I'm
most
just
of the power
buttressing
will
it.
still be used in Aba. That's the
Yeah, I'm just
politics. Aba is
buttressing
the
your point
politics.
that it can go far.
You're right.
Bishop
You're right.
Joel. See, Oriola, don't miss the big picture. The big picture. The big picture is this: instead of government monopolizing this thing before, especially the federal government having the exclusivity of the distribution. No, what they were saying, the transmission. You understand? When you license these people, anybody that want to get into that business, we look at his customer, the segment of the customer he wants to serve, and we provide power accordingly. So if someone in Nabai is doing like even let's say it's 300 megawatt, for example, anybody that want to come to maybe Ikeja Industrial Estate that needs like 1,000 megawatt or 2,000 megawatt, we know that his customer needs
2,000 megawatt, and we invest accordingly. But the underlying principle is what we are talking about. Instead of you holding people back, give this thing to people, because people will create opportunities through this and they will serve. That's the most important thing. So the one that happened in the Southeast is telling you where we can go as fast as possible if you allow private people to invest. That's just the thing. So see, if you
But
allow it that
is the
way,
government holding them? Is the government holding us back not to create those little power plants?
government was holding them back until last year.
Okay, good. So they're not holding us back anymore. And you have to
Yeah,
understand that.
because they make it correct now. It used to be
Okay,
exclusive.
so right
Tinubu
now,
wanted
so
to
let me
do
make this
the
point.
same.
Let me make this point real quick. So, but now you know that we don't only have to invest in power plants. We can do solar, we can do windmill, we can do coal mill. We can do other things to generate power. We don't have to focus on just power one power plant. We don't have to just focus on that. We can do so many
Well,
things.
well, let me answer you if you don't mind. Let me just chip in something, not necessarily answer you. We are actually doing it. That it's in our energy mix now. Both the green, that is the what do you call it now? The renewable energy. We are using, at least we know very well, there is a 10,000 megawatts. Is it 10,000 megawatts? Solar something in Kano, a solar plant. Then there's one in Jigawa. Now, there's this argument, there's always this notion, unfortunately, it's difficult to dispel, that, oh, we are just using 2,000 megawatts in Nigeria, we are just using 3,000 megawatts. I keep telling people we use far more than that, because there are some off-grid power capture that is not captured in the... Hello?
Dangote. No, I'm supporting you now.
Yeah,
Dangote,
exactly.
Lafarge.
Dangote is just one. Lafarge, all those cements, they are not using from the national grid. There are refineries, a lot of them, even Port Harcourt refinery, even NAFCON, I know in those days they have their own power plant. And there are some ordinary small ones. I learned also that this Babauta, I know Redeem did their own. There are about 2 or 3 other small units in Lagos. So, but we are already, and federal government did some about 2 years ago. I know there was one in somewhere in Kogi. There was one in Cross River that is off grid and is solar. And there was one that they call it one name for rural area electrification something that federal government did. It is not part of what is on the national grid, because those ones did not they did not pass through the national grid. It's just from some local small areas, and that is the best way to go. Apart from the gas power, apart from the hydropower, let us have solar, small unit solar in some local areas that can power some households and some small industries. Then let us encourage states to invest in it. Then apart from state, individual that has a look, if you have an estate and you don't want the estate to come on national grid, so be it. If you can produce 20 megawatts for yourself in that estate, that is 20 megawatts less from people tapping into the national grid. So if it is to be the energy sufficiency or efficiency that we're thinking of, then that is the way to go about it. The first thing is, let us dismantle this gargantuan, monstrous national grid. I don't think we need the national grid. Let's just break it.
How was Redeem able to have their own power grid or power station without government having problem with it? And
Because
Lafarge
it's not for commercial now, it's just for their own use now. Their
private. So that means that even private individual then can actually get, let's say in my own street, we can, if we have money, I'm just using that for example, or my town, we can actually create or get the power, build a power plant and generate power for our own town.
Yeah.
No. Well, see, Oriola, don't get it wrong. Once you send it to other household other than yours, it's illegal.
Isn't that what Redeem doing? Isn't that what Redeem does?
No. You can't sell to people in your city. That the commercial, like Bishop said, is where the problem is. If you like, you can generate 1 million megawatts. You can keep it within your house. But once you say you want to realize value from it by selling, that is where
and another thing I can't remember the power up our universities and teaching hospitals that Fashola embarked on. You know, they wanted to remove some institutions off the national grid and create their own. I don't know how far they did. I have not gotten an update on that, but I know they started it. If anybody
yes, what you are saying, Bishop, it was offshoot of Enron that this guy brought in the other time, Tinubu. You know, when they didn't allow him to supply the way he wanted to, the thing escalated to under Fashola, and they started using the power they generated in Lagos to power the parasasta. So it's like the law, it's one of those loopholes that government found at that time. Okay, maybe I'm not making it for money, I'm using it for my own parasasta. So nobody is stopping you. Nobody is stopping you.
I actually think that all the universities should be able to just generate their own power, because that's how it's done like almost everywhere. The university will just generate their own power.
Oyola, but the problem is the cost is the issue. You know, Obasanjo tried to encourage by saying, okay, any equipment in excess of 1 megawatt, 1 megawatt, duty free, because under him that time, a 1 megawatt generator was almost cheaper than 500 kVA. You know, he encouraged that investment. But you see, one thing is this: the power is so lucrative that if not because of government that is sitting down on it, even Oriola, Ade, we want to generate electricity. Manitoba Hydro left Calgary, left Canada, thinking that they will be able to invest in Nigeria. But immediately they heard what was going on. Okay, we are going to generate, so we'll be sending to the government, and government is having just a capacity of transmission grid, the national transmission grid, that will not be able to evacuate more than 7,000 megawatts. And you know, in electrical, maybe in electrical, you can load 60 to 70% of that and give room for fault. You understand? So it means that your 7,000 megawatts itself will not be able to evacuate 7,000 megawatts. We evacuate like up to 70% of the total megawatts. And Nigeria has installed capacity of 16,000 megawatts. Just imagine if Nigeria is supplying power off the grid today, we won't be having the problem we are having now, because they can fire the entire 16,000 megawatts, and it's going to support some industry. So when APC was coming that time, I used my hair korokoro. I listened to Oshibajo say, we are going to supply power off the grid. He was trying to explain it is okay, like your street, to put a generator there, you power the street. Man, if they had followed that policy, by now we won't be shouting power. Now, you know, they also promised industrial clusters, that they were going to create industrial clusters in each of the 6 geopolitical regions. You know, our man from Daura did not follow. So when I defy Buhari and people were telling me that me and Buhari, no verse. Those kind of things I see from Buhari be that the man just failed. He failed us, because all he wanted to do that time in Aruga.
Wait, who's going to create the industrial cluster?
Is part of the federal government. This now, you create the industrial cluster. You know, the purpose of that industrial cluster is it just like we used to have Ikeja industrial area.
I know what you mean, but
I know now.
You should already know my own perspective on everything you were saying.
The reason for it is that so that you will be able to target that place with power, necessary power. You know, it's not just to create it. Okay, you want to create this cluster, then you want to create power station around those places so that you feed the industrial cluster directly, instead of this rubbish of first of all sending
power to Ikeja West to Jeba, and all those jargon. So you want to be feeding those industrial area directly.
Right.
You know,
See, I think what they plan to do now is the best. That state by state can be the one who, when it comes to power transmission to each local government or each state, is done by state. I don't believe in the center or trying to do every single thing, and I don't believe in this. I understand like they're sending power to each industrial hub. They create different hub industrial everywhere, which is okay, but I think it should be done by individuals. I don't think the government might be doing way too much. Everything
no.
that
Industrial cluster is just like government marking. It's just like town planning. Okay, like industrial cluster we used to have before now. When the
city
companies
plan,
were
I know
putting
what
up,
you mean. Yeah, like
religious centers have taken over all those warehouses. You
right,
understand?
right. I know what you mean.
So,
Like
so they
Ikeja,
are.
some part of Ogba, I think, is like industrial hub. Like they have many companies there. When you go to Ogun State, they have one area. I don't know the name, but it's like industrial. A lot of companies. If you go to Aba, for example, I guess Aba is like industrial hub. So I know what you mean. I'm just saying that I don't.
What the like of Tinubu wanted to do that time was just as okay. Look at those area, generate power, supply them. You know, Enron was just like a prototype to even see how the thing was going to work. And the federal government just said, no way, you cannot. See how that kind of fraudulent clause in
Yeah,
that our constitution hold
right
us back.
now you can see if you now take that to what I've been saying before. One person has like idea, like this how things should work, like this is it. Now that person now call company like, okay, this is how my idea is. I want you to now do it for me. And if the government didn't stop him, but because he already is at the center of that idea, so he's able to collectively like call different people to actualize that idea for him. That's what I'm saying, which is that's the point. Like he's the brain of that idea. He's just getting other people that have the technical know-how to actualize what he wants. You already have the blueprint. This is what I want. Do it for me. And if you along the way you get stuck or you don't do it like I want, I can just call another company because I'm the main brain of that idea. I know what I want. You just actualizing it for me. That's what I'm trying to say before. That okay, just like you said, Tinubu has that brain, he has that idea, but all of a sudden, I mean, unfortunately, the big guy didn't let it work, and same way with the vice president, just like you said, he has idea too, but all of this, the big guys didn't want it to work, so that's the point I'm trying to make. Like, I just want us to be the main character, not like someone will just dish it out to someone, just do this.
I think, sorry, Oriola, good morning, everyone. I think most policies in Nigeria, most of
What is good in the morning?
I say good morning, everyone.
What is good in the morning?
I should be sleeping now. I got work.
I think that most of the policies in Nigeria, most of these our leaders, they always look at it from tribal and politics angle. And that is the bane of the problem of Nigeria for the last 4 decades or 5 decades. But now, I don't know, maybe Ola will tell me exactly. So this unbundling of the new electricity bill or HAT, does it give anybody that is interested to generate, to transmit and distribute everything? And you don't need to put it into the national grid if you have the investors. Is that the meaning of the new electricity act? Please confirm.
That's my understanding of the new. So the state can generate, and when they say you can generate and distribute, right? It simply means that you can have your own transmission and distribution network.
Yes. So if that is the case, so nobody should talk about government anymore. Nobody should blame the federal government anymore. We should start handling our state government to do the rightful thing. If you can, because the problem of Nigeria to me is just two that will really accelerate a huge development in that country. Number one is security, and then the next one is electricity.
Yeah, but
Once we can have that too, I bet you, who cares about who is the president or the governor? You flick up your light anytime, then you can have it. And with electricity, you can do a lot of stuff.
Remy, where
Just like
would the government get the money from? The
uh,
government.
there are so many ways you can get money. You guys talk about
Let me
money.
ask Koreade one question, and maybe you continue. Where did the government get money to fund the Lekki
Eco Atlantic City. That
Well,
Eco Atlantic
but
City.
that was somebody's idea.
That's not government money now.
Exactly.
That's
That's what we are
right.
trying to tell Uriola.
No. But how come all the governors are not doing it? That's what I'm trying. Because
the reason
last
why
week,
they are
or
not,
your governors
the
wait.
reason,
Last week, let me land this.
Oriola,
Last week, or your governors were saying that they
don't
can't do
mind that.
anything
He is so
because
stupid.
all the money they're getting, they've been using it to pay
He
to
does not have
salaries.
any idea anymore.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Unfortunately,
They don't
for
have
that,
brain. They are
they are
only those.
unlucky. The Oyo State is quite unlucky with him. This is a very big state that even if you tax them, sorry. So even if Oyo State is a big state, even if you tax the people 100 naira, everybody, or maybe 500 or 1,000 naira, and then you now get an investor to help you generate electricity. Let's 3 days ago, I have a puncture tire, a flat tire. Then I just pump it with a kind of mechanism in my car. Then I took it to because there's still some leakage. So I took it to the repair center. It doesn't take them more than half hour. Everything they did there is automated by machine. I just think that, oh my God, if this is in Nigeria, they will first of all burn some kind of tire, put something, use manual labor to do, and still not be an okay job. They satisfy everything. So what I'm trying to say is that with electricity, there'll be plenty opportunity. But I don't know why our governors or our leaders or our so-called community leaders, even within ourselves, followers, I don't understand why we are not thinking that way. I've never seen this stupid Nigerian Labour Congress saying they are going on strike because of electricity. Just, okay, we want electricity. Just one thing, give it that. I've never seen that. They will just be going on strike on frivolities or something immaterial. Unfortunately for Ajakuta still, oh my God, I'm sorry, it's a elephant project already, because they are just using it to siphon money left and right. I'm not sure, and Russians too, they are not to be trusted. The image of Russia in Europe here is also not good. I'm not talking in terms of the world they are going, but in terms of their disposition and the way they do things. They are too crafty, man. They are just too criminal minded also. They might also be.
What about the other Europeans? Are you saying the British?
No,
or
I'm not. Of course, the other Europeans have their own trouble now. They have their own just like the other. If you talk about West Africa and the way people would say all the countries in West Africa, including Nigeria, so everybody have their own bad element. I just talk about the way they see them, okay? And I've seen that.
Different from other Europeans? That's what I want to know.
Okay, I will give you one example. When I was in the north, when I was in the university there, a friend of mine have an electric bike, and that time there's a lot of Ukrainians and Russians. They were pouring in through the border because there's a war over there. And before we know it, they started stealing cars. They started hijacking motorcycles. They started going. This kind of thing never happened in
Who were doing this? Ukrainians or Russians?
The Russians.
They were stealing cars in where? In Ukraine?
No, in Finland here. In Finland here. They were stealing cars, they were taking motorcycles, they were getting so many atrocities.
Hold on. I'm confused. During the war, people came to Finland border, right? Is that what you said?
No, relax. Because you are eating. They are still fighting the war. In the beginning of the war, a lot of them trooping here. Because
a lot of who? A lot of Russians, a lot of Ukrainians.
Both of them.
I thought Ukrainians were the ones fleeing. So I Russians.
They have a huge population of Russian also here because they always like to because
Ukraine? From Ukraine?
listen, if you look at their history, Russians are the one that colonized them before. During the war, they also came here to seek asylum one way or the other. Because when a war starts in your country, it does not mean if you don't want to join the war, then you run away with your family to come here. And they seek asylum, so they give them house, they give them money monthly.
A lot of Russians left Russia to come to Finland for asylum.
They did so many, and even Ukrainians they did. Okay, so
You give asylum to Russians. Am I the only one that's confused here, or anybody else?
Yes. You don't understand the law here.
Russia invade Ukraine, and Finland is giving asylum to Russians.
What's the big deal about that?
Well, I see what you mean. Maybe those they are wanted or something like that.
No. They can, whatever reason they give for seeking asylum.
Mike, you know there are some Russians that are anti-Putin.
You're talking about those ones that are okay.
Yeah, those ones that are anti-Putin, and some of them in some part of Ukraine that been shelled by Ukraine and Russia, so they are running away. So you could both sides, So a lot of anti-Putin that are opposed to Putin, they run out of Russia now. Supporting the West that what Putin is doing, they don't support it, invading Ukraine or something like that. So those people running away to Finland might be anti-Putin Russia.
Because when they started that war, some of the people that we used to have classes together, they recalled them back to Russia to come and join the army. Some of them refused to go back. Some went back. It depends on how patriotic you are to your country. So many stuff here. So at that time, some of them came in. I don't know the story they said to the Finnish, but they were housed and they give them money. But at the end of the day, it's not enough for them. So they started misbehaving. So that is just it.
Okay? But when you say Russia have a bad reputation in Europe, I mean the example you are giving here is more like some people that are playing. That doesn't justify the reputation you're talking about.
First and foremost, you calm down and listen. Russia, they still, no matter the enmity or whatever among them, they still like to welcome them because they are part of each other. Okay, it's like a big brother to all most of European countries. If you know Europe history, you will know that Russia, the USSR, colonized most of them.
Most of who?
Most of European countries.
No.
What are you talking about?
Are you talking about the old Soviet? Are you saying Russia colonized?
Yeah, I mean the old Soviet. The old Soviet.
Yeah. You're saying Soviet, but you say European countries.
So they colonized most of them. So
it wasn't really a colony. It was more of a union. It's not even a colony. There's different between
whatever you can call it. But when you talk,
and it wasn't a Russian thing, to be honest. It was more
you know what? When you talk to an average Finnish, they will tell you that when they were under Russia, that under USSR, they treated them much more better than when they were under Sweden. So you should know. If you don't know their history, you can probably do your own little research about
the old Soviet. So the Swedish people believe they were better.
Can we just let that be and then we just move on?
We're trying to learn now. You're the one giving info now, Abby.
I'm tired of because you won't let us talk and you continue coming. I don't see the relevance anymore. I think we are talking about electricity in Nigeria. I just talk about Jakarta still rolling in, and I'm trying to say that the Russians, they are the major contractor. They are also crafty people. And I see that as an elephant project because year in, year out.
I believe the British are more crafty. So other this thing is British and French, they are more crafty.
But I mean, it's not the Russian that did not make our this thing not to work, our Jakarta. It's the Western.
No, I'm not blaming them. I'm trying to
the
say
Western
that
world.
The thing is, Baba, a lot of Nigerians that live in all these Western countries, they will consume the media there, and they will begin to. There was one person telling me the Russians are racist. I'm like, so the German and the English are not racist. I mean, they will just tell them all these things, like make Russia look all negative. Like Russia. I'm not saying you. I'm just hold on. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying a lot of people, Nigerians and I know Africans, they will go live in Western countries, and based on what they tell them there, is that they will be judging Russia and the Chinese people, and the things they will accuse the Russians like the Chinese. The Western countries they have done worse. They are even worse in those things.
Yeah. For me personally, once I step out of my country, I know that I will have to absorb some excesses from the from the country I'm going to. If people discriminate against me, most time I just walk away. Because if you don't have a thick skin, there's no way you can leave your own country and go and live in another country. Because you are going to another environment. They might not like you, and they will race against you or do whatever they want against you. So you just have to prepare your mind that, okay, if this thing happened to me, what should I do? Should I fight back? There's a friend of mine, now he's in America. Because he can understand Chinese much more better than me. And he's in the subway, and they were like abusing him, abusing his mother, and he can hear. But because he does not have a thick skin, he started cursing them back in Chinese. And then four people, they just gang up against him, and he was beaten heavily when the train was moving. All his clothes were full of blood. All the Chinese people inside that, nobody stopped them. They continued to beat him. Who?
The Nigerian guy.
Yes, and who bear the brunt? And then I said, you had fought. How can you talk a thing like that when everybody around you are Chinese and you are on the train and 4 against 1 person? What can you do? And Chinese don't really like to fight with you with a fist.
So they beat your Nigerian brother. I didn't even help him, Remy.
No. I will tell you the truth. If I'm inside that,
what did he do? What did he do? What did he do?
I won't help him because
what did he do? What offense did he commit? What did he do wrong?
What happened was this: he's in the train, and then there were some Chinese people, because he's a black guy, they started to race against him, and started to use abusive language on him, and even using abusive language about we don't even know how his mother going to look like, and they mentioned the mother private blah 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 blah, all those kind of stupid words. But because he can understand the language very well, then he spoke back and also accused them, blah 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 blah, the same thing. So they get agitated, and the 4 guys pounced on him, and they even knife him a little bit. And all the other Chinese sitting on the train, they didn't do nothing. Because they, just like we have in Nigeria, this kind of Chinese guys, if you are there and you want to stop the fight, they can also knife you. So everybody just kept quiet. And when the train stopped, they just went away. And he was crying over there, and then started calling us that he's in trouble. We should come and pick him at the train station, like this. So when he relayed the whole story to us, my own advice to him is that you shouldn't have caused back. You are the only one against 4. So
good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Is Mr. Mike on the program?
Yes, it's there.
Yeah.
Mr. Mike. Good morning, now.
Good morning, can do.
Yes, sir. He did inside cloth. We thank God. We don't want make people fear. So he did inside cloth. So anyway, this story, I sorry to interject though. This story is a discussion I've had with you before. I said to you, if somebody comes to me and say, Koni da fun ye, gbogbo ile yin ma kuta ni," me, I will never respond. Because whether you say it will be good for me, you say it wouldn't be good for me, it's not going to affect my destiny and what I do. I'm only saying that in terms of this Chinese guy, and I made reference. I remember the conversation. I made reference that just like Mr. Remy just said, you see, he responded because he understood the language. And the example I gave that day was if somebody said whatever they said, cursed me out in Russian, because I don't understand the language, there's not going to be an issue. If I understood the language, it is my response that gives power to whatever is said. Me, I guess in that situation, I'm not sure what I really would have done. Not because the person is a Nigerian. I don't support people just because they're from my village. I support and I will defend the rights of anyone. I don't care where they come from. I'm not going to go and fight with you because you're a Nigerian. I don't do that. But the point I'm trying to, I just needed to interject because just like he was saying, he responded. because he understood the language. If the same thing had been said in a different language and they did not understand what was being said, there would not have been a fight. So I just needed to put
The
that
guy,
little
the
jack.
thing is, the
Oh
guy,
yeah, can do.
rule number one, you don't fight. When you're in a position of weakness, you don't. That's not time to fight back or be doing things. In life, you measure your actions, measure
Yeah,
when you do
yeah,
what and
yeah,
what.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
You
You have
understand what
to
I'm
read the
saying?
room. Yeah, you have
Exactly
to
the
read the
room. I
room.
mean, the thing is, you question yourself. Okay, what's the point of me responding here? And what am I trying to achieve here? And what is the is what he's not. He doesn't have that level of wisdom. So,
Right.
what's the
Okay.
point of responding to those guys? Man, I just let them talk and you move on with your business. You won't see them again. It's not like you're living with them. You see each other every day for you to. I mean, the purpose of responding to someone is to let the person to stop the person from maybe continue to maybe someone you let's say someone you see every day is insulting you. Of course, you have to respond because if you don't, it's going to continue to do that. But if it's someone you don't know, you they just run into them and insult you. You won't see them again. What's the point of responding? Just let them have their way. They go on. You continue to mind your own business. So the guy in that case,
Okay.
no. But where I disagree can do is, somebody you'll be seeing every day, they insulting you, and you be like, okay, I won't talk to you. Yeah, go. Next thing they will do is start slapping you.
Well, I promise you, if that person touches me, they will either be in coma, be dead, and I will probably be serving 7 years. So I'm
In
trained.
in China,
I'm trained.
Actually, my at the end of the day, what I'm trying just to say is this: once you are outside of your country, you are in another man's country. Be rest assured that 60% of the citizens might not like you. So, and they can do anything to you. They can,
especially when you're black.
Some of them might not really attack you physically, but they can use their mouth to attack you. So, how many?
Remy,
okay,
Remy,
let me come in before saying that.
Okay, Prince Ali, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Simba. Yeah, can do. I remember that conversation that we had when you mentioned that. Um, so what you're saying can do that. So one should be dead to self, if you understand what I mean. If you're a Christian, if you have a Christian background, is that what you're saying? Because not everybody has that self control you're talking about. You have it, but not everyone is disciplined to like. Okay, I'm hearing what they're saying clearly. I understand the language, so I'm just gonna sit here and not do anything.
Yeah, well, it's gets to self, but again, it's discipline and training. I mean, for a number of years, I probably have mentioned here before. I was part of a soccer group in California, and every year we have just over 500 children that come to the soccer program, and this is what I teach them. You see, I mean, I'm trained in Taekwondo. And the discipline is do everything humanly possible outside of someone touching you because it's not going to be a fight. It's 1, 2, 3 move, you're on the ground, and my elbow goes to your throat. I can kill you. So, in 3 seconds of all your verbal, verbal gutter talk, I have to think. And I've told people this several times. I have thought about this many years ago, even when my daughter was 8, 9 years old, that God forbid, if somebody raped my daughter, what will I do? Me, I will get the police, whatever is needed to be done to get that person prosecuted to the fullest extent. Because if I react and do something, again, this is not kung fu fighting. I'm not trained for you and I to be boxing. If I want to do that, I'm going to learn how to box and get paid for boxing. I'm trained to demobilize you. And you can live, if somebody does the same thing to me, they can kill me. I'm talking about somebody being on the ground and you fall on them with the full strength of your elbow to their throat. So, in that 3 seconds, I have to think if I respond to this person, I know what the outcome of that response could probably be. The police are going to come. I'm going to get arrested. In America, I'll be serving 15 years in jail. Whereas my daughter is already raped, my other son is going to be raised by by the mother. All of my family are not going to have access to me because of what? What am I trying to achieve? Me beating that person up or them dying will not take the rape away. So that's
But
the extreme. That is the
can
extreme.
do. What you
Yes,
are
sir.
saying, it makes sense. But that cannot be a universal approach to the issue. Everybody cannot have that kind of self-control that you have. You understand? Everybody cannot have it. Let me tell you this. I don't know the reason why we black, because let me tell you the kind of we don't do what they are doing against us. Even when we see them in our own environment, we treat them like kings, we treat them like queens.
I don't understand.
We even discriminate against ourselves to actually please them. So
Nigerians
to
will even
me,
beat you to defend the
exactly,
foreigner.
that was a day I was in the airport. We're on the queue, and we saw this group of white people. They were not on the queue, and they just marched it to the front. And even our security personnel did not even check them. They allowed them
They will
in.
take them to the front.
Well,
Exactly.
you see, the difference is wherever
So,
I'm at.
so we, I think there is a fundamental problem with us, and we allow ourselves to be treated the way we are being
We
treated.
are too kind.
So you understand?
It's
So
a
I
lie. We are
think we
not
are, we
kind.
are just a
Just see
group
them as
of
God.
people.
Why are we not kind to
We
ourselves?
are just group of
Exactly,
people
Mike.
with
We're not
low
kind. You
self,
know.
Remy,
low,
why are
low
we not kind to
self-esteem,
ourselves? Eh?
Thank
Yeah,
you.
We,
but
low
we are so
but
kind. Why are we
self-esteem.
not kind to
but
ourselves?
what
We're
I'm
not kind
saying, I mean,
to
as much
ourselves.
as I understand,
Let me
what
let
you
me
just said.
can do where I am. Even you people are talking about Western world. I'm talking about even the Arab. They discriminate against us. You understand what I'm saying? If I'm talking to a fellow an Arab person now, and a fellow Arab guy comes around, the guy will abandon me straight. He will not even listen to me again until he finishes with that Arab. You understand? We don't do that. So we, in as much as I don't know the reason why we are being just. I think there is a fundamental thing that is wrong with the black people. I'm
We
very
are the
sorry to
same,
say.
but you're a
Okay.
doctor. You should know. You should know the reason. Tell us. You don't want
No,
to tell us.
no, nothing
Well,
wrong with the black
but
people.
I'll be honest.
oh, go ahead. Sorry,
Maybe
go ahead.
maybe about
Ajale
Jali
Koko,
Coco.
Hold on.
what do you have to say about that? What do you have to say about that? I want to hear your opinion.
What?
Nothing wrong with us, but nothing
So,
wrong with other race. We are the
eh?
most. Look, we are the most discriminated against people. We are the most discriminated. How do I put it? We suffer being discriminated against than any other race in this world.
Why is that?
Oh, why is that? It's because you see, we are black. We are the only one. We are the only race that doesn't look with them, like any other race. Other race look similar. If you look at the Spanish, if you look at the Chinese, look at the Indians, they kind of look similar and white, but we are the most distinguished.
I don't necessarily think that's
So Angelico, so do you
Yes.
think we are the devil because nobody likes devil neither? So
No, we are not the
Oh, we
devil.
are the Satan. We are the Satan. Because that's what they used to represent us. Or angel of death. Or the angel of death.
Baba
I
Aja,
just quickly want to throw sorry,
Baba
sorry,
Aja,
can
Baba
hold on,
Aja has not
hold on,
said
Baba
anything.
Aja,
No, you have not said
Baba Aja,
anything, Baba Aja.
No.
Baba Aja,
Can
kí ni bọ̀bọ́ yìí ń sọ? Kí ni bọ̀bọ́ yìí ń sọ?
hold on.
He's a Christian.
Prince Daddy, I want to ask you a question.
That's what Prince Daddy.
Prince Daddy, are you there?
So let me
yeah,
land
I'm
this.
here.
Let me land
2
this.
days ago,
Look,
maybe yesterday.
let me land this. Let me
Do
land this.
you, sorry, Baba Jalico, quickly.
Let me
You know
land
what
this.
happened in Russia that they opened
Remy, let Baba land
let me
his
land
point
this.
now. He was already making a point. Let him land his point.
Yeah. So look, because we suffer, you know, how do I describe it? We when it comes to slavery, we suffer,
the most in human, degradation than any other race in this world, and that is what is responsible for that. Particularly,
so is that so? The thing now is it sexually transmitted now, Adale Coco, or is genetic? The people that suffer discrimination, the people that suffer the slavery, they are no longer alive.
Hold on, because white control this world, and because
why is this so? Why did they have that upper hand? Why did they have that?
What would you say about the Jews? They also suffer slavery.
No,
they also
forget that. No, they didn't suffer anything. Don't bring that. That is lie. You people don't come with this lie.
400 years. 400 years under Pharaoh.
Big time slavery.
That one is fiction now. That Bible story is fiction.
There is no historical fact to back that.
Of course there is.
Historical fact. Yes. What do you call
that in the Bible?
What do you call this thing? These people they call what's the name of those people? Anthropologists. Is it anthropologists they call these people that look under the
archaeologists? Yeah.
What do you call them?
Archaeologists.
Archaeologists have debunked it. That is all lie. Is fabricated. There's nothing to show by history.
No, that is not true. They work for the devil. That's not true. We have record.
Let me land, Remy. Nisuru. Even this story in the Bible about Exodus, archaeology said no, it did not exist.
They said
it never happened. How can you tell me? Have you been to that area before? How can you tell me that between Egypt and Israel, and they said they traveled 40 years? Where did that happen?
Babaja, iṣẹ́ Ọlọ́run àwa má rí di ni.
Baba Jale Koko, about a month ago, I was at the Red Sea, and I was not imagining that story of Moses that he said he walked through the Red Sea. And look at the Red Sea as that is possible was the walk through this one.
Èmi ò participate nínú blasphemy yín o. Ọlọ́run máa gbọ́ mi ò participate nínú blasphemy yín o.
What I was trying to do, what I'm trying to say is that look, when we suffer this this most dehumiliation for several years and under this slavery, we were pictured by the white as the most, how do you call it, as non-human among all human race, just because of the color of our skin. So others took it too, that they are less human being than us, and it existed to today. It still existing to today. So that is what is responsible for this treatment that we suffered, the most inhuman degradation that we suffered in any part of the world where we found ourselves. That is what is responsible for.
Anywhere, Baba Jayoko, anywhere you go, anywhere outside, even the fellow Arab country in Africa, they also discriminate against the black.
Don't you see what?
And we, the black people too, we discriminate against ourselves. So what is the difference?
Yes,
what is the difference?
Exactly, we discriminate against ourselves.
So what's the difference?
I agree with P Daddy. We discriminate. They will say, "Oh, le former Ijebu, Ijebu, Iro."
We do.
No,
We want
we
to be
even
honest.
discriminate against ourselves to please them, and that's another thing. You understand? I don't.
Which make it worse.
Baba Janle Koko. Baba Janle Koko.
Mongbo.
Baba Janle Koko.
Yeah.
Accident yẹn ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́nà Ṣàgámù. Ọkùnrin mẹ́rin obìnrin mẹ́ta àti mọ́là mẹ́fà.
Àti Fúlàní méjì.
And one of my friends, already because also only I think when there was what do you call it? You know, when there was riots in K2 between the Hausa and Yorubas, and you know,
My 12,
yeah, my 12 and Yoruba. There was a serious serious.
It happened many times.
Many times. So there was one time that it happened like that, and one woman just run into the church, and he just say, eba wa dupe o, kilo so. I think, you know, they were giving testimony. Eba wa dupe o, help us thank God o. You know, it's just like they couldn't kill any one of their people, but they killed Hausa people. You know, and the people said, should we be thanking God that a fellow human being was some fellow human being like us were murdered that are not of the same tribe with us? You understand what I'm saying? You know, it's just anyway, let me leave it there because
Papa, our situation is precarious and it's complex.
Ẹ tí lọ sí church kọ́ máa ṣe dúpẹ́. Wọ́n máa ṣe dúpẹ́ ní church báyìí pé the accident was fatal, 25 people died. I survived, praise the Lord.
So, Prince Daddy, my question to you is this. Recently or yesterday, Russia opened their vault and there was a lot of painting and they said Jesus Christ is a black man. So how do you juxtapose this with what you guys have been worshiping or we have been worshiping for so many years that Jesus is white? And all those stories we learned from the books that all they are white. But now most of this painting depict that even the mother of Jesus is also a black woman. I think everybody knows about this. It happened 2 days ago. They opened their vault.
Yes.
I think the Orthodox.
I want to hear from Prince Daddy. What do you want to say to that?
The Russian Orthodox Church, they've always maintained that as Christ, maybe the mother of Jesus, Mary also has dark skin. They can claim to have dark skin, but are they Africans? Is that what you're trying to say? They were Jews, not blacks, as in Africans. So they could be dark skin. And back in those days, anyway,
from their story, they said they were never Jews.
They said
they are black men. They didn't also say they are dark skin.
They said dark skin, black.
They said black.
They said black.
They are black. And probably they are from black. It's all those black that immigrate from one another. And they also say that
no, probably the blacks are the one even occupying that region before they just chased us away. Who knows?
So, so it's a very difficult because I don't know. As a Christian, you would say that, oh my God, this is a mistake.
If we don't even have even we black, we don't even have a history. They wrote our history for us. So anything they say, we believe.
Prince Daddy, let me take that up real quickly, please. I beg. You see, me personally, the way, maybe I've just been fortunate. I went to St. Finbar's, Akoka. I went there with children of diplomats from all around the world. I had Chinese friends, Oyinbo friends that I send message, hey, Laura Kulikuliwa, go, Sari Law. So I've never seen a white person or Chinese person or Asian person. I don't have that superiority or inferiority complex. Never have. Still don't. To me, I've never cared where Jesus is from. I don't care. I don't care if it's Chinese, if it's white, if it's black. It doesn't make any difference to me. I was brainwashed as a child that this Jesus person, they said they born him somewhere and he's the Messiah, and I took, I believe that, and over the decades, I've believed that. So for me, I don't really care where anybody's from. That's just me personally, and that's how I grew up, and that's the way I teach my children. It doesn't matter where somebody is from. For me, you
So
know,
can do,
um,
are
the,
you a
the last,
Catholic? Can
am
do,
I a what?
are you a Catholic? Do you go to Catholic church that you have
No, no.
so
I grew up. I grew up as a child in Sele.
okay,
Then
so they're different.
we migrated to my Baptist church. When I was in Lagos as a young 14, 15-year-old, I used to preach. I used to stand up in the Molue. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you the word of Jesus Christ, because I really actually just had that
Gbogbo
thing
ẹ̀yin náà tún ń ṣe ọmọ
come
káàkiri
on
o.
me. Àsọpọ̀ àṣeyẹn náà, àsọpọ̀ àṣeyẹn. But what
Ọlọ́run wá kúrò jù. Continue.
yeah, Jesus, Alone try. But what I'm saying is, for me, it's just never. I mean, for me, I don't really care if Jesus is black, if he's white, if he's Jewish. It's irrelevant to me. All I know
Well,
is that
it is irrelevant
Jesus.
as a Christian. As a Christian, one second, as a Christian, it should not matter, and that's why when I talk to Christians, I try to
No, but
gauge.
it
Hold on.
matters. Things
It
that do.
No,
matter.
well,
If
It
it
you
should
ask,
matters, but
matter.
I don't know what you
when I
guys are
talk to
saying.
Christians, I try to gauge their spirituality, because just like Andrew said, it doesn't matter the color of Christ. It doesn't matter,
They
because
don't
it
bring
says
out
so
the
in the
picture.
Bible also that we worship in spirit and truth. And
Okay,
if we
If you are saying it shouldn't matter, just as we have the Muslim, you know, give praises to Prophet
Muhammad.
Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they don't have the picture. Why are you giving a fake picture of what did not exist and painting it?
but see, that's the thing.
Hold on now. Hold on.
Yes, as a Christian,
And
when you pray, you don't
hold
see.
on. You see, the way some of you, this Christian, want to manipulate people sometimes, I mean, it's not. We should not accept it. You are saying you don't want to care what the color, whether it is black or it is white, but you are putting an images everywhere that show that Jesus Christ look white. So what messages are you
Are you
putting
trying to pass?
there
No, say
to
okay.
people looking at?
The people trying to deceive.
Hold on. To people looking at that picture, why not put black there? Because if you call him God, you said it is God, right?
Baba Aja,
And the
let them
God,
change it to black. Let them change it to
let's
black
change it to
or whatever. I
If they
don't.
change
For
it,
me,
let
I
me tell
don't
you,
care.
no, can
I don't
do.
care.
that
Hold
if you
on, can do. What you are doing is is because of you have been brainwashed, and that's why you say you don't care. Let me tell you, you should care. And the reason why they represent, because they know that it will be more acceptable to people to be to represent him as a white person rather than a black. Why did they represent black as devil or Satan or agent of death?
Okay, I
You
hear
said
you.
you are here,
See,
you are here, you are bragging, and you are saying you don't care.
let me chime in real quick.
They
So
represent you. They represent you with the back teeth,
hold on,
and then they
Simba.
look for Jesus Christ as a white person, and you are here.
Okay,
You say you don't
okay,
care. You
Simba.
don't care. Why do
See,
you
no,
care?
it shouldn't matter. Listen, if you know the Bible,
You
some
can
things.
see, Baba Jale Koko, you can see them.
because
You can see
Christian ló ṣe ń
the
sọ báyìí o.
what
Wọ́n jẹ́ Christian ni.
wọ́n ti gbági àwọn méjèèjì àti Kandu àti Benzadi.
Ben,
Wọ́n ti
on the
brainwash wọn. Wọ́n ti brainwash
No, no,
wọn.
no,
Wọ́n mọ̀
no.
kankan mọ́.
Simba. See,
Ìtọ́ bá jẹ́
you
Christian
know.
ló ṣe ń defend nìkan tó ń defend
See,
yìí.
anyone that thinks.
This is you can see how they are
Hold on.
discriminating against themselves now, Baba Jale Koko. They are discriminating against themselves.
Mr.
No,
Simba,
And
do
they are proud of it.
you believe that all religions are man-made?
okay,
I
that's
believe
another
that this
one. Let me answer the question real quickly. So, See, there's some things, some truths that people just it goes over their head. Saying the devil or Satan is black doesn't even make any sense because we know clearly that Satan, if you follow the Bible, was a spirit. It was an angel, and angels are spirit beings. So how could they tell the color? If it was black, white, or otherwise?
But
But
have
that's
you
what
not
they
seen
draw
it?
now. That's what they
Have you
draw. When
not
they
seen the
draw angel in your
representation?
church, when they draw angel in your
Uh,
church, it's not white women and white children that they put there. When they
uh,
draw, I mean, when they put
Okay,
couple
so
of
Where,
angels,
where,
Mike, hold on. So why shouldn't people? You see, we black people have our own problems, or we have a problem.
Black
But
no, I don't
black
have problem.
people
Maybe you have
hold
problem.
on,
represent
no,
his
you're
name
a
will be
super
written
black
in
person,
black
Mike. You're a
book.
super black
He's
person.
the
What I
black
mean is
sheep
that
of the family,
no, no.
everything black. But if we want to say a way forward,
But
a
so
way
why should you
forward
see?
to
Why should you blame people?
better things,
What?
they will
No, why
say
should you
white
blame
paper.
people that want to represent what they worship that looks like them? What is wrong with that?
No, we don't
There's nothing
blame
wrong.
them for doing it for themselves, but we blaming you for accepting it for yourself.
no,
That's
no,
what
No,
I
but
I
you
said.
did.
see,
I did
but
not accept. No,
Mike,
I did not accept an image
What do
as
you
part
mean
of
you
the
don't?
worship.
the
Hmm?
I don't.
praise daddy and people like myself, we don't care if they misrepresented Satan as black or they,
Why would you not
for
care
whatever
now?
reason, they represent Jesus as white. You see, me, I don't care what it is, what he looks like, if it's just a spirit or not. Me
You,
personally, I stopped going to church about a little over 20 years ago because I don't pray. I don't pray
you
because
see
for
what your
me,
problem is?
prayer. Hold on. Prayer for me represents asking for something. And the Father that I believe in is, you see, I look at it from this way. Jesus is my Father. I have children. My children don't need to come and ask me for anything. I know the things that they should have. It's not everything that they ask for that I will give them, because they can ask for things that I can provide for them that might not be good for them at a certain stage. So what I do is I thank God. My dad knows what I need, and he takes care of me
Okay, fine,
abundantly. So
get
I
that.
don't pray.
You,
I
you
don't
see, you
pray.
see. Okay, cool. You see what I have issue with when you
Irọ́
say
irọ́
you don't
Kadu
care.
yìí fẹ́ pọ̀ láàárọ̀ yìí o. Kadu, you are just lying to us
Kò
people.
The
sí bó
problem
fẹ́
with
jọ
can do
kò sí bó
the
fẹ́
problem
jọ
How
I
can
have
kò
with
you
sí
have
bó
you
fẹ́
have
jọ.
children? You want to tell me that your children cannot ask you for what they need? Is
No,
that
I
what you
didn't
are?
say they cannot. I didn't say they cannot ask me. What I said is, as a father, I know better what is in their best interest. They can ask me for anything, but I have to make a decision at certain ages that certain things they should have. And certain things, maybe 10 years later is when I will give them certain things. So I'm not saying that they cannot ask me, but just like God, I don't go to me, most prayers represent asking for stuff. God, help me take care of protect me. My father protects me no matter what. And if I die at this age, or I die at 122, you're still going to die. So I don't really care. I'm not going to go and stand in front of an 18-wheeler because I believe whatever I believe. But at the same time, I'm
we
not
think
afraid.
this
What can do. You have to know
we
this is
think we
not
should
about you.
can do we think we should
And that's the
care.
problem we have in
We should
Africa.
care. Uh,
Yeah.
they don't care.
What you saying?
No,
What? Yeah.
I
Simba,
told you
Simba,
when I
give me.
was a part of, I told you
Can
when I
do.
was a part of the soccer
Can
program.
do. Can do.
I taught the
Can do.
children
Can
the
you allow me
same
to say
thing.
something
It's
real
not
quick?
about me.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
go
we can
ahead,
hear
Mike.
you. Yeah, I can hear you.
You know one problem we have in Africa is this. Just like you said, you don't care. Me personally, no, you can't. That's where we have in Africa. We see something wrong, we
That's
say
not what
because
I said. That
hold
is
on
not
now,
what
hold
I
on,
said.
wait
I
now.
can't hold on because you're
Okay, maybe not you.
misrepresenting what
Okay,
I said.
okay, go ahead, go ahead.
I said this is what I teach to people, to my children, to
No, I'm not
people
talking
that
about your
I
children part. Get that
represent.
one. No, I'm talking about the
Children
image,
that
the
I
color of Satan. Hold on. The color of the devil being black and the color of God's and angel being white. You say you don't care about that, so you just and that's where I have issue with Africans is that when this is something that's clearly wrong, that literally can potentially affect the society, destroy society, because it doesn't affect them. They consider, oh, it doesn't affect them, oh, they can just look past it. They
no.
don't care.
What I
But
can do is to
hold on
try
now,
and
bros.
teach other people not
Wait
to
now, wait.
care.
Allow me, hold on. When the Oyimbos came Will they bring in their image of themselves as gods and things like that? They know the kind of damage they will do to the mind of children of Africa, of that
Exactly,
society. They
exactly.
knew what they were doing, but there were some Africans back then that saw it, but they just saw it as something that wouldn't affect them personally. So they just said, I don't care. They just left it,
No,
And that
Mike.
is,
Again,
you understand?
the
So that's one problem we have.
misrepresentation, the misrepresentation of what you're saying is not that I say just about me. I told you when I was part of a soccer program for like 9 years, and every year we have about 500 kids, and I taught those people the same thing. People, younger people that that I happen to mentor in different ways over the years, I teach them the same thing. It's not about me.
I hope you are,
Look,
I can do. I hope you are teaching them the right thing. You are not infusing this your wrong mentality on those children.
no, it may not.
Only
No,
God
I
knows
mean,
the kind of damage. Only God knows the
my
kind
wrong
of damage you
mentality.
have done to those.
No,
You have done to the mentality of those people.
my wrong mentality is that, you see, this is the thing. You see, this thing we're talking about is like the politicians. I don't care where the politicians come from. I just care about who's going to do the job. I don't care if it's from my village or from a village in Katangoa. I don't care. I
You
don't care
understand
who
that
they,
one,
whether
but
the
that's a
president is
different.
white
That
or
one, that one
black.
is.
No, I'm just using it as an
You
analogy in
don't
this
care if
case.
the image of the god
Let
of
me tell
Africa is
you.
white
Let
or
me tell
black.
you. Can do. Do you? Well, okay. Why should they do that? Don't you think that there is a reason behind those connotation, those representation?
I don't waste my
He doesn't
energy
care because it
trying to
doesn't affect him.
understand.
That's why. That's what
I
he's saying,
know,
Simba.
again, it's not about me. What I'm saying is,
It is now.
I don't waste my look. If they
Why
say,
would you
you
not
say,
care?
whoever
You don't
say,
care if it's about
look,
you now.
look, if you or anybody or the white people or the Chinese people say Jesus is white or is black, it has no effect on my life. And the
No,
people that I
no.
can
So
teach,
you have effect
hold
on
on,
the children
the
of your
people,
society in
again,
Africa, in Nigeria.
I try to teach those children to not let anybody
Can do.
manipulate your mind.
Let me tell you what it does to the psyche of children, and that is how you grow, and you grow with that low self-esteem, and
And
that is
that's why
what
we
is
were saying
affecting
earlier
all
why
of
we
us.
worship them. We won't defend them over against our own.
They
I
did an
don't defend
experiment with
anybody
children.
just
Just
because
I'm
hold
you are
not
on,
saying
hold
watching.
you.
on,
I'm just saying like what we were
hold
saying
on.
earlier.
People like you should not be many. The way what you are preaching this morning, it should not be many in the society. You kill us
You
more.
can only kill me once. You can only kill me once. You can't kill me twice.
Can do.
They did an
Àjẹsára pọ̀.
experiment
Èèyàn kankan
among
ò lè rí
children.
kàndú pa o.
They
Àjẹsára
put
pọ̀.
Baba Jare, you know what they did to these children? They gave them a doll. You know the doll, this baby thing that they used to, and they put a black children. No,
Yeah,
they give
yes.
them a white doll and a black doll. Do you understand what I'm saying?
White lọ́mú.
None of them, white no.
White gbogbo ọmú. White lọ́mú. This is the
And Kandu would tell me that that
wọ́n
thing
ti
does not have an effect.
yes, yeah.
I'm not.
When they everything that has been
It
seen
doesn't affect
about
Kandu.
black, hold on, Kandu. Everything that they have been seen about black is not good. Even we, that is why you see our people, they go and buy cream, they have to bleach because they believe that baby, it's just, you see, and you are telling, you are here today, you say it doesn't matter.
No, I'm saying it. What I'm saying is, what I believe is, for me and the people around me and the people that I come, maybe I should be bad, like you said, so that I don't come and poison the water. But my thing is this: what I teach is this. When I was coaching soccer, right? When the ball goes out and it's supposed to be for this side, and everybody, even the blind person, can see that it's supposed to be for this side, I give it to the other side because I want you to learn, train yourself. Because when you are in a game, when you are in a game, the referee is going to miss a call. How are you going to react? You have to be able to learn that in practice. When I used to play my own self, they used to call me defense minister, because that was the days of the Idi Agbon, and my name is Tunde. So they used to call me defense minister, minister of defense. What I used to do is, if there is a striker on the other team, I'll be telling him, Tobari Mshedo Yelano, Modo nonsense Ilara. People used to punch me. And if you punch me, I'm going to be on the ground. Nobody can get me up. You think that I'm dead because the referee is going to give you a red card. It's a game. This is what Muhammad Ali used to do to other boxers. He'll be talking to them, he'll be cussing them out, cussing their mother out in the ring. So
That's what Marco Materazzi did to Zidane in the final in 2006.
all your preparation, I'm going to take is a mental game. I'm taking away your mental preparation. So that is what I teach. You have to learn that. I gave you the example of, God forbid, well, my daughter is now grown, that even if she was at 8 or 10, if something that I prepare myself ahead. I'm not perfect. I'm not looking to be perfect. I will never be perfect. But as best as I can, I prepare myself. So I'm not saying that you shouldn't teach. If Jesus actually was white, and really, the last I heard, Dr. Louis Leakey and his group said the oldest known bones that were found in Kenya, 5 point something billion years old. So the oldest known skeleton that has been found was found in Africa. At the end of the day, we all come from the same place. So I'm not going to allow any foolish person to come and divide me with whether Jesus is black or whether he's white. We all came from the same place at the end of the day. So what difference of was your skin color makes to me?
Can do. You see the different. I mean,
Control.
what we are saying here is that for some people to use that image of a white man as Jesus, who is regarded as the God, automatically place white people above others because they look like God. We don't look like God. But now we are making reference to the discovery that the human race started in Africa, meaning the God. I mean, meaning that black we existed before other race. Other race emanated from us. So if that is the case, then why should we have a white man as the God?
Baba,
But that's you. Oh,
but at least
so
from a biblical standpoint, they said the Garden of Eden is somewhere in Iran or Iraq. So for me, if we go by a biblical stance, the white Jesus really wherever this whole thing started from. You see, I can't fight City Hall. I'm only going to be on this earth, well, all things being equal, for a limited amount of time. So all I can do is to deal with the people that I can. I can't go and canvas for you have to change Jesus to be black. I don't have that
But do
energy
you be
or that power.
but would you agree with me that for them to show that image of a white man as Jesus is meant to manipulate and to control? Do you believe? Do you?
If it can be totally established that Jesus was black, then it should be changed. And if they're using
No, 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 no.
white instead of black,
Hold on now. What we are saying, the reason for that is to manipulate and control and brainwash. Look, if we
okay,
are
I
even want to choose between the two, I think the
okay, I
Muslim,
hear you, Baba.
ye-
So hear me, Dada.
yes,
I
I,
hear you. If the
yes,
if the main if the reason is to manipulate
yes.
me ò lágbára agbára mi ò kú
I
kò
think what
kọjú
Can Do is
kò
saying is
kọjú.
anything that doesn't affect Can Do doesn't care.
No,
That's what Can
anything
Do is
that I
telling us.
cannot change, not
but
can
okay,
affect, I
let me
can't
chime in.
change it.
So Angelica,
But but
I see your point. The
yeah,
need
let me land
for
this. I will let you speak now, please. I think if we want to even look at what the the Christians have done against us in in terms of that image of a white man as Jesus being regarded as the God against the Muslim that did not show any image of anything. I think the Muslim have done better. I mean, Islam have done better for not showing any image in any form that this is the way our prophet look like, that we all, give praises to, though they give praises, the highest praises to God, but they acknowledge that his prophet is Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So, but they don't give any image, no color, whether it's black or white. You don't see anything that look like him. So it's we this image of Jesus being white. I think Russians have brought out the truth.
But let me
commend them for what they have done. Yes.
But let me even, you know what I want to say, even the two major religions, it's just like there's a competition between two of them. Islam came after Christianity, and what they are trying to do is actually to perfect some of the errors that they see in Christianity. Because to me, how can God, which we have God and is the God of the universe, why should we have all the prophets just from one region of the world when we say we want to spread message to everybody to have one common belief?
No,
If that is
I don't
true,
see that argument, Simba, because the Jewish people are what we call a people group that were meant to spread the gospel around the world, and that's how it
so
started.
God chooses just a race. He chooses a race to spread the word of God to every part of the world.
What
Is that
what
what
is
you are
wrong with
telling
that?
Prince,
us?
that are you talking about the Netanyahu kind of people? Benjamin Netanyahu.
I'm not say Mike. I'm not going there with you. I'm just saying the Jews. No, we know the Jews
I
that
don't
were.
know. I don't know.
How
You tell
can
me.
God does that? How can God does that for
What is
exactly?
wrong? See, no, because there's always a starting point in everything. Why not? If God had wanted, He could have used the African people, the black people. But guess what? They would mess it up. So
He
He
could
chose the
have spread
What do
people.
you
it. He
mean?
could have spread it all over the world. Where we have one from Brazil, another one from Argentina, another one
But
from
you
Malaysia.
you are just talking Simba.
Guys,
That's the way it works? No, stop. You're
Is
just
guys,
it, is
can
it
talking.
I
not
uh,
Yoruba people that are spreading African spirituality around the world today? So why is God
Mike,
not?
can
Why is God
can
using
I
us?
chime in?
Because we
Uh
have our own. We have our own that we don't promote. We could have, if we have the power and even the brain, we supposed to have promoted our own, and the whole world will have accepted our
Sim,
own, Songo and all those
Simba,
things also.
Simba, yeah. Can I chime in a little bit? I think this is my own jurisdiction, as they always call it in Nigeria. The police in Nigeria, they like those word jurisdiction. Without equivocation, I think this picture we are talking about, some doctrine in Christianity, they have abolished the picture. For me, as a Pentecostal, I don't worship any image. I don't regard that stupid picture they are sharing around as Jesus Christ. We can still say it's the Orthodox Church that still regard that BS picture they are sharing around. So I think for now, people have opened their eyes much better than that. You can't tell us this is the picture of Jesus Christ. How come they even get the picture? Were they camera when Jesus Christ was born 200,000 years ago? So some people can be fooled by that picture, but Christians today, myself as a Pentecostal, we don't worship any picture. We don't, even in the Bible, you are not allowed to put any image, or you are bound down for any image or picture or statue or anything. So
Yes,
I
yeah.
think, yes, the Orthodox Church are those ones that still have those engraved picture of fake Jesus on the wall, fake Mary on the wall. It's just all over the place. And the West can really fool the Orthodox Church, not the Pentecost of today. That is my input. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I agree with Thomas. Really, yeah, I come. I guess because the Russians are white and they shown us black Jesus, that's why we jumping up and down, believing in it. But again, it's not. It's never about the image of the person because there's some certain things in the Bible that and if you're a true Christian or at least you understand the word, that's we're gonna approach it. It doesn't bother me in the list about the image or the color of the Jesus you're talking about. If it shouldn't be, it should not be, that should not be the case at all. And yeah, it should not be a thing because we don't worship any image. Yeah, we don't, and I think it's actually forbidden in the Bible to be worshiping an image. But trying to blame the white man for representing Jesus
What about the
Christ
cross?
in his own image, it's to me, I mean, it's almost a given. Do you want him to
No one is
represent
blaming white man. Why you keep saying that? No one is
what?
blaming white. No, there's somebody blaming white man for anything, man.
No, yeah,
We are just
Angelico
telling
is
you
because
as
when you
a
say
black man from Abeokuta. Why are you
huh?
thinking like that? That's what we are saying. We don't care what white man does for himself.
I'm not thinking like that. See, rather than concentrate on a picture of Jesus Christ, have you tried the name of Jesus Christ? Does it work for you? Is the question you should be asking
No,
yourself.
it didn't work for me at all.
Good. Yeah, then that's fine. But for those of us that is
How can a
it
name
works
work
for.
for you? How can you a name work for? Does it even make sense? How can a name work for you? What is your name?
Mike, stay in your lane. If you don't know,
No,
you don't
no.
know.
The lane you are in is a confused lane because there's no name working for you. Name doesn't work. You have to in action. Act is what works. You have to put two and two together. You have to put something together for something to happen. You can't just say you say name and it happens. Something happens.
No, if you believe in the name of Jesus, that's
Forget
what
it,
I'm
man.
talking
Nothing.
about.
There's nothing. Forget all those miracle deeds. I've seen those pastors doing. They're lying. It's not any name. There's no believing in a name. Are you kidding me? Name that never existed.
Well, the way you believe in your traditional practice, Mike, is
Even the
it,
name Jesus, his real name is not even Jesus, it's Yeshua. Where did they get that name Jesus from? Eh?
well, this is I don't
Yeshua.
like that conversation about Yeshua and this and that. Do you know Angelico? And maybe Thomas can bolster it. Jesus Christ. There are about 250 names of Jesus Christ in the Bible that's referenced. So just choosing one. And by the way, what you call Jesus Christ is quite relative. Actually, it's what your heart, your spirit calls him that he answers to. Not if you call him Jesus Christ or Yeshua or whatever you want to call him. Not at all. That's why we
Yes,
worship. We
sir.
When
worship him
his name
in
is
spirit and
Yeshua,
truth.
and some people
Yes,
change it to
sir.
Jesus. You said we can mention any name and that will work without mentioning his real name.
Who said that?
Prince Daddy.
Hmm?
I think
Angelico. Oh no, who said that? Angelico.
What I'm saying is that where did that name Jesus even came from? When his real name is Yeshua. His real name is Yeshua. Who named that Jesus? Where did that come from? Where did they emanate from?
It's just an English translation
How
of the
can you
name.
translate somebody's name from?
Why
It's
not?
just like saying Ajanle Koko now, and then you say you are translating it to another name. Why?
No, no. Angelico,
Babaja,
it's just like
Babaja,
Kunta Kinte that
name.
became
Babaja.
Toby.
You see
Same difference.
what the Bobo is on the panel. What the Bobo is on the panel are saying. Whether
you know that comment you made now, we can rendition you back to Nigeria with that comment you make now.
What comment
Can
is
do,
that?
can do. I didn't hear what you said. Just say what did you say that can do?
Babaja, I said the Bobo is on the panels. The Bobo is.
Okay. I'm tackling Bobo now.
That is Prince
Try to
Daddy.
tackle him tonight.
Prince Daddy, you know things of the spiritual cannot be understand with the carnal mind. That is why
Yes,
Mike is saying what he's saying.
I
I don't
know.
argue with those people. I don't entertain
What is a
those
carnal mind, by the way?
conversations.
It doesn't even bother
You
me. It
can't
doesn't bother
understand.
me.
You can't understand.
But because he doesn't know. See, Mike, if you know what I and Thomas know, you
There's nothing you know
sound
that I don't
this.
know. Trust me.
No, it's not a superior knowledge. It's not. It's not like I know more than you do. What I'm trying to say is that you're not on the same level. Because if you
Then no,
did
no,
know,
no, 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 no. There's nothing you know that I don't know. There's no level you are in. I'm not. Trust me. There's no
no,
where
you
you've
don't.
been.
Let me land my point. My point is that I'm not better than you are. If you are in my position, also you will sound the same. But if you think you're better than I am or superior, then that is fine too. That's perfectly okay. It
No,
doesn't
I'm not
bother
saying.
me at all.
Just
Okay.
saying.
But the point here is that you have to know what we are talking about.
I
Now,
know
if
what
you
you are
don't if you
talking
don't if you
about.
don't
Trust me.
regard, you
No,
just say what's in the name of what is in the name? Why should you believe in the name? But that's the
it's
name that's
common
above all
logic.
names. That is the name that's above all names.
It's
The
not.
name
It's not. It's
called in
not above
heaven.
any name. It's what they told you. Just tell us that because they told you as a child growing up,
No,
and you
no, no, no,
accept it.
no. See, so when
You
I'm
can't
telling
say
you stuff,
you can't say his name
have
is
you
above all names. You can't say
if
that.
if have you tried it? Have you tried that name? Have you tried the name?
Have I tried the name? Are you kidding me?
Jesus. Yes.
Try the name to do what?
It's a question. Have you tried the name? Has it ever worked for you? It has worked for me.
Yeah,
No.
there you go.
Okay, tell me how it worked for you. No,
Mike,
tell us
you want
now.
me to? You want us to turn this
Tell us
session
what he did for you
to
so we can go and do it.
preaching?
Tell us.
He brought him to Australia.
Mike, there's some conversation. You can
Okay,
notice me
Jalico.
very well
Tell us what we can go
when
and
you're
do with the
talking
name. Tell
about.
me.
Let me land, Mike. When you're talking about religion, Christianity, you see, I don't really always challenge you. Priest Daddy is the one always want to challenge you. I can't have conversation with you on that
You
level.
know Nigeria is where they use the name the
You know,
most.
Mike,
And
you
look
know,
what
Mike,
Nigeria
you
looks
know, you
like.
know, Mike, if all these things that they are saying is actually special, then they should not even be at the same level with people like us that don't even believe in those things.
Have you?
But then, yeah, we should be high up there. We should be looking at them and say, everybody should
Can you
believe in this.
imagine?
So that's why they are there.
No.
They
That's a
just
wrong.
a deception.
Simba, that's a wrong perception. That's
That's a
absolute wrong
mistake you're
perception.
making. That's a
You
mistake you
say
are
the name
making.
is above
That's a
all
big
name now.
mistake.
So what has the
We
name done that make you
we
above
we
us?
we
Prince
as,
Daddy.
we as Christians, we're rather servants. You can be up there. We're not. If a true Christian should not be up there. We are
We are
servants.
not
So
all
it's not
there.
about being superior.
What are you
Yeah.
serving, Prince Daddy? As a servant.
Mike,
Mike,
as
you
a
can't
Christian,
understand.
we serve, we worship God through Jesus Christ, and we are servant to everybody. I'm willing,
You.
listen,
Who have you
Just
served? You.
like Jesus said, whoever amongst you is going to be a leader has to be a servant.
The
uh-huh.
servant.
There you go.
So who are you serving? All these corrupt Nigerians. Who are they serving? The
Well,
people that have
I don't
followed Christ the
worry.
most are Nigeria.
I don't worry about what I cannot change. I can only worry
Uh-huh.
about what I can.
Nigeria is where the most Christians exist. Look where we are. We are the most corrupt country in the world. And you're telling me they are all servants.
They're Christians by mouth. They're not Christians by deed.
You guys, man. So all the when they catch them, you say no, it's not the true one.
Listen, Mike, I'll be number one person to support you when it comes to those people using Christianity as a tool to deceive people and to steal
And
from
even
people. There are
Islam
plenty
as
of people
well.
Christians
as
are
such.
Christians.
It's all religion.
So they are using the
use
name above
religion
all
to
names to
deceive
deceive people. That's what you're
Oh
telling me.
yeah, yes, Mike. Yes, I'm not gonna. Yeah, they are.
So why is the
Yes,
name
they are.
allowing it? Why is the name
Well,
allowing?
because because I think you rather think they are different human beings than you and I are. Okay,
Hmm?
because they're just not just human beings. They're flawed. They become greedy, selfish, and believe it or not, many of them started out in the right direction, but because of greed and selfishness, and the money and the wealth that comes with it, they lost their way. And if you go to the Bible, Mike, there are.
Why do I need to go to the Bible, man? Why?
I'm trying to make a point that people in the Bible also there were Christians that lost their way.
All the money and everything that they're going to leave behind.
Well, yeah, that too. So
So why is the
if
name
you
above all names not stopping them? We're not doing anything about it. His name is so above all names.
see,
It doesn't work that way, Mike.
Mike,
See,
How does it
see,
work
God
then?
said,
If the name is
God
so
said,
Mike.
so powerful,
God said He gave
why are you
us
not using the
free
name
will.
to
No,
stop the
because He gave you no,
chaos?
because He gave us free will.
Mikey,
Free will.
Exactly,
all
free
this
will. That's what it's
name
called.
above all name. That is the instrument of control and superiority that we are talking about. Everybody
Simba,
believe their
nobody
own
is
is the best.
controlling you. No
I
one is
beg you.
controlling you.
No,
You have minds
no.
of your own.
Hey, why should
I
we turn
have a mind of
religion
my
to
own, Simba.
competition? Why
It's
everybody
not.
believe their own is the best?
We never
Like
compete
so,
with
it's
anybody.
like,
Look what Adewale Olusegun is saying. He said his only name which human being can be saved. Are you kidding me? That's why
That
those people
one,
don't like them. These
that
people are
one
so
is an
arrogant.
ogogoro
Look at the
master.
arrogance.
What is Shayo now? That one is not Shayo now.
No, no. No, and by the way, that was a factual statement, Mike. If you
Really?
believe it or not, it's fine. It doesn't
That
matter.
is a fact. That is a fact. How? You guys say things you don't even can't even explain. You can't prove. You can't. You just step and I don't know.
See, no, we all have. See, unlike you, Mike,
I
many of
say
us,
fact that Jesus Christ's name is the name above.
we
Is the
all,
only name where
some of
human
us
being can
have
be saved.
limitations.
Are you
Some of
kidding
us
me?
have
Where
limitations.
is the
We
proof to
can't. We
that?
don't
Where
know
is the
everything
proof
like you do.
that
We
can
don't
be
know.
saved without the name Jesus Christ? Please. So all the people before that name came to Nigeria, everybody that has lived and gone, they are not saved.
There's provision already made for them. Trust me. That's what.
Ah,
That is why
so
it's
they are saved, right? With a different way, different provision. So
there's a
today, this is the only provision. I
Well,
mean,
the reality is, no one. I mean, you see, we just all believe what we believe. No one really
Mhm.
knows. I mean, no human being on this planet can actually tell me that there is a God. It's a belief system. It's either you believe or you don't. Whenever, wherever, like I've said this many times, there's supposed to be over 2 trillion galaxies. 2 trillion. Is this God? Is he in all these 2 trillion galaxies? I don't know. All I can do is what I can do. If at the end of the day they say go to hell, there's no lawyer Lagbaja that is going to come and fight on my behalf. So
I
it's
know
just all a
you
belief system.
can do you can beg Falana maybe to appeal. Baba Falana.
this the only guy keeps saying dumb stuff. He says I should go and read Bible. Why should I go and read Bible? Why?
See,
What is
see, guys,
Bible? Is Bible supposed to be the 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 what? The
guys,
what? It's something that was written by some group of white men. So
Is the
hey,
is the Alpha and Omega, is the beginning and the end.
the Bible.
guys,
Mike,
let's
white
ask a
people did not write
legitimate
the Bible.
question.
See, that's another big
Who wrote
mistake.
the Bible? Please tell me.
They were
God came down
Jews.
and wrote it and gave it to us. Abi.
They were
God came
Jews.
down from heaven.
Well,
He wrote it. He picked up pen and they typed it.
Prince Daddy, can I
no,
say this? Do you know Bible was in scroll? Do you know what is
Yeah,
you know scrolls? It was
yeah,
in
the scrolls,
scrolls. Yes.
the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah. Well, Mike, we can't say all things here. I'm not here to deliberate with you or argue with you about.
You only show good. What's that?
Mike, do you know this word? Can you just set it up? It's a
Yeah?
belief system.
The what?
Believe. Can you just set it up now? Summarize everything.
And I
Believe.
believe what you want to believe, but it's not like you want to
Believe what you
convince me that your
believe.
belief is the way. I don't care if you want to believe anything, believe it, but don't come and be trying to convince me that
But nobody has
your
never.
belief is
Did
the
anybody
supreme.
force you to believe
I
that
can't be
Jesus
saved without
Christ
the
is the
name of
way?
your belief. Come on.
Mike, they can try and convince you. It doesn't mean you have to accept.
You have to accept.
What? No. Why should you do that? Don't try and convince me.
No,
First of
but
all,
I
yeah,
mean that's
no,
life.
because
People
of
are
the
gonna
love
try
that
and
we
do
have for you.
stuff.
the
It
Because of the
doesn't mean
love that we have for
ridiculous
you,
everything that
Mike.
you
belief. You're trying to
agree.
convince me to a ridiculous belief, like something ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense at
Well,
all.
well, you know,
Mike, they are trying to save your soul. They're trying to save your soul.
it's because of the love that we have for you, Mike. It's nothing personal. You
Come
may
on,
not
there,
be.
man.
they don't want you to
It's not
go to
love, man. It's not love.
hellfire, Mike.
If you have love for me, why me check? Why me support?
They don't want Mike in FI.
You don't love anybody.
Eh? So that Praise
They
Daddy
just want to
loves you,
recruit you so you
and
can come and play your side.
whatever luxury is enjoying in paradise, I want you to be part of it.
Yes, I mean, what is greater than that?
Does the Christian paradise, does it include 40 virgins? Because I might decide to change to the other side.
Five star, is it five star or
Prince
seven
Daddy,
star?
Prince Daddy, let me key you with this one, Prince Daddy.
You can
Prince
go to
Daddy.
the virgin side.
Yeah.
Guys, this one is very important. We were saying earlier that these Oyibo people, they don't like seeing us. They discriminate against us. They don't even like living with us, right? We blacks. So now, these same Oyibo people if they believe that Christ is taking them to heaven, and now why would they not come to Africa?
They will not stay in the same apartment.
Go to the same heaven
They will not stay in the same apartment in heaven, no. Mike. They will create their own differently. Their own paradise is meant for black paradise.
Why would the British missionaries not come to Nigeria to come and show you the way to heaven that they are going to come and join them there? You think they want you to come follow? You blacks that they don't want to see their countries already. They don't like you.
No. Say, Mike. Say, when we're talking about the love of God, or God's love, it transcends what you think in your natural state of mind. It's not that. See, we want everyone, just like the Bible says. No, it's in God's.
It doesn't matter what the Bible says, man. It's what someone another man wrote, so it's irrelevant. Bible doesn't speak for God. Stop. Use logic to convince me about what you want to use. Stop saying what Bible say. Use logic. You have to show. Use science.
Even in your own spirituality, Mike, you can't use logic because you
we
say
do.
some
We
things
do.
that
I can explain everything. Whatever I tell you, I explain it to you.
No. Logic
Really?
doesn't work that in religion.
Really?
Yes.
Then
Which
foolishness
logic?
No, if somebody comes to tell you something, they have to be able to
It's a
prove
mystery. It's
whatever
a
they are.
mystery of God. It's even, Prince Daddy, you can't
The
even
thing is,
explain it.
if it's mystery, then you don't speak
It's
for it.
unexplainable.
So why is he
Mike,
explaining it?
Mike,
But that's what.
what
But
they are
now you are
telling you,
contradicting yourself. You're saying it's
Mike,
unexplainable. So why
what
is
they are telling
Prince Daddy
you,
explaining it to me now?
Mike, what they are telling you is
Can
that
anybody
you
hear
just
me?
believe. You don't need to ask any question. So just
Oh
believe.
no.
It's a
You can.
sin,
Oh no.
Mike.
And that's
It's a
even more
sin to ask
dangerous.
questions.
No.
It's a sin.
If you are
Man
No,
can
it,
tell you
no,
to
no,
ask
Ajay
questions.
Kokoko, you're
then
supposed to ask questions.
you are
Even
going
in the
to
Bible, the Berean Jews, they ask questions about the scripture.
They ask
Your
questions.
questions
Yeah, they
are
ask
valid.
questions.
I mean, you can ask
But you
any
can
question,
answer it though.
but it doesn't mean that I have an answer for it. But again, this is what I like to do for people.
and if you
Look,
don't have
I like
answer,
to
that means
direct people
that
to the
you are
source. This is the beauty, and can do, and Thomas can tell you. This is the beautiful part of Christianity. Unlike most or other religions, that you have to go through so many mediums. You can talk to Jesus Christ yourself, Mike. You're allowed to. You have the free will to do
How
so.
can I talk to Jesus Christ? How, please?
Yeah,
Where should I go and meet him and talk to him?
Mike, can I tell you how to talk to Jesus Christ?
Go ahead, Thomas.
Yeah. Do you if I tell you, are you going to go to that route? Yeah,
If it makes sense. If it
let me
makes
tell
sense.
you. Yeah, let me. If you accept Jesus Christ on this screen now, Jesus Christ will talk to you.
Really?
Amen.
I can
On this screen?
Yes.
lead a prayer now. Then you accept Jesus Christ truthfully. It's not that if you go back, you
Tonight,
still go
if you
back to
sleep,
that
Christ will
your
talk to you.
do
yes,
you know
Christ will
where
talk to
that
you.
amen, the word amen, comes from that you just mentioned now?
It comes from Amenran
Amen.
in Egypt.
Eh?
Let
Don't let
Mike
us
answer the
debate.
question.
Mike, are you ready to accept Jesus Christ now? Then Jesus Christ will talk
What
to
are you
you.
talking about? How can you accept what? Accept.
You ask a question.
Accept him
I
to be
give you the
my
answer.
what? I'm not gay now. Why would I accept him? Another man to
No,
be my what?
accept him as your Lord and Savior.
Are you
Savior, yes.
Where is he that we're going? Where is he? Is he? You guys are not
Leave that.
making
I
sense.
just told you, Mike. Leave that alone. That will be manifested to you.
You have to make sense.
Yes.
You have to make sense of what you are telling me. What you are saying does not make
Are
sense.
you ready to
How?
accept Jesus Christ now? On this
How?
screen now, I don't even need to come to America.
Okay, invite Jesus to the screen, then we can talk. I mean,
No,
I know whether we want to accept or
just
not.
say prayer. Just say prayer. What I'm saying, you
You guys
say
are
it.
Africa, man. You guys are, I don't know, man.
Can anybody hear
Just
me?
scam you guys.
I think
No,
Ola
no,
wants to
Mike.
say
What
something.
Thomas
We
say
do a
is
lot
very
of things that
is
don't
very
make sense in
simple.
our continent. You wonder why we are confused. We can't
Mike,
get anything. We have to
Mike,
confuse.
listen. Let God be true and man be a liar. If you
A
doubt
liar.
Thomas, listen to what he says and come back and prove
Why
us
should I
wrong.
listen to you if it doesn't make sense? I can't just accept. Come on, man. Things have to
It
make
doesn't make
sense.
sense, but just try.
No, you have to do things that make sense in life, unless you just die, man. You can't live your life. You listen. If you go out on
Mike, stop. There are
and you
so
start
many
doing
things
things
you
that
do
doesn't
in
hold
this
logic,
world.
you end up breaking the
Mike,
law.
there's
You
so
go
many
to
things you
jail.
do in this world. You don't know everything about them. So let's not
No,
pretend
you
that
have to
everything
know
that
what
you
you are
do.
doing. No, there's nothing I do that I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay.
You
Mike,
have to know
I
what
think
I'm
Ola
doing.
want
are
to
you
speak.
ready to
Yeah,
become a
But what
Ola,
he's
president?
saying right now is quite simple. Also, you know what he's trying to tell you to do. You just repeat certain words that he tells you, and you
just
accept
repeat a
Jesus Christ
prayer.
as
Just
your.
5 words
The word
or
does not
6
hold any
words.
logic.
That's it.
I'm not
But why
getting.
do
Leave
you
that
want him
alone.
to repeat? Why do you
Don't
want
worry
him
about
to
that.
repeat after you though? That is wrong now. You say it,
No. That is how
you
you
read
accept
that.
Jesus
Hold
Christ.
on. You cannot tell him to repeat after you. You have to
Human,
tell him
fine.
what you want him to repeat. Say it out
Uh,
first, and let's see whether he's going to accept it or not. But you can't say, "Oh, repeat after me. I will follow." Are we doing
Okay,
follow follow?
should I
What
say
are you
it
saying?
and let's yes.
I
Okay.
will ask you one question.
Are you doing follow
Let's
follow?
Ola want to say something first. Yeah, Ola.
If you don't believe in the ministry, if you find yourself, you woke up one day and just look at yourself. So how did that even exist? So if you want to prove a logic, tell me the logic that started human race. Because I've seen many people with theory, oh, woman started from water, woman started from whatever jargon. Who created water? Now, woman started from cell. Who created that cell? How did that cell? So, since this day, how come we don't have any cell existing? Because
no, Ola, but Ola, if you want to go that route, we can also ask that who created the God self. So
I'm
what do you
coming
mean?
now. See, when people are saying there are some questions that you cannot apply logic to, you can't apply logic to your creation, no matter how smart you are. It's just like asking.
If you want to
You
go
have the
that
unknown. You
route,
can accept that it's unknown, but you can't
Mike,
start.
Okay.
Mike
Before
did
you
not
go
say
further,
he didn't
You
believe
can't
in
start
Thomas,
to
creation.
put
can you
facts.
repeat? Can you repeat what you? Can you say what you want to say? So if Mike is going to accept it or not, it doesn't.
Yeah, let me say
If
that.
it's bullshit, I wanna
Yeah.
okay. Fine, talk.
Hold on.
You don't need to say, just calm down. Yeah. So. Yes. Are you listening to me, Mike?
I'm hearing you now. Let's see what you're
Yeah,
saying.
hearing you. Yes. Yes. I acknowledge myself that I'm a sinner.
Why
I'm
would I?
ready to let me finish it now. You know, you have not even heard the prayer.
Okay, go ahead. Finish your prayer, man.
Praise Daddy.
Yeah.
Can I tell you something about Mike?
Go ahead.
That my spirit told me, Mike. If you know Mike very well, he has been a Christian before. So all these they bamboozle with all these religion. So Mike is a Christian before. Mike Obodok. Oh, you can't lie what I'm saying now.
It's true
You
now.
are once a Christian. Yeah. So how do I know?
Because I've told
From
you
his name,
you are
from his
Christian.
name, from his
That's why
name,
you are saying what you
from
are
his
saying now.
name.
And my name is Mike.
What you are saying
It's
is God.
I think my name became Mike.
Ó máa
man,
parọ́ fún wa
parody
ni.
or Christian.
Ó máa parọ́ ni.
Prince Daddy, you can, Prince Daddy.
Oh my attributed to Jesus. You say it's Jesus. I showed you. I told you.
This is Gbajue now. Thomas, are you playing Gbajue on us? Eh?
You
Guys,
just have to
let
believe.
Thomas line. Let
I mean,
Thomas line.
you just have to believe.
I don't even
I
need
mean,
to say the
you
prayer.
You just have to
There
believe.
is
I
no
mean, if you
Prince
can
Daddy.
explain,
Prince Daddy, there is no prayer you want to pray here. Mike has heard that prayer before. He knows the prayer.
That's why I told him that there's nothing you want to show me.
But you know,
That's so if you are trying to change Mike's mind, you are just wasting your time.
no, maybe this is the right timing. Sometimes the timing is important. You may have heard it like
So
a million times
I mean,
before,
there's
but
nobody
this is
want
the
to take
time.
it. I haven't been.
Prince Daddy,
That's the point.
Prince Daddy.
Prince Daddy, why will you even try to change Mike? You can't change you. Just let it go. Go and find
Oh no,
another
no,
disciple.
you can't say that.
Prince
Is
Daddy,
Mike
I've been where you are. I
above
was once
everybody else in this
I was
world?
once
No.
born again. I've done it all. There's nothing wrong with
Okay.
story. Exactly. So where you are, I've been there. That's why
See, listen.
you're telling me that.
No, you have
Don't
to
do.
know
I've
that Mike, as a Christian, when you left the faith, your seat is still reserved for you, so you can always come back. You're welcome to come back at any time.
Jesus.
The reason why you left in the first place, I don't know, but it
gone
doesn't
beyond
matter.
that. I've grown out of that.
Jesus,
I'm grown way
Prince
out of
Daddy,
that.
I'm shocked. I mean, me, I don't try to convince. Me go and turn convinced. Me, I just know they taught me this
The
Bible.
only reason I was
It
a
makes
Christian
sense.
because they raised me in it. That's all. Nah, it wasn't of my choosing, and I grew way out of it.
No. If you look at it, even Mike, most of the people that are talking here, is it by their own evolution? They were born into it. That's
They
why
were
they
born
believe
into
in
it. Now that's why they refuse to grow out of it. They say
Well,
when they raise
we
you,
were
you
born
come and raise yourself.
into it, and we've seen the
We didn't
value, the essence,
Have
what it
you
does.
tried any other one? Have you tried any other one? Have you
There
given
is no
yourself
other.
opportunity to try
There is
another
no
one?
Sam Simba. There is no other way. You are deceiving yourself. You are
Okay.
going elsewhere.
Fanatics.
There is no other way.
Fanatics. Fanatics.
No, see,
Fanatics is there.
Simba, there's no need to try any other religion, because with Christianity, believe in Christ, I accept everybody. That tells me that
The way you are convinced, Baba, the way you are convinced about your own, that's the same way every other person are convinced with their own.
but
And that's fine.
but other
And
people,
that's
they
fine.
reject them.
I can only engage people who have tried and try to know about other religion. But if you have not tried it, you don't know anything about it, then you cannot tell me that your own is the best.
That's if you're a true Christian that believe in Christ, you accept everybody regardless of their religion. See, so I don't need to try any other religion.
Why do you guys say that?
Have you ever been, Prince Daddy, have you ever been to a mosque before?
You will never go.
I've passed by a mosque. I mean, what does it do for
by
me?
mosque, what do you mean by pass by a mosque? You pass the front of the mosque, you say please pass by a mosque. You can see, boy,
Guys, this thing of the spirit is different from what you can
irọ́
elaborate.
pátápátá lè máa ní parọ́ náà nìyẹn, irọ́ pátápátá ni. In as much as
I am not going to argue with you. Yes, I'm not going to argue with you. Yes, he has worked for me. Yeah.
Mo ní ẹ̀yin ọmọ èṣù ti pọ̀jù nígbà yìí mò ń lọ mò ń padà bọ̀.
So he has worked for me. He's still working for me. Yes, so you can't change my mind.
So is your life better than the Hindu man that is still beside your house in Australia?
My life is better than them.
That's why he's not giving you job. You got few job application in his office.
Mike.
No, Mike. It's not about the job application. It's not about your house or your car. It cannot be. It can never be about that.
No.
If that was the case, then I'll tell you that there are better religions.
Is better than
so Prince Daddy and Prince Daddy and Thomas. So all those Hindus, they will end up in hell, right?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. But one thing you need to know, Angelico, that a time has been appointed for everyone to be saved, including Mike.
So you just contradicted yourself. You say you didn't say they are going to hell, but they are not saved now. Wait. When you guys are saying saved,
Mike, one thing they don't even understand, the concept of hellfire and paradise, it was an afterthought in the Bible. In the book of Revelation, it was an afterthought. All those things, they just
No,
put all those things there to
No, no.
scare us,
What
to
I
Simba,
what they
regulate
mean by
us.
you
saved? What they mean?
Simba,
Simba,
you're barely a
Sheni could
Muslim.
dream
That's not
Nipa
true.
any
Christ talk about in the
Abikinomi.
New Testament before
Was there
Revelation,
somebody
they,
dreaming
they
about
talk
that
about
place or what?
hell, and so it's not true. It's not afterthought in Revelation, and yeah, it's not. And by the way, see, again,
Where is the hell, sir?
a
Is it
time
where
has
is
been
the no? But wait, hey, let me ask you, Penzadi, where is the hell?
Simba. The truth is
Where
that
is
I've
it
not been there, and
located?
I
Where is
don't
it
plan to go there.
located? Where is it located? And in the paradise, where is it now? Who are the people there now? Are there people there now?
Simba, I don't argue against hell, but I tell you, I haven't been there, and I don't plan to go there. So if you want to go find out from me, that's fine.
Prince Daddy.
I'll accept your report, but not for me. I'm not going there.
Bàbá yìí fẹ́ rán Simba lọ sí
Ó
hell.
bẹ̀rẹ̀ mi ní hell.
Nobody wants to go to hellfire now.
If you don't move on here, the woman they say.
Let me tell you one thing I appreciate about religion is that at least it puts a checks and balance on people. People believe in all these things, and it actually prevent them from doing evil. So I think that's one thing I will give to religion. The main reason why they put that thing there is
Simba,
just
but
so.
the Christian one, they say if you do the evil finish, you come and ask for forgiveness, you are forgiven. That one, they just give people freedom to do evil. That's why
No, Mike. That's the mistake you are making.
it's not a
Because no
mistake.
one is.
No,
Let me
it's
say
a
this.
wrong
No one
interpretation,
is
Mike.
perfect. No one is perfect. Peradventure, accidentally, you may fall yourself. You might find yourself sin. Then you can repent of your sin.
And no
Nobody
punishment.
says no one is
No
perfect.
punishment after that. No punishment.
There's punishment if the person is serving his punishment. Would you don't know?
No.
But God
Wait.
is a merciful God.
Let me ask you. When you commit sin, you go to hell, Abby. Is that what you guys believe, Abby?
What do you mean by when you
Now.
commit sin or you die
You just don't
not
commit sin
accepting
and go to
Jesus
hell.
Christ?
That's not the way it goes.
So what's the consequence of the sin? What's the consequence?
Well, you have the opportunity to repent, to
That's not what
renounce the sin.
I say. What's the consequence of committing sin? Answer now. You know the answer now. You know what you guys preach.
Well, you tell me. Obviously, you know the
Let me
answer
answer
yourself.
you don't want to talk. You believe when you commit sin, you go to hell, and when you commit sin, you should ask for forgiveness. Repent. Now, once you've repented, your sins are forgiven. Okay. So now, a Christian understands that. He knows that. Okay, today, if I don't commit that sin, if I don't go rob that guy over there, I don't go chop. But tomorrow is Sunday. Today, I'll just go to church tomorrow and ask for forgiveness, and I'm forgiven. So that's why the most people that commit.
So that's the problem, Mike. Because
hold on. The reason why crime, Nigeria, the way we are today, is not the way we used to be. The level of crime, lying, like treacherous behavior that we behave in Nigeria today is because many of them believe once they go to church, they just ask for forgiveness. As long as they ask for forgiveness before they die, they are going to heaven. That's where Christianity is. That's how they destroy the minds of people in Nigeria there.
No, Mike, if you say
like, I'm telling you, like those days, like I just believe that as long as I don't die before Sunday, once I ask for that forgiveness on Sunday, this thing I won't do.
Who told you that?
See, you don't play that game. See, yeah, we're human beings, and we are weak. Hold on, we're weak, and we can sin, and we can keep repeating our sin. But the point here is that you don't want to doing that is like you're playing God. You know you're gonna do it deliberately to sin, do something wrong, and you wait to go repent of your sin. Well, during that time to Sunday, you may not have that opportunity. And guess what? You know where
Most
you're
people
gonna end up.
know their chance of making it to Sunday is very high. So they will take that chance. You understand? And you know,
Okay.
you don't want to wait to Sunday there. You can even just right after the sin, just ask for forgiveness. Right after that, you ask for your forgiveness. You know, and
Have you heard it said before, Mike, that God looks at our heart? Okay, your heart.
you all these things.
That's where God looks at. You know what's in your heart. See, you can fool yourself or fool people on the outside, but you that you're committing that sin, okay, God knows your heart. He knows if you're gonna repent or what you're doing before. See, we can't play God or play games with God. You know, those people that do that, well, you know, they
So
can.
why are so many Christians doing it? Why are all these pastors doing it?
Oh yeah, they do it because I just told you the
We say we
weakness of
can't
a
do it, but
man.
we're doing it now.
Well, we're all human beings, and we are weak. You know, even the strongest of Christians can fall tomorrow. They can absolutely fall tomorrow.
Majority of them, that's what they're doing. They're just
Oh, trust me, Mike. I don't doubt it. Again, because I don't. They are not above being, you know, making mistakes. They're not.
It's not
That's why.
mistake. They're deliberately doing it. It's not mistake.
Well, that too. That is due to human greed
The
and
pastor will
selfishness.
come all of you, and then he knows once he asks for forgiveness, God will forgive him. That's what Christianity taught him, and that's why they are all doing it. I'm telling you, I used to be a Christian too. Now, I just believe like this bad thing I want to do. As long as I ask for forgiveness, I'll be forgiven. That's why they got you. That's why we became so corrupt. We became so corrupt in our society, man.
Mike, you know, let me tell you one thing for sure, Mike. The invitation is always available.
President, why did you focus on Mike? Did you have a revelation or whatever, say you should target or you should save his soul?
No, I mean, now that we have the opportunity, why not? Because you know, why miss the opportunity? It's not beyond being saved. So why not?
So
They want him to be your, they want him to be your neighbor. Want him to be your neighbor in the paradise.
It's not beyond redemption. You can still redeem him.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, nobody's
Yes.
beyond. Nobody is beyond redemption, or no matter what kind of sin you may have sinned or committed.
So you are saying now that Mike is a sinner, eh? Is that what you are saying, please? That Mike is a
listen.
sinner.
I myself, I'm much of a bigger sinner than Mike. So it's not about him being a sinner. I'm a bigger sinner than he is. So that's not the point, you know.
So how am I a sinner?
Prince, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that? Would you agree with me that that religion was brought to us? It's not our own religion, but rather a religion of the colonial master, introduced to us to colonize us mentally.
See, the religion Christianity was brought to us by a bunch of flawed human beings. And the fact is that this white people that brought the religion.
Who are those flawed human beings you are talking about?
The white people, the white people that the missionaries that brought Christianity to Africa and around the world, for that matter.
What was it aimed to achieve? What was it aimed to achieve?
We are not the first. How do we know
how the religion got to us is one thing. The intentions of the people.
No, how do you, Babajayo, you should even ask him now, how do you see colonialism with Christianity coming together? Slavery.
See, okay, just like I said, let's focus on the message itself. That the people that brought it.
The problem that we have to that is the problem now. How can you cannot something that you say you want to save people, something that is meant to save people, but you brought it to come and colonize, to come and enslave them at the same time, and you are telling us that we should not focus on that.
The devil is at work.
Oh.
But boy,
Boy,
this
ẹnu
bobo.
dùn. Wọ́n máa parọ́ ni wọ́n máa parọ́ gbogbo ìgbà ni wọ́n máa dá lò.
But I like your conviction,
Yeah, Prince Daddy is saying the
Prince Daddy.
facts.
I really admire your conviction. You know, very strong, and nobody can take it from you. Just you believe in it, and you have to champion it.
Babajide Koko, is religion is like all or none. If you believe, if truly it exists, and then you actually needed it to go to paradise, if it actually exists, yeah, you lose nothing now. And if it doesn't exist, fine, good. You don't lose anything. So,
but it exists, is working for those who believe.
Jagboro, what didn't Jagboro.
Yeah, Simba, you can understand. Ajali Kuku, let me share something with you guys. You know that the spirit of God is there and he talks to people. Let me share a personal. I have a personal relationship with God. Yes, let me share you with something. One day, in the middle of the night, 4 a.m. The spirit just woke me. I just woke up, said, "Go and check your car outside." Why do I need to check my car? I said, "Well, I went to toilet. I went back to the bed." The spirit said, "Go and check your car outside."
Okay.
What for? I was battling with that spirit that why do I need to check my car outside? There's a camera everywhere in my house. I'm seeing the screen on the front of my bed. I can see the screen. The car was outside. The car was right in the front of the house because I don't park in the garage. I park at the front of the house. The car is there. The camera is showing me the car out there. I check my phone. The car is out there. It's not that somebody has stolen the car. It said, "Stand up. Go and check the car." Well, I stood up. I took my car keys. I opened the garage, went outside. I just said, "But the car is there." He said, "Press the on and off key." Yes, I pressed the on and off key, and the car was dead. Really? The car was dead? The brand new car, less than 1 year? What can make my car dead? What's going on? I was so he said, "They open the door now, see what is going on." I opened the door, everything is dead. There's nothing, the doors, the light, there was no light coming up. Immediately I pressed the unlock key. Normally the full light will come up, the rear light will come up. And I was going to work by 6 o'clock in the morning. So the spirit just wants to tell me that your battery is flat. I went out. What is going on? Yeah, I have another car. I put the jump start. I jump start the car, and the spirit said he doesn't want me to late in the morning. That's why he told me to wake up. But initially, it doesn't make any sense to me that go and
You know
check your
what
car
happened
outside.
to you can happen to anybody. Anybody,
No,
a
it
human being
can't
used
happen
to
to
have
anybody.
instinct.
No,
Then
no,
the-
no, no, no. It can't happen to
It's
anybody.
just an instinct. So
Which instinct?
once you believe in something, just hold on. Once you believe in something, you tend to attribute
Simba,
anything to it. So just to
Bóyá o ti lọ
justify your
ṣe
belief.
you can't
testimony,
understand.
bóyá o ti lọ ṣe
You can't
testimonies
understand.
ní ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì lórí ìyẹn báyẹn.
Lórí ìyẹn bá yẹn oníròṣì
You
oníròṣì.
can't understand.
Thomas, tó bá fi kò
You
lè
can't
rí àwọn ọmọ
understand.
èṣù tó wà níbẹ̀ lálẹ́ yìí ò ń tara ẹ̀ jẹ. Bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí báyìí.
You can't understand. Instead of the spirit, you guys can't understand. Yeah, I don't need to
The
argue
question,
with
the
you.
question is this: if I ask you guys here, do you believe that your existence alone is miracle? Do you believe that? That you are even in this world among millions of sperms that went to where we don't know, Well, you just find yourself as a living, you look at yourself, you speak, people respond to you, you work, and you interact with your environment. How do you feel? Don't you think that one alone is miracle?
So we should praise Jesus, Abi. We should praise Jesus for that,
Great
Abi.
now. Hey, the thing is that, do you understand how those things, how you came into existence? Do you really understand? You don't know. We don't even know. Now we know that God exists, right? But we don't know our creator. I was giving some kind of postulation one is that how do we know that we are not just like robots that created for a purpose? But the question is, we still have this self-awareness. So if everything about us is mystery and we cannot even comprehend it, it's telling you that simply you cannot comprehend God. That's just the fact. Then I know that when it comes to religion, many people, some people, they've actually adulterated religion. That is understandable. I get it. But the thing is this: there are some things. I've seen many people here that try to. Some people, they are stupid. They don't have brain. They don't need this. The question still remains that, okay, we don't have brain. Tell me how you yourself came into existence. You so much believe in science and some other things. Tell me how you existed. And before you start telling me about one single cell that they multiply. No, don't tell me that jargon. I don't believe that. Because if God created human in his own image, the image of God is a creator. I will see what human being they be creating. So if that one tells me that there's nothing in existence that was not created. Anything in existence.
How do you know we were created in his image?
What of cloning? Táwọn èèyàn ti ṣe ń kọ́ ọ̀la.
God can also Baba. Human beings are creator because God created human in his own image. So human beings too are creators.
How do you know we're created in his image? Did God tell you that?
No, listen to Ola. Listen to what he's saying there, Mike. He said
he's quoting Bible now.
No, there's another thing. Only the way to the end there that to make sense. So listen. Maybe Lola want to repeat it again. Or some human being we are created in God's image, and human being are creator too.
Yeah, we are creators because we'll be creating. We created the aircraft, we created different things, we are even cloning organs. In fact, like how many days ago they did the first transplant that they used a pig kidney they use for human being, and it's working. So the thing now is this: our existence too would all be experiments from our creator, and here we are. But still today, we cannot comprehend how we came into existence. So when you hear something that sounds like story to you too, you have to be very careful because you never can see. Okay, I know where the thing is. When Oyibo want to paint Jesus is there.
So who is that creator, Ola? Who is that creator?
That created us?
Yes.
God. And we don't know God. We don't even know where he lives. All we know is that he lives in our hearts.
Yeah, so you believe Jesus is God?
Not Jesus they put in the picture.
Or we I mean, don't even. I mean, let's even not even go to the what do you call it, the picture. But
Jesus
do
put
you
in the
believe?
picture? They say the guy that hacked Jesus Christ of Nazareth. So that's not Jesus, and Jesus was never a Caucasian, as far as I'm concerned.
No, the how do I describe it? The doctrine that Jesus is the God. Do you believe in that?
Yeah,
doctrine?
Jesus is God.
No. I'm asking Ola now. Alan Mombiri, do you believe in that doctrine?
About, do you believe that man is a creator?
That what?
Do you believe that man is a creator?
Man is a creator.
Yeah. Do you believe man is a creator?
Man, Okuni is a creator.
I mean, man as human being. Do you believe that human beings are creators?
Oh yeah, science have proved it through scientific means. They have proved it that yes, man is a creator. Yes.
So why is it difficult that we can't believe that Jesus is God? Why is it so difficult to believe? The only
No,
reason we can't, the only reason we find
hold
it
on.
difficult to believe because we didn't exist when Jesus' story was in existence. But
No,
the way our environment work, Baba, am I going? The way our environment work is this. Isaac Newton did his own experiment. He said, okay, this is how this thing will work. Archimedes did his own principle of flotation. This is how this thing is going to work. And people really believe in all those things, and they put 1 + 1 together and it work. And it's working. Now, for those people that have the knowledge of Christianity, they are using the doctrine within Christianity, and it's working for them. How do you explain that? Okay, someone pray in the name of Jesus and it's seeing results. How do you explain that? So there are something
How do you prove that? How do you prove? Let me tell you, if you pray,
okay, see now.
how can you prove that?
Wait now. How do you prove Babalawo to fi Prove it to me.
Mi ò rí yẹn rí, mi ò tí rí yẹn rí. So, but if you say you pray over something and you get results, even people that doesn't pray, they get results. So how can you now attribute that your this thing to that your prayer is your prayer? I need to go. Let me give you an example. I want to write an exam. I read for the exam, I pray. Then at the end of the day, I now say that is my prayer that makes me to pass the exam. How can you prove that?
I beg you. Wait now. Because the prayer has both a psychological and spiritual impact. Let me tell you one thing. When you are so scared and you are so afraid, the only hope you have is God. When you have hope in God, that one alone eliminates your worries immediately. And you've now turned to spiritual now. That one is even going to help your soul already, your mentality. So what we are saying today is this. If only Shango, we use the Shango to swear for person, and that thing will occur, confirm. Someone that carry Ogun, that will carry Ogun, and will use that thing, confirm. Someone carry the name of Jesus and pray, and you are seeing the results. Why do we argue that? You understand? If that name is not potent, then the name is not supposed to be used to achieve anything. So if you can't argue with Ifa, you can't argue with Ogun, you can't argue with Shango, how come that Christianity that people are using and the thing is working for them, and you suddenly want to argue it? It doesn't add up for me. It doesn't add up.
Have you had an experience before calling the name and it worked for you?
Yes, sir.
Give us an instance how it worked. Is it through miraculous means, or is it through what you described as miraculous?
Okay. This
did you just
hold
on now? Hold on. You mentioned Odishango. You mentioned lawyer Nilison. Then, when they say something, it happened immediately. How did your own experience happen? Is it what you want to describe as miracle, or just explain to us?
Okay, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this thing for confirm. So, I was going to someone that was like an uncle to me one day like that. You understand? And as a young kid, I was so upset with a particular amount of money I needed. I was just basically, as I'm going to this man, I need this certain amount of money. That was my prayer there. You know what? When I went to this man without even asking, when I said, "Oh, I'm leaving you," he gave me that exact amount of money. I know people want to say it's coincidence. How so precise? How coincidence? Okay, wait. Then when my brother, like a person like me now, malaria.
So you don't agree?
So I'm coming. No, I'm coming with another one. Malaria prone. My brother then, my younger brother, malaria prone. So when he was sick, because at a particular point in time, I was not using drug. Confirm. I pray for this, my brother. Somehow, with malaria. He was ill. I swear. And I was young.
No, what Ola, can you repeat yourself? Let me even hear this one that you are talking.
My brother, my younger brother had malaria. Not once. Not once. I prayed and he was healed of that malaria without using.
How do you know your brother had malaria? How do you know?
I don't even.
How did you diagnose the malaria? How did you diagnose the malaria?
At least he was sick because I know that both of us were prone to malaria.
How did you know? Well, that's what I was saying. You can't. It's not malaria. Is not something that you. Are you a doctor? How did you know?
I understand that's where you are going to, but as far as I'm concerned, he was sick. He was running temperature. So don't ask me all those professionals.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Okay. Let me tell you this. It is not all illness. Even when you see mad people on the streets, they get sick and they get ill without taking any medication. So for the fact that okay, let me give you for example. When I travel, let me talk now. Wait. I went to India and I started having pains and fever. So, and the common thing that we believe is that this is probably malaria. But I was not in Nigeria, so I couldn't get anti-malaria to take. So I went to the pharmacist. So I asked for anti-malaria. They said they cannot give me until when they get a doctor's prescription. And I don't want to go to a hospital because to even do ordinary malaria test at that time, that was 2010, I will need like 2,500 Nigerian money, which I was not ready to pay. But at the end of the day, I couldn't get the anti-malaria by bruising the back door. I went to the hospital, had the malaria test. I got the result the following day, and it was negative. I couldn't take any medication, and I was well. It's just a belief. So for the fact that your brother, it might even be ordinary viral illness that will go on his own. So there are so many things that maybe because of ignorance we attribute to maybe spiritual thing. It's to me, even at this level, we should not be talking like this. Your brother had malaria that was never confirmed, and you believe that because he was well. So there are so many the mad people that are walking the street. How did they get ill when they are sick? It's not all illness that will need treatment. You have body immunity that can take care of so many infections even without taking any medication, and you get it. Then you now attribute that one to spirituality.
Dr. Simba, sometimes
last pastor is Pastor Bakari. So they can lalo.
See, sometimes Dr. Simba, you see, malaria is different from malaria, if you know what I mean.
How can malaria be different from malaria? Come on.
Well, relax. Sometimes somebody can have a malaria, and it could be just if you give them what do you give them? Chloroquine or whatever you give them, the malaria medicine, and they will get well. And somebody else can have the same thing, and they could just die. Okay. So my point here is that the ability to be able to distinguish your problem is key. Your malaria could be spiritually related. Okay. You may think it's malaria by the symptoms.
Spiritually inflicted malaria, Please that is spiritually inflicted malaria.
People saying tonight.
They can see rubbish. You can see how people can vomit rubbish.
I never boy lady.
No. If you understand,
that example that I give. If I had taken that time that I said the example I give in India, if I had taken anti-malaria, I would have thought that it's anti-malaria that worked for me. But I couldn't get the medication, and I was well within 2-3 days.
Wow.
Maybe I can say me too. I pray. See, the power of prayer.
Simba,
no. Let me line this point. You see, sometimes. You see, sometimes. 1 second.
So don't tell me because as a young guy, I knew exactly what I'm talking about. So
if your experience is
Ọlọ́run ní kọ́ láì lọ léèwé. Tí wọ́n yẹ pọ̀ lọ léèwé ní aróko kúkúrú wáyà.
Okay, you went to school. I asked you, tell me how you came into existence. Tell me where you were created from. Tell me how it's possible for. See, this thing is only thing we can talk. Even as we live here now, there are some there's